We will promote, sure, we'll promote a couple of people.
Thank you.
Madam Administrator. They want to know if the Zoom meeting is being held.
Zoom meeting, who wants to know?
So good evening, everybody. Are we ready? Okay. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. We are beginning the remote testifying for the elementary secondary school public hearing and appropriations. I want to welcome everybody, and I want to let everybody know that tonight we have approximately 330 people who have signed up to testify. Because of the 330 people, we will not be asking questions. We will just be listening to the testimonies of the people that are coming here before us. And that is only because if we did talk and ask questions, we would be here until tomorrow, probably about this time. So therefore, we are here to hear from the public and make sure that we have an opportunity to hear what is on your mind. There will be probably a variety of different changes because of the fact that what we had to do was divide. We divided the people that were in person from the people that were on Zoom so that we could try and manage this the best way. So I'm going to start with the first person that I have here today, and I believe it's Greg Florio.
Madam Chair, before we start,
Yes, ma'am.
we've been attempting to promote Rachel Torres. If Rachel could please accept the promotion to panelist so that we can let her in. There she goes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we can start with Rachel Torres first, because she is the first person that I have on my list. I don't see Megan Fountain, nor do I see Matt Wilcox. So I'm going to start with Rachel Torres, okay? Rachel Torres, good evening. Rachel, can you turn on your camera and turn on your microphone, please? Rachel? That's not going to work right now, I guess, Madam Administrator.
Let's go to Greg then.
Greg? Good to see you again, Greg.
Good to see you. Thank you very much. To the honorable chairs and ranking members and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Greg Florio, and I am the Executive Director of CREC, the Capital Region Education Council. I'm speaking to you today in support of our legislative agenda, and I'm speaking on behalf of all the executive directors of Connecticut's RESCs. There are 6 of us, and we are proud to support public education in the state of Connecticut. I'm asking you to consider and support equitable education funding, specifically the proposal made in House Bill 5003 for student-centered funding. It would definitely help strengthen the position of RESC magnet schools, not only those in the Chef region, but those operated by RESCs throughout the state, and would help mitigate a fiscal cliff, which we are facing with the phasing out of COVID relief funds in the very near future. So your support there would be greatly appreciated. We also have, over the last few years, worked very hard in partnership with the state on increasing educator diversity in our state, in our teaching workforce. We initiated a few years ago a teacher residency program. It began at CREC and is now being worked across the state with all of the RESCs participating. It is now called the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program. We really believe that this program is making a significant difference in placing teachers of color in classrooms in schools in as many as 25 districts across the state. If there was a line item in the budget, which we are asking for $5.5 million, I think we could really see this program expand to districts throughout the region. Again, the RESCs are here to support public education, and we're asking you to support these two issues. I know you're not taking any questions, but if you have any after the hearing, please feel free to reach out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you for your testimony. And you have submitted your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. We're trying to keep track of how many people for each one of the items that were on our budget agenda. So thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next I see Eli Johns.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to the chairs of the committee and the ranking members here on the committee. Thank you very much for taking this testimony from me. John Andrew Ely. I'm the Executive Director of Project Oceanology, and I'll be speaking on behalf of Project Oceanology and the students we support through the Connecticut River Connections program today. Connecticut River Connections is a program that's been funded by the state of Connecticut Department of Education's Interdistrict Grant Program for over 20 years, since 2003. The CRC over that time has served thousands of students, providing them hands-on educational opportunities and significant contact time with peers from other schools that they would not otherwise have the opportunity to engage in. Each of these students gets over 31 contact hours with their peers from their partner school throughout the school year, and this targets middle school kids. So 900 kids each year that live in diverse communities across the Connecticut River watershed work together to share new experiences inherent with their first encounter with the marine environment. And this, through this program, they also get to work on diversity, equity, and inclusion training. I can tell you that CRC has a positive impact on the social and emotional development of and the academic achievement of students who participate in the program. And throughout the year, these students measurably improve both their scientific knowledge and their interest in science. And years of data show us that this program does work and will continue to work. Students also get to examine their own beliefs about community and the human relationship with the environment. And this program brings students together in different environments and different social settings. Their school, their partner school, the Connecticut River Museum, down here at Project Oceanology, and out on Long Island Sound. So they get to go to a lot of different places. I appreciate this opportunity to speak with you briefly today, and would ask you to consider on the governor's proposed budget not cutting the funding for CRC. I see the line item for interdistrict grants back down, removing essentially all of the CRC funding for 2024. I don't want to take up any more of your time, but I will say if you have future questions, please reach out to me directly. And thank you very much for your time and support.
Thank you, John. Thank you for your testimony. And you submitted to Appropriations?
I did. I submitted a more complete written testimony. I'm trying to respect that you have 330 people. Thank you.
We really appreciate that. Thank you, and have a good evening. Thank you for your testimony. Rachel Torres. Good evening.
Good evening. Sorry about that mishap earlier.
Okay. 3 minutes. Go right ahead, ma'am.
I am speaking on behalf of Public Act 1824, the Holocaust and Education Mandate, which requires us as educators to think about why we are addressing the watershed event of the Holocaust in history. With the rise of contemporary anti-Semitism and hate crimes and the loss of survivors, more than ever before, the Holocaust must be taught with a sense of urgency and accuracy. There isn't a school or community in Connecticut that is immune to anti-Semitism. The proliferation of Holocaust denial via social media underscores just how imperative it is to never forget. When the state passed the mandate, I was so grateful for the commitment the legislator made to the study of Holocaust history and the education of our students. The state mandates that I teach about the Holocaust, and I have some resources that I've curated to assist me in following the letter of the law. However, I endeavor to teach the Holocaust according to the spirit of the law. I teach it with passion and conviction because Holocaust history is hard history. In order to teach the Holocaust according to the spirit and the letter of the law, I need professional development, curriculum training, and resources that develop my capacity to teach this history with the accuracy and integrity it deserves. I need curated instructional strategies and materials that have been carefully vetted to ensure their appropriateness for the emotional and intellectual development of my students. I believe in the use of primary sources, video testimony, diaries, and letters to reflect the seriousness of this history. Educators of Holocaust history should be in a training cohort so that they learn from the experts in the field and share their struggles and victories about the curriculum. These types of resources cost funding that many school districts do not possess, and we need the support of the Appropriations Committee to obtain them. I want my students to know the truth so they will never forget and be able to refute Holocaust denial. That's why I have my students meet Holocaust survivors and hear their harrowing testimonies. And now with the loss of survivors, this is all the more crucial. I implore the Appropriations Committee to provide significant funding for teachers to receive the professional training that enables all of us to build capacity and advance learning about the Holocaust and its impact on the world. Educators need to be equipped with the latest research on how to effectively implement this significant historic topic, and that's why we need additional staff at the Department of Education to help enact the Holocaust and Genocide Education mandate. We need your commitment to acquiring funds that provide educators with the support and resources to make sure our students never forget. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I hope you submitted it to Appropriations. That would be appreciated.
I did. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Taylor, who do we have next?
It's a great question. Let's see who we have in.
Do we have it? We need about 3 people.
We're trying to promote number 13, Ryan Cruz, if he could accept the promotion to panelist.
Ryan Cruz.
He's on our in-person list, so I'm not sure if he's in the room, but also here, but he's in here. I just promoted though number 29. If you want to go on ahead with
Okay.
that person next.
Tida, good afternoon. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm so sorry, my video was a little delayed.
Yeah, that's okay. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Tita Infasang, and I'm the Food Policy Director at United Way of Western Connecticut. We represent a 15-town region that includes Stamford, Northern Fairfield County, including Danbury, and Southern Litchfield County, including New Milford. Thank you so much for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of HB 6659, and specifically in regards to the long-term funding for universal no-cost meals for Connecticut students. I'd also like to thank you and your colleagues for supporting the school meals emergency certification earlier this month. And now you have an opportunity to support hundreds of thousands of children and families by extending that funding into fiscal years 24 and 25. When the pandemic era funding ended in late 2022, it left thousands of children and families and schools scrambling for solutions to ensure that students are successful and school meal programs are financially viable. Far too many families make too much to qualify for free or reduced price meals, yet not enough to afford basic necessities. Changing the income qualifications for free and reduced price meals will not address student hunger. Free and reduced price meal participants are often readily identified by their peers, leading to stigma and bullying. Across many districts, people who are eligible for free and reduced price meals will often not even eat at school. They prefer to go hungry rather than be identified as food insecure or too poor to pay for their meals. No-cost school meals level the playing field for all students, promoting equity and inclusion. And school meals should be a universal benefit, just like desks or test books, not an afterthought. Studies show that there's a direct link between universal free meals and improved academic performance, attendance, and classroom behavior. Kids feel safer when meals are available. The risk of obesity is lower, especially for children in poverty. Families have economic relief and children don't go hungry. Every dollar invested in providing healthy meals leads to at least $2 in economic, health, and equity benefits. Universal meals is an essential ingredient to education and to a vibrant economy. When kids are fed and families are financially stable, they thrive, and so do our communities. The failure to invest in no-cost meals for students negates every investment we make in educating our children, because kids cannot learn when they're hungry. With the legislation we are supporting, school districts across our state are required to maximize federal school meal dollars first and foremost, including participating in federal cost-sharing programs to achieve time and cost savings for all the districts and the state. This legislation also offers opportunities to reinvest into meal programs like local procurement, nutrition education, and menu diversification that support our local economy and encourage lifelong healthy eating. No-cost school meals do not detract from educational investments. It doesn't have to be an either or. School meals are an investment and one of the best we can make in students and the future of the state. Thank you again for the opportunity to submit this testimony, and I urge you to support this critical program for our kids, families, and their success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and have a good evening. And please make sure you submit your testimony for us.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Have a good evening. Let's see. Next we have Jessica. I just lost it. Bielecki. Jessica. Good evening.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'd like to talk about the governor's proposed budget for the Office of Early Childhood. My name is Jessica Bielecki. I live in New Haven. I'm the executive director of the Connecticut Children's Museum, which includes Creating Kids Child Care Center. We serve children birth through 5, including preschoolers enrolled in school readiness. My wife and I are also the proud mothers of 19-month-old twins. So this is a personal and professional issue for me. I was born and raised in New Haven. I stayed here in college before moving away, and I'm back. I've worked in early childhood for 15 years, most recently before this as the Senior Director of Policy for Early Childhood Education for the City of New York. When I moved back to New Haven a year ago to step into this role, I was aghast at how little Connecticut invests in early childhood education relative to many of its peers, including New York. At Creating Kids, where I am now, we're really lucky to have extremely loyal staff who have been with us for many years, but they should not have to sacrifice financially, be unable to save for retirement, or pay an enormous amount out of pocket for health benefits just to stay at a workplace they love. For new staff openings we have, it is impossible right now to hire qualified staff when people can make more money working at Target or just about any other retail job than they can shaping the brains of our next generation. It's unrealistic to expect someone with a bachelor's degree to accept $35,000 a year, but that's what this proposed budget essentially expects. The only thing we can do is raise tuition for families, and they're already spending their savings going into debt to pay for childcare. I know I am, and I run the place. I have lots of families on my infant and toddler waiting list. I would love to serve them, and I can't because the math doesn't work. I can't find qualified staff at the wages we'd be able to pay them. Early childhood educators work miracles every day with our youngest and most vulnerable members of our society, but we can't materialize budgets and staff that aren't there. So what we're asking is to show us where our state's values are and to fund childcare like our state depends on it, because it does. So with that, I want to thank you so much for listening, giving the opportunity to testify today. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jessica. Did you submit your testimony?
I will. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My granddaughter went to Creating Kids also.
I know.
Great program. Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
Take care.
You too. Next we have, let's see, Matt Wilcox. Good afternoon, Matt.
Good afternoon. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Osen, Representative Walker, members of the Appropriations Committee. I want to thank you for this chance to testify on the governor's proposed budget for healthcare or childcare and public education. So my name is Matt Wilcox, and I serve as the Vice President for the Board of Education in New Haven, where I'm privileged to work with all of the teachers, staff, parents, and the more than 19,000 students that we have. And I'm here to speak because school children across Connecticut deserve fully funded schools providing the needed services at the level equal to the need. In spite of previous good efforts, Connecticut school funding is still regressive when it should be the most progressive in this country. High need, high poverty districts especially need more equitable funding, and the governor's proposed budget for pre-K through 12 schools is not enough. And this funding has, inequitable funding has profoundly negative impact. So this year in New Haven, we're completely overhauling the staffing guidelines for our schools, working with administrators and union representatives, looking at the literature, national standards, and bringing their deep professional experience to take a thorough look at what staff we need and where we need those staff in order to meet the needs of the students. And what they're finding is just how much of a gap there is in terms of the amount of staff that we can afford to employ and that the staff that the kids need to learn and thrive. So just one quick example, 22% of our students in New Haven are multilingual learners. Some surrounding suburban districts have 4% or 6%. We have more than 70 different languages spoken in the districts by folks from more than 54 different countries. Students are arriving weekly, not just before October 1st, but students are arriving weekly, primarily from Afghanistan and Central America. The staffing guidelines team is finding we're short dozens of English to speakers of other language teachers and tutors. This means less needs are being met and teachers are burning out trying to meet them. And the data shows that burned out teachers leave the district and even the profession. And that's just in one area in a school population that includes more than 70% of students from low-income families, close to 3,000 students identified with special needs, some profound. We have close to 500 students that are homeless. Large percentages of children exposed to sometimes unspeakable trauma. We're districts serving high needs kids, and we need more funding per child to support those needs. And we are incredibly grateful, need to make that clear, we are incredibly grateful for the extra funding that we've received in recent years. And we've used our COVID relief funds to do things like hire teachers, curriculum, facilitators, psychiatrists, social workers, school counselors, attendance coaches. But these positions are not sustainable as these grants expire. So full and equitable school funding means Connecticut is making a sustained investments in the salaries of teachers, social workers, counselors, mental health professionals, librarians, paraprofessionals, all helping to keep these folks in our schools and in their professions. Due to the budget constraints, our salaries have lagged even other urban districts in Connecticut, and we lose staff to neighboring districts that can afford to pay more with the thousands more per student they have. Last night, I was in the Alders Education Committee in New Haven, and one teacher who was English as an ESOL teacher talked about one of his colleagues leaving to a surrounding district for $30,000 more, something that a place like New Haven, we could, very difficult to touch that. So
Thank you.
So I urge you to fully fund the ECS formula this year and to find other ways to fully fund the schools in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Cynthia Hendrickson, followed by Joel Tolman. Go right ahead. Cynthia?
Yes. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi. I'm a little nervous. Sorry, it's my first time doing this today. So my name is Cynthia Hendrickson. I'm one of the parents from Stamford Excellence Parent Association, and I reside in Stamford, Connecticut. I have a son who attends Stamford Excellence. I'm pretty new to the district as well, as this is my son's first year as a pre-K student. But so far, I have been very pleased with his ongoing progress in school. Conversations that I've had with the school leadership team in regards to his progress that I would see when we met over the summer has definitely been fulfilled. He's reading, the programs are great, the instructions, the assessments. I know the teachers work very hard. We have a very good relationship with them. I came on today just to speak to say that there's, to speak about the unjust use of the funds in which our public schools are going to be receiving, but not our public charter schools. So although our students at Stamford Excellence, they have either succeeded and or exceeded beyond the measurement, the school has also been recognized as the #1 elementary school in the state of Connecticut. It's just a little disheartening to hear that now the fundings are not going to be equally, the equal cost sharing is not going to be shown throughout that community as well. They do good work there. And I strongly believe with the funds being used in the programs that it would help all of our students to succeed. Again, being a resident of Stamford, I don't see, even from my neighbor who their child may go to a public school here in Stamford, we live in the same exact community, we pay the same exact taxes, and that their child would be afforded more funds, better resources in the same exact district in which we all live in. So I came on to just urge that, I would like to see those same budget proposals throughout all of the public schools, including charter schools, and for charter schools to definitely be a part of that here in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you, Cynthia. Cynthia, did you have another number besides 36?
I think I might have had 44, possibly.
Because I don't see you as 36. I see you as someone looking. 44?
Mm-hmm.
No. Okay. All right. Well, we'll go from there. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Joel? Hi, Joel. Go right ahead.
Great to see you, Representative Walker. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. So my name is Joel Tolman, and I work at Common Ground in New Haven, Connecticut. I'm really grateful to the members of the Appropriations Committee for hearing our voices today. And I'm grateful to you in particular, Representative Walker, and to our New Haven delegation for always standing up for young people and for education equity. I really appreciate it. Common Ground's been my home for the last 20 years. And as a classroom teacher and a member of Common Ground's leadership, I've been talking with state legislators for years about how we can work towards fair funding for our state's public schools. After 20 years of showing up, this legislative session feels like it could be a watershed moment if we make it one. For most of those 20 years, I've been talking with my students about public school finance too. They're super smart young people who ask hard questions before they take a stand. Over the last few weeks, I've been talking with a bunch of our students about the governor's draft budget and about HB 5003 and other ways this legislative session might impact their educations. We've been doing what we do at Common Ground. We look at multiple sources, break down the bills and the news coverage. We figure out what it means. We talk through how it would impact us. We think about multiple points of view, anticipate counter arguments, share our experiences, and then we raise our voices. I won't try to speak for the young people of Common Ground. They can speak for themselves. A bunch of them have submitted written testimony since they had other commitments like early college classes and family care, medical appointments, getting a good night's sleep, that made it hard for some of them to be here themselves. But I do want to back up what these young people have to say and share a little bit of my experience. More than anything, I'm really worried about the critical supports and opportunities that our students count on that'll go away if the governor's draft budget moves forward. I know our 2 full-time social workers and our full-time nurse that are all positions that grew in the context of the pandemic are booked solid every minute of the day. I know our support educators who play an absolutely critical role in providing one-on-one support to our students are already stretched thin covering classes when our teachers need to be out sick. I know that the additional federal funding that comes through COVID recovery has helped us better meet the needs of the 25% of our students who qualify for special education supports and the 15% of students who qualify for accommodation through 504 plans. I know our students are super hungry for challenges too, and that feeding that hunger takes adequate funding. This spring, 40 of our students are taking early college classes over at Southern, many of them young as 10th graders. To set them up for success, we check in with them every week. Nearly twice as many students are signed up for AP classes this year as last year as well. Our students are getting certified in Google IT thanks to a grant written by our students and funded through COVID relief funds through the Voices for Change initiative. Our students are sticking around after school for programs. All of these things, while they're a key part of our school model, are right now funded largely by COVID relief dollars because of the ways the cycles of other after school funding work. So I'm really worried about if the governor's budget moves forward as proposed. Feels like this could be a huge year towards equitable funding for all public schools.
Joel, I need you to come up.
Yep. I just want to make the case for fair and equitable funding for all public schools, including charters. Thanks, Representative Walker. Sorry to go long.
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Chair, before we go to the next speaker, we have been trying to promote Rose Angel Velasquez. So if Rose Angel Velasquez could please accept the promotion to panelist. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next we
Well,
have
she would be the next, I believe, Madam Chair. In a minute, let me look.
Rosangel Velasquez is.
We've got Constanza in there.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to go to.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Costanza, you're up. Where did you go?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Oh, there you go. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
You've got 3 minutes. Go right ahead, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Representative Walker and members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the governor's proposed budget for childcare and public education. My name is Constanza Segovia. I live in Hartford. I'm a parent with kids in both Hartford and West Hartford public schools. I'm also an organizer with Hartford Deportation Defense, a group that stands up for immigrant rights and represents more than 160 immigrant families in the Hartford area and our neighbors. We are also members of Recovery for All, a statewide coalition bringing together more than 60 community, faith, and labor organizations across the country and across the state. We have a historic opportunity this year to fully fund childcare in the state of Connecticut and pre-K to 12 public schools. Connecticut is the wealthiest state in the country, and we should be a state that where everybody, every children and every family can thrive and learn. We love our public school community in Hartford. My daughter goes to Batchelder Montessori, and we have the most beautiful, diverse community, beautiful building, beautiful teachers, we really love the situation. And we look around and we still see the need. And I look around to the neighborhood schools around Hartford and to the schools that a lot of the families in Hartford Deportation Defense attend. And the differences are unconsolable. We cannot be okay in the state of Connecticut with crumbling public school buildings, with schools where there's not enough teachers, where there's not enough ELL workers, where there's not enough support for special education. The state of Connecticut can do better and should do better. And I just wonder, as a parent and as a community member, why we keep choosing over and over to underfund our public schools and our childcare services when that is literally the future of our state. I urge this committee to fully fund the ECS formula this year. There's a severe teacher shortage and staffing shortage. Funding the formula is the bare minimum that the state can do so that students can thrive. We need stronger investment. We need kids with special needs and learning English as a second language to have the supports they need. And we need professionals in our schools that are well paid to do that work for our children.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Just 2 last points. We think that it's really important that the charter school formula stays the way it is.
Okay.
That any changes to the funding formula must include accountability and transparency measures for charter schools.
Thank you.
And in terms of childcare, sorry, this is so important, and I know there's a lot of people.
There are too many people, please. Thank you very much. We got your message loud and clear. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. Next we have Rosangela?
Rose Angel.
Rosangel, oh, sorry.
Yes.
So,
No,
So,
that's fine.
Madam Chair, before
Yes,
Rose
ma'am.
Angel starts,
yes,
been trying to promote number 8, Maria Bartoletto. So if she would please accept the promotion to panelist. Thank you.
okay, Maria, please accept the invitation. Go ahead, Rose Angel.
My daughter is in Stanford Excellence.
Oh, good.
We've been here since they pretty much opened in 2015. Excuse me. She's had so many opportunities. She's been, so it's just to see that things are not going to be distributed equally. I feel it's not fair. Coming from, different background, to see them again, I don't think it's fair at all. I think everyone should have the same education if possible. I'm sorry. That's pretty much it. I don't really know what to say. Again, both my kids go to that school. I've never had a problem. Teachers always on top of us. Again, I didn't think I was going to be able to experience the education with them like this.
Thank you. And
Thank you.
Thank you for speaking out for your school. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You too.
Maria Bartoletto. I see you. Where are you? Maria?
Hi, y'all. Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, can you put your camera?
Hey, y'all, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm so sorry. I'm driving at the moment, so I pulled over so I could testify.
All right. Go right ahead, Maria. Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all so much. So my name is Maria Camilla Bortoleto, and I currently live in Brookfield, Connecticut, here to speak on the governor's budget for education. Here today to ask the Appropriations Committee to both increase funding for Danbury Public Schools and to not support the funding for the new proposed charter school in Danbury. I am an alumni of Danbury Public Schools, having attended elementary, middle, and high school in the Danbury school system. I'm also the co-executive director of Connecticut Students for a Dream, which is a statewide youth-led organization that fights for the rights of undocumented immigrant youth and their families. But today I'm speaking from my own personal perspective as a former student in Danbury Public Schools and as someone who works with immigrant students in Danbury. Danbury Public Schools are severely underfunded. I see that now in my work with youth in Danbury, and I saw it when I was a student myself. Danbury has one of the lowest per pupil school expenditures at $13,520. And neither the city of Danbury nor the state of Connecticut have met their financial obligations to the Danbury public school system. Danbury public schools have not had a fully funded municipal budget in nearly 20 years, and the state's ECS formula has not been fully funded either. This underfunding has been compounded over the decades, and fixing this issue won't be overnight. We can see the consequences of this underfunding every day in the Danbury schools. When I was a student at Danbury High, class of 2006, DHS was overcrowded. And I talk to students today, and they still say the same thing. The students I work with also tell me of broken bathrooms, broken water fountains, lack of supplies, old textbooks, and other issues that I'm sure better funded districts don't deal with. I loved attending Danbury Public Schools. The diversity in languages and cultures of the student body, the teachers, and the community was amazing. But we deserved more, and the students I work with today deserve more. The solution to these issues is more funding for the school system as a whole. It's unacceptable that Danbury has one of the lowest per pupil fundings in the state. What the state can do this year is it can make steps towards fully funding the ECS formula. And I'll add that funding another model, a new charter school, that will only serve a fraction of students, less than 6%, is not the answer to the chronic underfunding of Danbury schools. And it does not make fiscal sense. It doesn't benefit most of the students that the school system serves. A charter school in Danbury will contribute to the underlying funding problem in Danbury public schools by drawing more funds away from the school system. It'll take much needed money away from the current schools in a few ways. I'm going to summarize my testimony. Additional transportation costs of at least $600,000 for 2 school buses to support the initial class of 110. That funds could fund 3 to 4 much needed school counselors at the middle and high school level. Special education costs will also be added either by diverting current staff to the charter school or hiring special educators. Either way, it results in significant additional cost to the school districts. Then Public schools will also lose state funding for any students who do enroll in the charter school, but the loss of those students will not result in a net positive for the district in terms of space or funding. In other words, because students will come across the districts, it will have no measurable positive impact.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you for your testimony, and you should not be reading while you're driving. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Next, we have Melissa Azar. Melissa?
Oops. Hello.
Hello. How are you? Go right ahead.
Hi. I'm a parent from Stanford Charter School for Excellence, and thank you so much for listening to us and having this meeting. I oppose the governor's bill supporting the schools and leaving out the charter schools. My daughter attends Stanford Charter School for Excellence, and out of all those years, they were never fully funded. And why is that? Why? Because aren't we all equal? Mm-hmm. So why are they being given less than what is normal? Please, just give my baby let the money follow the child. Give every child an equal opportunity. Okay, I know that we all have issues. But give them a foundation of equal funding, and then we can work on what the kids need extra, please. Because they could do remarkable things. Those kids are wonderful. If they had the equal funding, they would be above what they are now. They would do more, please.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you for your advocacy, and we hear you.
Thank you so much. You have a great day.
You too. Next we have Esteban Restrepo.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Stephen Restrepo, and I'm a current resident of Norwalk, Connecticut. I'm a Master of Social Work student at Southern Connecticut State University, and I also work for Fill in the Blanks, a nonprofit with a mission to fight childhood hunger by providing children in need with meals on the weekends. I stand to support the School for All Connecticut campaign for the proposed 24-25 budget for elementary and secondary education. This would expand school meal programs to provide free school meals to all students at no cost. Ethical Standard 601 of the NSAW Code of Ethics states that social workers should promote the general welfare of society from local to global levels and development of people, their communities, and their environments. I'm here today to do exactly that, advocate on behalf and promote the general welfare of students in Connecticut. In Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the base includes an individual's basic physiological needs, which includes food, water, and shelter. In order to grow and be able to reach self-actualization, an individual's most basic needs must be met. In regards to students, it has been proven that performance on standardized tests improves with healthy school meals. Students who are hungry are not able to focus in class, thus leading to a poor academic outcome. School Meals for All CT allows each student to have a chance at reaching their full academic potential. This campaign allows every student to participate in school meals at no cost, leveling the playing field, reducing the stigma and shame towards those current free reduced school meals. Overall, School Meals for All of CT will be an economic relief for those families who are suffering economic hardships. Another reason this issue is important to me is because of the work I do. The mission at Fill in the Blanks, as I said, is to fight childhood hunger by providing children in need with meals on the weekends. It is difficult for such organizations to tackle this issue without the help of the state. To ameliorate the issue of childhood hunger and food insecurity, there has to be work done on a collective impact scale. School Meals for All CT allows for this collective impact to take place. While School Meals for All CT provides in-school meals, other organizations such as Fill in the Blanks could continue working on providing meals outside of the school setting. Through such work, we can continue to bridge the food insecurity gap. I support the School Meals for All the CT campaign and ask the committee to consider the campaign and the proposed 24-25 budget for elementary and secondary education. Not only would these meals feed every student in Connecticut, but it would allow for each and every one of them to prosper. School meals for all of CT will impact current students who will eventually become the future leaders of our communities and of our country. So why hinder their chance at success? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and good luck at Southern. What year are you?
I graduate this May.
Good, good. Be a
Thank you.
teacher. Be a teacher. Thank you. Next we have Rose Santana. Rose? Hello? No? Rose? Okay. Oh, no, that's not Rose. Okay, next we'll go to Alicia Strong. Alicia.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Alicia Strong. I am many things. I am the director of New Britain Racial Justice Coalition. I am a member of Recovery for All. I am also a teacher and soon to be teacher in New Britain Public School Districts. I'm a teacher in training right now. And I am here today to speak on a number of issues. First, I want to start off with what was mentioned, I believe, at the beginning of the testimony regarding funding to diversify teaching staff. In addition to working in the New Britain school system, I grew up in New Britain and went through the public schools, where about 80% of students are students of color and about 10% of teachers are teachers of color. So I recognize the shortfall that continues to happen, not only in my district, but in districts around the state. I was able to be accepted into the Connecticut Teachers Residency Program, which is the only way I'm able to afford to become a teacher. Without this program, I would not go this path because it's just something that I can't afford as a working class girl from New Britain. So I urge you to fund that program specifically, give them the $5 million they're asking for. It is transformative and it will transform our schools. The other two things I wanted to make sure I commented on was immediately funding ECS. Like Danbury, which was mentioned earlier, New Britain is one of the most underfunded districts and has been since I was a student. I see teachers struggling to not have the support that they need because they're not paid enough, so they leave for other opportunities. I see teachers putting in as much work as they can, but just not having the resources. And we really need to change that, especially now with the COVID money leaving. And lastly, I want to unequivocally oppose increasing any money for any charter schools. And I say this for a few reasons, primarily because charter schools, unlike public schools, are not accountable to the state. If a charter school wants to expel a student who has issues or who has problems, they can do that, but public schools are not able to. Public schools must accept everyone. And that's how it should be. I think we need to focus on funding public schools before we try to fund any other type of school. So I firmly oppose increasing any money for the charter schools. We need to build up our public schools as a strong institution that is accountable to everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Yensley Lonzo. Yensley? Yensley? Hello? Okay, we'll go to April Buck. April? There we go.
I'm here, turning back on, sorry.
That's okay, that's all right. April?
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is April Buck. I'm here on behalf of being a parent and an ex-student of Danbury Public Schools, as well as being enrolled in...
Go right ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry. I'm in the nurse practitioner DNP program at UConn currently. I'm here to have Danbury Public Schools supported in their budget proposal. Danbury is one of the 4th largest in the state, schools in the state with almost 12,000 students. The only ones above us are Bridgeport, New Haven, and Hartford. 38.2% of Danbury students are economically disadvantaged, and 70% are minority enrollment. Danbury has the largest high school in Connecticut with over 3,000 students in one school, which creates overcrowding issues. As a nurse, I understand that overcrowding issues have many impacts, one of which is severe anxiety because the students have less time for eating lunch. They have more kids in line for lunch, which then therefore creates less time to actually eat lunch. This not only increases their anxiety during this time, but can also increase the amount of and risk of obesity according to Zhang. Fast eating of food, which not fast food eating, but actually eating the food fast, increases the intake of food that one puts into their body and increases the risk for obesity. So not only is overcrowding a physical issue that we have to deal with in our public schools, but it's also an issue that I think we need to take into a healthcare perspective and kind of be aware of these children. Danbury was left off the list of schools that were given funding for mental health programs that Lamont just put out in February of this year. I also noticed that New Haven, Bridgeport, and Hartford, which are all the larger schools in Connecticut, were also left off that list, which I think should be something that we talk about because I think we need more of a voice for those minority schools. 50% of our children in Danbury Public Schools fall into a high needs group. This means that the schools require more funding in order to provide for these programs. That's according to EdSite. Schooling resources that cost money are positively associated with student outcomes. The things that we would need in order to provide this, it would help with smaller class sizes, instructional supports, early childhood programs, as has been previously mentioned, and special education's instructors and programs. According to the World Health Organization, there's a relationship between good funding for schools and better health outcomes. There's also early access programs affect students' well-being and health overall. So as a nurse, I would just like to provide my input and say that it is better for all of our students to have a healthier and less crowded school at Danbury Public Schools. And I would hope that the governor can appreciate that and fund us. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Let me try this again. Nestle Alonzo. Nestle. Nestle. Okay, we'll just move on. Maria Flores. Maria Flores. Good evening. You have 3 minutes. Right ahead.
Buenas.
Yeah.
Buenas tardes. Soy María Flores. Vivo aquí en Danbury y estoy apoyando la petición de la escuela charter aquí en la ciudad porque yo creo que los niños de esta ciudad merecen tener una mejor educación y estar cerca de sus domicilios. Pienso que es la mejor decisión que podrían tomar hacer esta escuela charter aquí en Danbury. Muchas gracias por escucharme.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have, let's see, Kenneth Gucker. Kenneth.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Representative Walker, it's always great to see you. I miss you desperately. I'm sure you miss seeing my antics as well, and all the others that are here in the room. You know, it's great to say. Hey, Senator Berthel, how you doing? How's banking doing? You taking care of it for me?
Yes, sir. We miss your presence there as well. It's good to see your face and hear your voice, Ken.
Good to see you. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't want to repeat a lot that was said because I understand what you guys are up against because 4 years of it. Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. Tonight, I testify in regards to the education funding in this year's appropriation budget. As a former state rep of the 138th District in Danbury, I truly understand how important that it is that we get state dollars to our schools in a manner that helps all kids. In Danbury, the idea of a charter school has been passed around for some time. Like many of you who have been doing the people's business, I took this question to the people of Danbury as well as requested reports from OLR and OFA so that I could truly understand the process and the numbers, for I am a numbers guy, and I believe you are as well, Representative Walker.
Mm-hmm.
My findings were clear. The majority of residents who took the time to attend my town hall events or took the time to write personal emails expressing their true feelings on the subject overwhelmingly did not support public tax dollars being used in this manner. The emails I received in support were from an online petition, most often supported and promoted by a special interest group, to where signers are more often not residents of Danbury, or I could not even prove that they lived in Danbury. The findings of my OLR requests or OFA requests report were even more convincing as why I should not support this sort of funding. The city of Danbury would lose $10.3 million in school funding for the 7 years that it would take for this charter school to get up to full capacity of 770 students, and then would lose $3.6 million every year after that. Knowing how desperately Danbury Public Schools need additional funding, I cannot overlook any potential loss of funding. With this plan off the table, I and others in the delegation looked for other ideas that would help all of our children. The winning choice was to support the Danbury Career Academy, which is currently being built at this time. It's under construction. The Danbury Career Academy will educate 1,500 students, far surpassing the 770 students advertised by the charter that will take them 7 years to get to that point. Once this Career Academy is open, it will automatically and immediately take those 1,500. The charter school will take 7 years. Danbury does not have 7 years to deal with our overpopulation issue. We are woefully underfunded. I do ask and push that we do right-size ECS. Danbury has been underfunded in ECS for many, many years, as well as being an alliance district. We have alliance dollars as well. And I ask that we support those avenues and not the avenues of a charter school that will not only remove funding from our schools, but also cost our local Board of Educations lots of money that they can't afford, which have already been covered by a previous speaker. So I won't repeat those things. Anyway, short and sweet, out the door, and it's great to see you all again.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
You too.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
before we proceed, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Currently, we have 5 Chantrice Maples waiting in the attendee room. And I just want to alert all of those Chantrice Maples that none of the Chantrice Maples will be admitted. So the real Chantrice needs to stay on, and the rest of them need to leave, or else nobody testifies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So let's see. Next, I'm going to try. Did Rose Santana testify? Hello? No. Okay. Let's see. I did kind of Marie Fontaine.
Wait a minute, before we go further, we do have a Chantrice we're going to allow to speak. We can get to the bottom of this. Chantrice, we've given you permission to speak. So you can unmute. No?
I'm here. Hello.
Go ahead.
How are you? Hi, my name is But
apparently you have shared your link with 5 other people.
5 other parents. I'm sorry, I didn't know we couldn't share the link.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. It's you, and your link was not to be shared. And so those other parents are not registered to speak. So
my apologies.
They won't be able to. All right. Thank you.
No problem. Hi, my name is Chantrice Maple. I have a 7-year-old daughter who goes to Stanford Charter School of Excellence. She actually has been a part of the school since pre-K, and I must say, they got her reading starting at the pre-K level. The teachers are very hands-on, actually gets the parents involved in everything they do education-wise. I feel the charter school should have funding because not only are we #1 in the state, the parents are very much involved and they left no child behind. They don't kick children out if they have bad behaviors. They work with the parent and the student to get them up to par. And I just think that it's a great school and they need more funding to give more children at risk opportunity to be our next leaders in this world. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Maureen Fontaine. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Maureen, can you open up?
Hi, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, yes, go right ahead.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, Representative Walker. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank
Great.
you.
My name is Maureen Fontaine. I'm the owner of Bright Beginnings in Fairfield, located in Southern Connecticut. I'm a family child care educator affiliated with All Our Kin. I've been serving children in our community for the past 33 years. I'm here today to strongly urge you to support the $7,500 increase in compensation for child care educators for next year, and then build upon that for fiscal year 25. So early childhood educators can achieve compensation parity with public school teachers. This will cost $700 million, but prior to the pandemic, early care and education was underfunded, and the pandemic just exacerbated the situation. 2 points I really want to make is that the low compensation is contributing to more and more early childhood educators leaving the field, and it's preventing them from entering the field. They just can't afford to enter this field. Connecticut is facing an early child care and education shortage, and it's devastating. The state is working to address the infant toddler shortage, but it's the amount of slots that are needed are 25,000. Family child care providers and educators work with young children for long hours. We work all year. In addition just to having the open hours, we work beyond that with planning our curriculum, our music, gross motor, language, art, and cognitive activities. Also planning healthy meals for children, cleaning and disinfecting our program, bookkeeping, record keeping, etc. It is a around-the-clock job. Also, high quality early childhood really needs a low child-teacher ratio, and having only parents' tuition as our income doesn't equate to equitable and fair compensation for early child care educators. Early child care educators make 1/3 of what educators in the K-8 system make. In addition to that, we also have to purchase liability insurance, curriculum, art supplies, which further diminishes our compensation. I really believe that a $700 million investment in childcare is necessary to stable and expand the early childhood education workforce. This will allow parents to choose a high quality, affordable program in a setting of their choice. Without it, the workforce is going to continue to get shorter. The workforce shortage will continue to grow. It's going to leave parents on wait lists. They're going to have to leave the workforce or work part-time. The investment in early care and education is absolutely necessary. I think it's a win-win situation for children, families, corporations, small businesses, and the economy in Connecticut. Thank you so much for listening to my story, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Next, we have Katrina Jones.
Yes, hello. I first want to say to thank Senator Olson, Representative Walker, members of the Appropriation Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on the governor's proposed budget for the child care and public education in our state. It is truly an honor to stand before you or sit as we are on Zoom. My name is Katrina Jones, and I live in New Haven. I am a paraeducator in the New Haven public school system and a grandparent of a child enrolled in Elm City Montessori School. I'm a member of 3429, the Paraprofessional Union, which has over 400 members in the New Haven area that fights for the equity issues that are important to the membership, as well as other sister and brother unions. We belong to Recovery for All, a statewide coalition fighting for a better future for Connecticut, bringing together more than 600 communities of faith and labor organizations. We face historic opportunity this year to fully fund childcare in our pre-K public schools, but the governor's budget does not meet the moment. Connecticut, as the wealthiest state in the country, should be a state where every child can thrive and learn. And as I said earlier, I am a grandmother who is supporting my daughter who has to work long hours to maintain an income to support her family. I am blessed to be able to fill the gap where she would be unable to afford the childcare. This limits my ability to increase my income capacity because of splitting time caring for my grandchild. I also am blessed to have a job as a paraprofessional in the school that I'm working in that affords me the opportunity to have my grandson come with me on a Thursday when our building has one class, which I coordinate. You might see him behind me. He's back there staying busy. But I also work in a public school system where we have a shortage of teachers and substitute teachers, which gives cause to require me, a paraprofessional, to fill the demand of covering classes. This impacts the other responsibilities that I am unable to perform that gets put on the back burner, so to speak. This causes a gap in the services I provide to the student, perform to the students' support system, ensuring the social emotional needs are addressed and outside resources are recommended to assist the students in the areas of their needs. In conclusion, I believe that it is important to support the educational needs of all our students, families, teachers in our public school system, not only in words, but in actions as well. Give the schools the monetary resources that are needed to keep up with the economic trend that is preventing most families from obtaining the wherewithal to upward mobility in the environment that we are forced at times to use the adage to make bricks without straw. It's very difficult if we don't have the resources and we make do with what we have. When we not only need to require the state to fully fund education in our public schools, this is not a time to turn our backs on Connecticut's future. Parents are paying too much time for childcare.
Thank you. Thank you, Katrina.
I was almost, and I have only 2 sentences left.
Good to see you. Good testimony. Have a good day.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Bye. Kate Diaz.
Good evening, Appropriations Committee. With 508 people signed up, I am awed at your ambition this evening. But you have an awesome task in front of you, really, as you start to ponder how we're going to fund education in the coming year. I come to you as the president of the Connecticut Education Association, representing more than 43,000 teachers across the state of Connecticut, all of whom are watching these deliberations really closely and wondering what will the commitment of Connecticut be to the educators. As we've talked about before, 74% of our members, we surveyed them in the fall, and they tipped their hat that they were considering leaving this profession. And they're looking to this session to see what will the commitment be? What does the commitment to public education in Connecticut look like? Will their starting salaries start to move up? Will their class sizes go down? Will they be afforded the prep time necessary to do the good work that they need to do? Will there be solid investments in the infrastructure of public education across this state? And unfortunately, I was a little underwhelmed by the governor's proposal of a $10 million kind of fund to encourage those ventures, when in fact we know that an adventure like really making a substantive improvement in public education in these ways cost us $300 million in 1986, and adjusted for inflation would be $800 million in our dollars today. And that is money well spent if we can bring 74% of our educators back to the table. But we're watching this session to see if that commitment's going to be made. We need to imagine that those teachers are walking out the door, and we want to draw them back. And we need to demonstrate the commitment is strong, it is vibrant, and it is going to be there for them when they come back in the doors in the fall. And we're going to drive salaries up to keep people in this profession. We are competing very vigorously with 100,000 job openings across the state of Connecticut. Teachers have options and we want them to stay. And that's going to require really decisive moves on the part of the Appropriations Committee to stand up and say, we believe education is important. It's a worthwhile investment. It drives our economy. It brings families in, and it sets us up to steal teachers, PS, from the states around us, which is what we really want to do. But keep in mind, the states around us are doing things like adopting a $60,000 minimum starting salary for teachers. We don't have even one district across the state of Connecticut, even within $5 of 60,000. So we need to be competitive. And that's going to be your theme that you're going to hear across this. And, you know, Katrina before me spoke very eloquently about her personal experience with that. Her experience is what many of our educators are looking and thinking about. What kind of sacrifices have I made to be here today? And they're going to ask, what kind of sacrifices is the legislature willing to make their worlds really thrive, successful, and be manageable for students? We've submitted quite a bit of testimony to you, kind of articulating our concerns, drawing attention to concerns about charter school transparency as well as accountability. And we support all of those things.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you very much. And thank you for your testimony. Have a good afternoon.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you. Puya Garami.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah, go right ahead.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Representative Walker, Senator Austin, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Puya Garami. I'm Director of Recovery for All. We are a statewide coalition bringing together more than 60 community, faith, and labor organizations across Connecticut. Taken together, our coalition represents hundreds of thousands of residents from all walks of life. Last month, our coalition unveiled our equity agenda in the Hall of Flags. The equity agenda is a set of specific policies that would transform struggling multiracial communities all across the state. Fully funding our pre-K through 12 public schools and fully funding childcare are crucial parts of our equity agenda, because these brave steps are an essential way to reduce our state's extreme racial, economic, and gender disparities. For far too long, our regressive tax structure has helped fuel the chronic underfunding of public programs and services in working class communities, especially communities of color. Recovery for All believes it's time to fully fund these programs and services to ensure that every single kid across Connecticut has the chance to live a happy, healthy, dignified. Fully fund the ECS formula this year. Imagine if every public school was fully staffed with public workers to enrich our children, teachers and paraprofessionals, school counselors and school nurses, mental health professionals and librarians, custodians and school bus drivers and school lunch workers in every school. We also urge the committee to keep the charter school formula the way it is. Any changes to this formula must include new measures to guarantee accountability and transparency for charter schools. We can't have real equity for our kids unless public funds for charter schools are subject to public oversight. And finally, we urge this committee to fully fund childcare and early childhood education. Our childcare workers, overwhelmingly women and disproportionately Black and Brown, contribute an indispensable service to our communities, and yet their wages and benefits are shockingly low. It doesn't have to be this way. At a time when we face a multi-billion-dollar surplus, when our rainy day fund is overflowing, and most important, when our wealthiest corporations and residents are prospering, we face a historic opportunity to fully fund childcare, fully fund our public schools, fully fund our public colleges and universities. Let's make a brave investment in the future and benefit our children for years to come. And then finally, I just want to wrap up on a personal note. I'm here speaking as Director of Recovery for All, but I'm also speaking as a proud alumnus of Connecticut Public Schools. If we fully funded public education, every public school would be like the district that I grew up in. Many years ago, my parents immigrated to this country and somehow landed in Mansfield. So I had the good fortune of attending amazing public schools where the staff, simply put, changed my life and helped me become a better person. That should be the experience every kid across Connecticut enjoys. We have the resources to make that possible. We have the wealth in Connecticut. So fully funding childcare, fully funding our public schools is one of the most important ways we can finally reduce the extreme racial, economic, and gender disparities that have been devastating our state for far too long. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You as well.
Barbara Sasso. Good evening.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'm a teacher at Wilbercross High School in New Haven. I've been there for over 25 years. And the discussion about educational equity in the state of Connecticut is something that I'm sorry, but it always makes me very angry because I can't understand how it has gone on this long in a wealthy state to have two different school systems virtually, a school system for poor and disenfranchised students and a school system for the wealthy. And it brings to mind, like, what is the justification? What could possibly conceivably be a justification for not bringing our school system into one place where every student gets exactly what he or she needs to succeed in this country? Isn't that the very mandate of public free education? It's why my grandparents all came to America, in fact, because they could get their children educated for free. It is a foundation of American exceptionalism, and I don't understand how the state has gone on for so long denying students in my school system the very same potential education to tap into all of their magnificent potential to make this country grow that wealthy students get in other parts of the state. When has America given up on public education? Why has the state given up on educating students or striving to educate students who come from disadvantaged backgrounds? It is only creating more divisiveness in this country and just adding to compounding, I think, problems in our country's ability to continue to grow and rise to a power in this world that we used to have. Where did the trust in public education go? That is something that, you know, you see that in school board meetings that devolve into these, you know, shouting matches or worse. Where is the trust gone from public education? And I fear if we don't invest in public education across the board, we are really creating more divisiveness in our country, because without that trust, we don't have an educated population. And we have people pulling their kids out of public schools, not trusting government institutions all across the board. And we really need to rebuild this very foundational premise of American society, where anyone can succeed and anyone can reach his or her potential, not just the few who already are endowed with wealth or race. So please vote for this legislation. Please fully support public education. And by fully funded, I mean bring my students up to the same potential that their peers in wealthier suburbs have. There should not be any kind of gaps in the services they receive, or in the quality of education they have, or in the quality of teachers that they have. And if it requires more oversight in where the money goes in public education, then that's a necessary part of regaining public trust.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you. Elizabeth, well, lead Evelyn Merchant. I don't know that. I don't even see that one up here. So I'm going to go to Evelyn Wilkie. Evelyn?
Oh, sorry. Did you mean Elizabeth?
Oh, Elizabeth. I'm sorry. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Berthel, Representative Nuccio, and members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Wilk. I'm an occupational therapist at Kid Steps, a birth to 3 provider for the state of Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm here to request that you increase funding for community nonprofits during biennium by 9% in fiscal year 24, the first year, and 7% in fiscal year 25, the second year, and to index future increases to inflation. This funding is crucial to honoring your long-term plan to increase funding for community nonprofits because it makes up for the high inflation nonprofits have experienced over the last 2 years. The increases the legislature provided in the last biennium for most nonprofit providers were deeply appreciated by those who depend on the vital services that nonprofits provide in the state of Connecticut. However, essential birth to 3 services were not included in the cost of living adjustments for health and human services providers. This exclusion has only exacerbated the instability of a network of services which has not received a rate increase since rates were established in 2017. In addition, birth to 3 providers have not received any direct ARPA payments to provide financial relief from the impact of the pandemic. The financial and staffing challenges for birth to 3 providers have a direct impact on the children and families for whom these services are essential. Families are waiting longer for developmental evaluations, autism assessments, and to start early intervention services. As a manager who's responsible for hiring and making sure we are staffed appropriately, I can attest to the high rate of turnover and difficulty finding enough staff to service the families. And we are having to tell families who want to increase the amount of services their child is receiving because they received a diagnosis of autism, that they may have to wait for those services, those increased services to happen. And as a birth to 3 provider who's worked at multiple agencies, I can say that this is not an agency specific issue. This truly is a problem that is across programs. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my perspective on the budget, and please support increasing funding for community nonprofits by 9% in fiscal year 24, 7% in fiscal year 25, and to index future increases to inflation.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I've just been told that some people are trying to move from in-person to online, and we don't have the ability to make those adjustments. So if you were to testify in person, you're going to have to testify in person because we've already got the numbers assigned for the people that are doing the online testimonies. Next, we have Reverend John.
Hola, Evelyn Merchan.
I'm sorry?
Hola, soy Evelyn Merchan.
Yes, yes.
Ok, yo también quiero expresar, tengo muchas emociones encontradas por la razón de que yo quiero que se abra la escuela para que mi hija pueda ir a estudiar. Quiero que ella tenga una educación de calidad, no de cantidad. Vemos que hay muchos alumnos en las aulas y los maestros no pueden impartir bien sus clases. Yo siento que mi hija viene con vacíos en su cabeza porque ella no puede expresar lo que ella siente, lo que ella no entiende, porque hay muchos alumnos. Y entonces yo quiero que la escuela se abra para que ella pueda tener una educación de calidad, para que así ellas puedan fortalecer sus estudios y avanzar a ir a la universidad y tener un propósito por ser buen profesionales aquí. Necesitamos de urgencia que se abra la escuela charter aquí en la ciudad de Danbury, por favor. Los estudiantes lo necesitan y nosotros como padres queremos tener una seguridad y estar tranquilos cuando ellos vayan a clases.
Thank you. Representative. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, gracias. Pase bien.
Yes, have a good evening. Reverend Johnson.
Yes. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. Senator Alston, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriation Committees, I am Pastor A.J. Johnson, Vice Chair of the Hartford Board of Education for Hartford Public Schools and longtime resident of Hartford. I'm deeply invested in this community and am eager to talk to you about the investments the state is making in elementary and secondary education. As someone who lives and works in the city and fights for the people in the community, I'm deeply passionate about ensuring appropriate resources are made available to support the young women and men in the city of Hartford. As a member of the Hartford Board of Education, we are responsible for adapting an equitable budget that ensures the effective, appropriate allocation of financial resources. As a board, we strive to support the superintendent and her management of the district in all matters relating to the finances and policy. Funding in various areas, from housing to mental health, can impact how students achieve in the classroom. That's why I was grateful to see that the governor's proposed overall budget includes historic income tax cuts and plans to expand affordable and working housing. Unfortunately, I was disappointed to see that the equitable education funding bill that would be a major asset to all children was not included in the budget. House Bill 5003 would have been an important first step in ensuring the same resources, services, and opportunities that are available to students in wealthy districts are also available to students in our highest need communities, like Hartford. That currently does not exist because of the lack of equitable funding. I have previously voiced my strong support for HB 5003 and the funding of education cost sharing, and I would like to once again explain the positive impact that the bill would have on students in Connecticut. The funding from the bill would provide the resources and opportunities needed to make our schools a more desirable place to teach and learn. I'm almost done. With the funding, Hartford Public Schools could lower class sizes, upgrade classroom technology, and provide more school counselors and social workers, staff members who are so crucial as we recover from the long-lasting effects of the pandemic. The district would also be able to allocate more of the overall revenue towards school-based expenditures rather than general education tuition for residents leaving our district through choice systems. While COVID-19 relief funds have helped the district like Hartford start to recover from the effects of the pandemic, we know the problems will persist long after those dollars expire. HB 5003 would have allowed us to continue much of the work we are doing to address mental health, learning gaps, and re-engaging our students. I would like to take a moment to applaud each and every one of you for your service, but we definitely, as was stated here today, need what we need for our public schools.
Thank you.
Representative Walker, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Have a good
Thank
evening.
you.
Next, Elvis Novas. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Representative Walker. Thank you for the opportunity. Can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Education and Appropriation Committee. My name is Elvis Novas. I live in Danbury. I'm here to speak on the governor's proposed budget for elementary and secondary education. I'm a father, a grandfather, a private employee, and a community advocate. I'm here today to advocate for our public schools and to ask the legislature to increase funding for Danbury public schools to educate all our children and do not support funding for the proposed charter school in Danbury. My family and I have some experience with public education in Danbury. My second daughter had limitation with the language and joined the ESL program in high school, faced many problems with adjustment and integration into the school system, exposing the lack of an effective program for ESL students. My son's struggles at DHS were different. The educational motivations and suitable programs that could have induced him further into a student were not there. So the drug abuse that he started and found in high school ended his life years later. My youngest daughter went to Westside Middle School Academy, a choice under the Danbury Public School District, an excellent platform with great programs and prepare her for high school. She and her peers had some of the highest honors at DHS, and today she is a successful freshman at UConn. When the public schools have the proper resources, our children have great opportunities to be successful in school and life. We can, properly speaking, even save life. Our district has an enrollment of 12,000 plus students, the largest in Connecticut. the most diverse in Connecticut with 43 languages spoken, a graduation rate of 81%, a lot less than the average of 92%, a math proficiency of 19%, and reader proficiency of 32%. These are staggering numbers, and some of these numbers bring down the hopes in our community. The solution is to bring more funds to our district to help support students and teachers, to improve student achievements, to recruit and retain high-quality teachers, and engage parents, families, and community partners. The charter school will put these funds at risk. For example, some of the supplementary services will depend on the local public school district, taking the tax dollar away from the district already lacking the proper funding. The district already provides choices. See the Westside Academy, the best in Connecticut, and is currently working on providing more choices to all middle and high school students through the new Career Academy.
Elvis, I need you to sum up. I need you to sum up.
And the implementation of career pathway that incorporate practical learning opportunity of students. Diverting district money to support a charter school will not allow the district to effectively fund or support this new career academy. I urge you to focus on your efforts on making our public school system stronger, which is possible with your support and financial investment. We need funds for Danbury Public Schools. We do not need a charter school in Danbury. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Next, we have Yanzi Velez. Yanzi?
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Janitzi Velez, and I'm today here to provide my testimony. I also submitted my written testimony online regarding the HB number 6659, an act concerning the state budget for biennium ending June 25th. Once again, thank you for the opportunity, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Bertha, and Representative Nucius, and others members of the Connecticut General Assembly and the Appropriation Committee. I'm here as the New England Regional Director for the Hispanic Federation, which is to empower and advance Hispanic community, support Hispanic families, and strengthen Latino institutions through the work in the areas of advocacy, education, health, immigration, civic engagement, and economic empowerment. Since 2020, Hispanic Federation has provided nearly $1 million emergency grants to 24 organizations in the state of Connecticut who are working at the front lines in the communities most affected by the COVID pandemic. The grants are being provided still for urgent support for individuals, families, and institutions who has been devastated and affected by the pandemic. Included those assistance are hunger relief, rent assistance, healthcare, job, and protection. Today, I'm here specifically to speak out about this bill, as we understand that many of our families in the state of Connecticut are still being challenged by the financial hardship and mental stress that have been affecting many of the working class community. Specifically, I have personally met families and have seen parents at supermarkets struggling aisle to aisle, trying to make wise and healthy choices within their budgets. I also have witnessed how stressful this situation have become due to the rising cost in food and household items, including school items when students have to go back to school. In the first 3 years of the pandemic, families have peace of mind knowing that their children in Connecticut public school system had access to consistent meals due to the efforts by local, state, and federal governments. This definitely helped to mitigate the economic and social impacts of the COVID-19. We are grateful for the government to be able to reactivate this assistance once again, but there is more to do. We all have witnessed the direct and indirect fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic. And for that, we are in favor to support the long-term, at least within the 24 and 25 years of the budget, to allocate funding to provide this lifeline support for families that we know that is more critical than ensuring students to have access to nutritious food and healthy portion. In our opinion, it is essential that all the schools that take part in the National School Lunch Programs receive finances for the cost of food that the USDA do not reimburse. More importantly, the Hispanic Federation respectfully asks that the state budget include adequate funding to ensure no school meals for all children in the state of Connecticut. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Have a good evening.
You too.
Next, we have Lizette Roa. Lizette?
Sí, buenas.
Good evening.
Buenas tardes.
Go right ahead.
Buenas tardes. Estoy aquí representando, soy Lizette Roa y pertenezco a Guaraberi. Estoy representando a las proveedoras bueno, yo soy proveedora de daycare, entonces estamos solicitando ayudas porque los insumos son cada día más costosos, la comida está súper cara, entonces nosotros tenemos menos ingresos y como saben también tenemos familias personales, entonces necesitamos ayuda. Por favor, también necesitamos seguros, yo no tengo seguro y o sea, necesitamos estar sanos para poder cuidar niños sanos y necesitamos que se nos escuche y se nos ayude, por favor. Es cuanto.
Gracias. Thank you. Gracias por tu testimonio.
Thank you. Thank you, and have a good evening. Thank you.
Gracias igual.
Good. Next, we have Don Mileto.
Yes.
Go right ahead, sir.
Nice to see you, Representative Walker.
Good to see you too.
Yeah. My name is Don Mileto, and I'm the director of the Connecticut Alliance of Boys and Girls Clubs, which consists of our 15 organizations serving over 25,000 youth annually across Connecticut. Testifying in support of HB 6659, which includes appropriations to continue the support of the Neighborhood Youth Center Grant Program. However, we'd like the committee to consider increasing the governor's budget for the Neighborhood Youth Center line item from $613,866 to $1 million each year of the budget, which return this funding to 2013-2014 levels. There continues to be unmet demand for after-school and summer programs. A 2019 study by the After School Alliance found that for every child enrolled in an after-school program, 3 more youth are waiting for an available program. Additionally, last week, the CDC released their Youth Risk Behavior Survey for 2021, which provides insight into the health behavior of high school students across the U.S. Of note, in 2021, 30% of females seriously considered attempting suicide, up nearly 60% from a decade ago. The needs of youth across Connecticut has been exacerbated by the pandemic and continue to grow. Boys and Girls Clubs in Connecticut are growing at a rapid rate to meet this demand and need. Our clubs have seen a snapback in youth seeking our services following the lifting of the COVID restrictions. Clubs have come out of this episode serving more kids in more locations with improved facilities and programs that meet the needs of today's youth. Neighborhood Youth Center funding supports core programming and academic success, healthy lifestyles, and leadership. Clubs implement programs developed by Boys and Girls Clubs of America and measure results by implementing Boys and Girls Clubs of America National Youth Outcomes Initiative Survey. The increase in funding result in 25% more youth served in these programs. The program funding also will help in retaining and recruiting staff to work within our clubs. The cost of doing business has risen across the board for our organizations, and the service we provide is of great economic value to our state. A 2015 study by the Institute for Social Research and School of Public Health at the University of Michigan found that for every dollar invested in a Boys and Girls Club, $9.60 in economic benefit are returned to the individual and society. I want to thank this body and the governor for your support of after-school programs overall, and in particular Boys and Girls Clubs. Please consider supporting our request for this funding for Neighborhood Youth Center Grant Program, and let's continue in our mission of building great futures for the youth of Connecticut. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Don. Thank you for your service. Have a good evening.
Bye-bye.
Next we have Nakia Hall. Nakia Hall,
Hello, Representative Walker. Great to see you.
good to see you too. Go right ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. And thank you to all the esteemed members of the Appropriation Committee for giving me this opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name is Nakia Hall, and I am the Director of External Relations and Advocacy for Achievement First here in Connecticut. I am here again today to ask you to pass a budget that invests in our children and schools, including our charter schools, which serve some of our state's most under-resourced communities. Now, I am a glass half full type of person and eagerly anticipated the release of the governor's budget that, of course, was going to put all of our kids and especially our most underserved at the forefront. But yet again, the opportunity to close the largest achievement gap defined by zip code and race of any state in our union was not a priority. We should all be embarrassed and outraged. That is, if we truly care about giving every child what they need to thrive. We have more money than ever with a budget surplus of $6.4 billion, yet our students would continue to struggle, lacking access to teachers, tutors, programming, mental health supports, educational weights to meet additional learning needs, facilities, funding, and additional resources that need to be successful in the classroom and beyond. And funding for our charter schools, one of the many high-quality options for our Connecticut families, is in jeopardy, as we have been left out of this budget entirely. Not a single dollar was added to our line item. Charter schools do not receive facilities funding from the state. So once again, we are forced to use money that should go toward instruction and programming for facilities instead. Like all of our public schools, public charter schools should be supported by the state based on student need across the board, including funding to make sure our school buildings and grounds are safe places of learning. Quite simply, funding should never be based on what type of school your child attends, but instead on their learning needs. Charter school students are public school students and deserve to be treated fairly and equitably. Please do not approve a budget that excludes what charter school students and families deserve. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Have a great evening. Thank you.
You too, Representative Walker.
Next, Travis Cooley. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Thank you for having me, senators, representatives, Connecticut General Assembly, members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you, Representative Walker. First, I want to point out to Representative Belinsky, I think you owe that young woman an apology for dropping that F-bomb while she was giving her testimony. But my name is Travis Cooley. I'm a UConn School of Social Work graduate student and a veteran of the United States Army. I request respectfully that the funding for meals for all elementary and secondary education be included in the budget. I am in support for many reasons. First, according to United Way, the average cost of living in Connecticut is $90,000 for a family of 4. To qualify for free meals, yearly a family of 4 cannot make more than $36,075 before taxes. I know most of us are all familiar with the data and facts of this situation. My family faced similar disparities generations before me, as well as myself. Most of the time, our main course meal of the day was in school. Older people, if you can remember back when you were in school, it wasn't just lunchtime, it was a daily social event. Lunchtime was our Facebook and Instagram in person. As friends and classmates, we broke bread together and got to know one another out loud. But when school lunches stopped, we no longer sat together. Why? Many reasons. Embarrassment, for one, when we were asked where our food was and had no answer, or trying to be polite and considerate enough to move away from the kids that did have food so they wouldn't feel bad for eating in front of us. We were starving. Young people, those that oppose House Bill number 6659 are fighting against feeding you and other kids at your school, plain and simple, no matter how complicated they try to make it sound today. One day, they may even fight to close your school. Trusting your abilities to identify right and wrong. Remember those names and faces of those people when you're old enough to vote. Come election time, those same people will march through our neighborhoods begging for our votes. They'll run for office to be an elected official of someone who represents you and one day your children. Remember their names and then remember them when you vote against them. In words of the great Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the time is always right to do what is right. Last but not least, don't forget the names of the people that did fight for you. State Representative Quentin Williams, rest in peace, Q. Q would have voted in favor of this bill. My name is Travis Cooley, and it is my honor and privilege to fight for you and speak on your behalf. Happy Black History Month to you. Thank you for your time, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, Travis. And we are going to address that problem. I think that we'll.
Thank you very much. I was very offended from hearing that when she was talking. I didn't think that was graceful at all.
No, I would definitely not. So thank you, sir. Have a good evening. Next, Sophia Lamb. Good evening. Unmute yourself. You're still muted.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you to the members of the committee for hearing testimony tonight. My name is Sophia Lamp, and I'm the Director of Children and Family Services at Sarah and Kid Steps, which is a birth to 3 program. We provide high quality early intervention services to hundreds of families in 50 towns across the state. I'm here to urge the committee to support the additional funding to birth to 3, namely the permanent increase in the gap payment, which is part of Senate Bill 2. I support the change in language as the temporary increase passed last year to $200 has made a huge impact and a positive impact to supporting providers doing this vital work. It appears that currently this has not been included in the governor's budget, which appears to reduce birth to 3 funding by $5.5 million for fiscal year 24-25. The birth to 3 reimbursement rate has been flat since 2017. We have not received recent COLA increases, and we have not received any ARPA funding after the financial impact of the COVID pandemic. This lack of funding increase has caused significant challenges when hiring new staff and retaining current staff. Candidates that are applying for positions are seeking salaries we simply cannot match. Current staff are feeling stressed and overwhelmed. Though early interventionists are in the field because of their passion and dedication, many are facing the reality of a rise in cost of living and are looking to seek employment which could offer higher wages. The following story is from the voice of Allison Whitney, our Regional Operations Manager for the Shoreline. She shares, in recent months, one of our teams in Eastern Connecticut experienced significant challenges when 5 full-time employees resigned within a 2 to 3 month span. This left me and the team manager calling over 100 families to inform them that we did not have a provider to support their child's current plan of care, or that we would need to explore further options to meet their needs. These further options pose many challenges, as that part of the state is somewhat of a birth to 3 desert. All of the neighboring agencies are having staffing issues and are in need of providers just as much as we are. For several weeks, many of these families were and still are waiting for a new provider. These families have significant concerns for their children's development and deserve the best quality support. During this time, we've conducted several interviews with qualified candidates, but most candidates decline our offer due to our restrictions for salary because of underfunding. It's clear to see that underfunding creates a challenge not only for our staff, but for our families and their children. As an agency, we are doing our due diligence to support all of our families in this time of transition. Current staff are carrying caseloads that are not reasonable or sustainable. Their dedication to their work is clear, but we cannot expect this high level of responsibility to continue. We need more qualified staff, which is only possible with more funding. Please support additional funding to birth to 3 by making the increase in gap payments a permanent change. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Christine Cicchetti. Christine.
Hello, hi, how are you? I'm so sorry. I am driving. I just pulled over and it won't let me access my camera, so I'm sorry I am not on screen. But okay.
Clever.
Thank you. Good evening, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Christine Cicchetti, and I am the Regional Director for the Northeast Early Childhood Council. We're a regional council in the rural towns of Brooklyn, Canterbury, Plainfield, Connecticut, Sterling, and Thompson. We're in the quiet corners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight in support of House Bill 6659. I am asking that you add $1 million this year and $2 million next year to the Office of Early Childhood budget to continue funding local early childhood collaboratives. I want to stress that this investment would allow us to continue working as a region and bring together our 7 communities to share limited resources, experiences, ideas, skills on behalf of the children and families of Connecticut. With the funding that we received to date, I was able to bring on another part-time staff member, my outreach coordinator, Ms. Rosati Randall. With her help, we were able to leverage additional funds to help families. Just this year alone, we've connected with over 250 disconnected families with one project. I did submit written testimony, and please refer to that for more examples. But what we're most proud of is our Parent Ambassador Program. The funding has allowed us to develop a program to provide stipends to those parents. We've trained them on resources, developed their leadership, listened to their voice in our work, and they've reached out to other parents in the community to connect them to resources. I want to give you one example. This literally happened yesterday, and it brought me to tears. I'm sitting at my desk, I'm on a Zoom meeting, I can see my phone going off with text. By the time I got off my meeting, I picked up my phone, and there was a thread that had gone on for over a half hour between our parent ambassadors. One had come into contact with a woman who was homeless, living in her truck with her dog, and was asking, how does he connect her with resources? And before you know it, our other parent ambassadors were texting back, hey, have her call 211. When she's done with that, call the Access Agency. They were posting flyers where this woman could get a hot meal, take a shower, even a shelter where her dog would be welcome and where she could get food for her dog. By the time I was done with my meeting and I was looking at the text, this woman had already received help from 211. And I was in tears because, one, this is exactly what this Parent Ambassador Program was developed to do, connect people with resources. And I was also in tears because I know this program will not exist if we don't get funding for our local early childhood collaboratives. And this story is just one of many, and one piece of the pie that the funding helps. And I am just one of the councils of the 24 across the state that benefit from this funding. So when you invest in the local early childhood collaboratives, the return on your investment is immeasurable. I am just asking that you please add to the OEC budget the $1 million for this year to continue to fund the 24 existing councils and $2 million next year to expand to more councils across the state of Connecticut. I thank you for your time, and I am so sorry my video is not working.
That's quite all right. That's quite all right. Thank you for your testimony. Have a good evening. I'm going to go back a bit. Thank you. I'm going to go back to Mayorin De La Rosa and then Isabella Geller. Mayorin.
Hi, everyone.
Good evening. Go right ahead.
Okay, so my name is Mayorin De La Rosa. I'll go to try to do my best on speaking in English.
Okay.
So the thing that I would like to express is about the provider who are worried because Care for Kids. Care for Kids is the institution who give I don't know if there is some traductor here that can help me to express better myself. No?
Let me see. Representative Candelaria, are you on?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Could you help this young lady? She's searching for a word. Go right ahead. You can tell it to him, and he will interpret. Go ahead.
Thank you, Candelaria. So Care for Kids is the institution who give fund for family with resources for childhood care. Mm-hmm. So right now, Care for Kids doesn't have enough funds. So, si Care for Kids, que es la única institución que trabaja con nosotras aquí en Stanford, Norwalk, cierra sus puertas como ya lo tiene programado para el día 1 de marzo, ¿qué va a pasar con las familias nuevas y nosotras las proveedoras que tenemos espacios vacíos? Esto es un tema que está pasando ahora y que ya en la semana que viene entra en vigencia. ¿Podría traducir Candelaria por mí, por favor?
¿Cómo no? Bueno, lo que capté, ¿verdad? Lo que tú quieres decir que ahora mismo hay el problema es que porque va a terminar en Stanford y Norwalk y no van a deber servicio para proveerle a otros niños y a la familia, ¿correcto?
No, Care for Kids es la única institución. Care for Kids is the only institution who provide funds for help family. So if they close the door, so what we go to do, like daycare provider and also the family who needs that help, and they are the ones. So it's like if we have the hands, like las manos atadas. Exacto. So, porque ellos son los únicos.
So
Esta
here,
es una situación. That is a real situation. And the next week is when that go to happen. And nobody is talking about it. Nobody is talking about it.
Yeah, hasta yo mismo no lo he oído. So, voy a hablar con la chair del comité, Representative Tony Walker. Madam Chair, so what she's a little bit concerned that I'm trying to figure out what is happening, but she is concerned that Care for Kids is the only entity that provides services for family and children. And if they close their doors, there's not going to be any other recourse for the family. So I'm just a little bit, un poco confuso. ¿Por qué está hablando de que Care for Kids no va a proveer servicio?
Care for Kids sent a letter to all provider expressing on that they hasn't enough funds for continuing on.
Okay, I got it.
Continuar trabajando con los niños. So, todas las proveedoras recibimos esa carta y entra en vigencia el día 1 de marzo. So, that's in the next week.
Okay, Mayor, we are looking at the budget now to try and figure out how we can help Care for Kids in order for them to be able to continue operation. And that's why you're here to testify and talk about how important it is for you. And then we as the Appropriations Committee will make the determination on what we will do going forward. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your time, and we hear you. Okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank
Gracias.
you. Okay.
Gracias, entendiste, que vamos a trabajar en ese asunto.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Thank you again. Gracias.
Bye-bye.
At this time, I'm going to hand the baton over to Senator Berthel. And Senator Berthel, we also promoted Eva Bermudez Zimmerman on, and she will be here to help interpret for you if any of the people coming in need an interpreter. Okay, sir?
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and get some rest. We have a long road ahead of us. So
yes, we do.
We do. Thank you, ma'am. So good evening, everyone. I'm State Senator Eric Berthel, and let's keep this moving. So next up, I believe I see Isabel Geller. Isabel, are you there?
Yes, thank you so much, Senator. And thank you to everyone on the committee. My name is Isabel Geller. I'm a resident of New Haven, a New Haven Public Schools graduate, New Haven Public Schools teacher, a union member of NHFT, and a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm testifying today to urge the Appropriations Committee to fully fund the ECS formula, to keep the charter formula the way it is, and to fully fund childcare and early childhood education. I work at one of New Haven's public magnet high schools. I teach 9th grade English and 10th grade contemporary law. Of the 5 classes I teach, several are at capacity with 27 students, some of who are learning English, some who have disabilities, and some who are facing homelessness and other traumatic events in their lives. My 10th grade class in particular is often over capacity, particularly because there is a group of students who have no full-time biology teacher. And as an alternative to sitting with a substitute, they've been joining our class and often participate in work and discussion. And though their access to an adequate science education has been unjustly taken from them, they are so motivated to learn that they are seeking out the opportunity to do so in another class without receiving credit. And Connecticut's current budget is failing them and so many other students. Our school has 400 students and 4 teaching positions that have been unfilled since the beginning of the year. We have no consistent nurse, no full-time ELL teacher, and we do not have enough mental health professionals, security guards, paraprofessionals, or substitute teachers. This short staffing has not just resulted in quote unquote learning loss, it has also caused legitimate crisis and physical danger. Our latest incident was a bathroom fire that displaced us from our school for a day and now leaves us with about $70,000 worth of damage and without a second floor boys bathroom. I feel deeply lucky to be a teacher here in Connecticut. I love my job. I love my students. They're endlessly kind, thoughtful, and resilient. But the lack of funding leads to chaos and crisis, and it stops us from building the caring communities we need where our young people can thrive. And even the most resilient children struggle under these circumstances. As teachers, we're being asked to work even harder in an environment that is pushing our colleagues to their limits. Students are being asked to learn in a school environment that increasingly fails to meet their most basic needs. The students I teach, who are predominantly low income and predominantly Black and Brown, know that they are receiving an education that does not match up with their peers in neighboring districts. With a multi-billion-dollar surplus and an overflowing rainy day fund, the governor's proposed budget for pre-K-12 schools is not enough. To a certain extent, I can empathize with the governor. As a teacher, I'm constantly sitting with the feeling that I have not done enough and that I could have done more. But the difference between the governor and so many teachers across the state is that we are pushing the boundaries of our personal and political circumstances to deliver as much as we possibly can to our students. And I'm here today to ask that you do the same and deliver on a budget that serves the needs of all the students in our state. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you for your testimony.
Absolutely.
Have a good evening.
You as well.
All right. Next up, we're going to go back to number 66, Renita Casey. And I see that your video is on. Please proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Renita Casey, and I proudly live, teach, and have been a 21-22 TRP mentor in Groton. I am formally requesting your support in the important work of increasing educator diversity by designating $5.5 million on the line item in the State Department of Education section of the state budget. The Connecticut Teacher in Residency Program, TRP, is a valuable program that supports diversifying the teacher workforce, supports a pathway to lifelong career and economic stability, while giving our current students, who will be our future citizens, role models that for some will be a mirror into someone who looks like them, and equally important, for some, a window into seeing someone in power who does not look like them. As a Cape Verdean teacher of 25 years, I've been the only teacher of color in my building for over 10. The TRP program enhances the teacher applicant pool with highly qualified individuals by interrupting the hiring pipeline that supports hiring building substitutes based on experience. The glitch with this system, there are no substitutes who are people of color. In 21-22, Groton Public School District made the commitment to TRP and allowed me to become a mentor for Cheyenne Tomlin. Our building was fortunate that she became a permanent community member this year. Cheyenne became a respected member of the school community rather quickly, and I feel that her presence has enriched our staff as much as our students. I would like to share a few examples as to how Cheyenne Tomlin has positively impacted our community. At parent-teacher conferences, a parent commented, "So my daughter will have 2 Black teachers in 1 year? I never had any." This example shines a light that even though years prior, the parent also did not have teachers who looked like them. Staff often comments on the beauty of how a boy or girl's braids look with comments like, "Oh, your braids are so nice," or "Who did your hair?" We were pleasantly surprised when a little girl came in one day and said, "Miss Tomlin, who did your braids?" This small moment in time may seem like nothing, but it should not be overlooked. For a person like us and for Cheyenne, it's a window into seeing what our future looks like, people who may want to be teachers. Miss Tomlin is a positive role model for all students and not just students of color. She goes out of her way to know the strengths and academic and emotional and social need of her students. I appreciate the TRP for providing me a coach and ongoing training in which I in turn will be able to support her and other people in the profession. While well-intentioned, the funding mechanism enacted for the residency program within the 2022 biennial budget is inadequate to meet the needs of the important work in recruiting, instructing, and retaining teachers of color in Connecticut's public schools. Programs such as these support data that says representation matters. Money spent today will grow the important next generation of educators. I appreciate your consideration for this important request and look forward to the state financially supporting teacher residency. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Renita. Have a great night. Next up is number 104, Michelle Cunningham. Michelle, are you there?
I am. Thank you.
You're welcome. Please proceed.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Michelle Doucette Cunningham, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Network for Children and Youth, which is also the home of the Connecticut Children's Collective. And we work with all 34 local early childhood collaboratives across the state. While the governor's budget proposal includes many laudable goals, including support for after-school programs and increases for local schools and special education and some childcare initiatives, I'm very concerned in that we're hearing a lot tonight from people about how the childcare system is on the brink of collapse because childcare staff earn too little, and yet the vast majority of parents cannot afford to pay the full cost of quality care. And we urge you to address these issues in your deliberations. But tonight I'm going to focus my testimony on just one small part of the budget, which makes a very big difference in local communities and can help to make all the other investments in local early childhood more effective. In particular, I'm asking that $1 million be added to the Office for Early Childhood budget for fiscal year 24 to continue funding for 24 grants to local early childhood collaboratives, because these groups provide essential infrastructure, parent leadership, and core staffing for coordination of services at the local level. And we ask that you increase this to $2 million in the second fiscal year to allow for an expansion of this to create 24 new collaboratives, especially regional ones in the rural parts of the state, so that every town can benefit from this local coordination. Some of you might be old enough to remember the advertisement from about 20 years ago from BASF. It went something like, "We don't make a lot of the products you buy, we make a lot of the products you buy better." That's what local early childhood collaboratives are. We don't make childcare. We don't make services that you buy on behalf of taxpayers. We make those services better. We make them sure that they're efficient and effective and not duplicated. We make sure that they're really meeting the needs of the parents and the children in that particular community. These groups currently funded through the OEC. They have a federal preschool development grant, but the funding will end December 31st. And without additional support from the state, many of these groups will fold. While this money leverages additional money from in-kind and local philanthropy, and in some cases from local school districts and local towns, it's not enough for even the part-time core staffing that's necessary to bring these coalitions together. And you need to have one person who's the point person who sets the table. And without that person who sets the table, these places will just fold and all of the services will have no coordination at the local level. So while it was not included in the governor's budget, I know it was something that the OEC would love to continue to work with us. Over the year, we're kind of the boots on the ground for the work that happens at the state level, and we do coordinate quite a bit. So I believe that with this investment, you can support what's happening at the local level, support the glue that holds the services and the communities together and builds trust between the service providers and the local parents in a way that's really essential. And it's critical that we're able to grow this and meet the needs in the local rural areas. There's information in my written testimony, and I'd be happy to answer any questions now or at a later time.
Michelle, thank you very much for your testimony tonight. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here, before we proceed, we've been trying to promote some people, not for you, Michelle, but it's nice to see you. We've been trying to promote some panelists. We've been trying to promote Freddie Zagal. We've been trying to promote Arlen Oliva, and we've been trying to promote the Norwalk Early Council. So if those folks would please accept their promotion to panelists. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, so while we're waiting for some of those promotions to come through, let's proceed with Sandra Dill, number 113. Sandra, are you there?
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you.
Good. Please proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Senator Olson, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Sandra Dill, and I operate Motherly Love 2, a family child care program in the city of New Haven. I'm a family child care educator affiliated with All I Can and Circle. I've been serving children in my community for 12 years. I am here today to urge you to support a $7,500 increase in compensation for childcare next year and build on this fiscal year 2025 so childcare educators can achieve compensation parity with public school educators. This will cost a total of $700 million. This may sound like a lot, but it's the only way to stabilize Connecticut's childcare system and ensure families can find care for their children and get back to work. Family childcare providers open their homes and we transform them into high-quality learning environments. Because we care for and educate the children in our homes, it requires that we maintain a high level of comfort, safety, and cleanliness. The upkeep of the program space can be very costly. As a child care professionals and some small business owners, we wear a lot of hats. We are the educators, the chef, the housekeeper, the bookkeeper, the secretary, and at times the counselors. When children leave my program, they have met and oftentimes exceed their developmental milestones. They have experienced the joys of learning in a loving, nurturing, and safe home environment. They build an understanding of what it means to have a friend, to share, to have empathy for one another, and most importantly, they gain love and trust from me as their educators. I always tell my children, you will be going to the big boy or the big girl school where you will have a new teacher and make new friends. One of the things that is so rewarding for me is when children leave my program, they never forget me and their journey at Motherly Love 2. I run into parents all the time who tell me how their children are still asking about Miss Dill and how they remember coming to my program. Positive early learning experiences are critical. This is why I hope you will make the necessary investment of $700 million in childcare. Connecticut's parents and educators need it. Thank you.
Sandra, thank you very much for your testimony this evening.
welcome.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, I see number 109, Norwalk Early Childhood Council.
Yes, hi. Good
evening.
evening. Thank you.
Please
My
proceed.
name
You
is
have 3
Mary.
minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Oster, and I'm the Early Childhood Coordinator for the City of Norwalk and a member of the Norwalk Early Childhood Council. I support all providers and families of families with young children in Norwalk. I'm also a member of the Child Care for Connecticut's Future Coalition, a group of parents, child care providers, philanthropy businesses, unions, and others dedicated to transforming child care in Connecticut so that it works for all families in all settings. We are in a child care crisis. I get phone calls every day from providers looking for teachers and families looking for child care. Families are desperate to find safe and affordable care for their children so that they can go to work and support their families. And providers are desperate to find qualified staff who will provide that care. The early childhood system is an essential part of Connecticut's infrastructure. They are the workforce behind the workforce. Our state-funded programs, school readiness, and child daycare contract haven't seen a raise in reimbursement for preschool slots since 2015. The governor's proposal to raise the rates to $10,500 in fiscal year 25 falls far short of what is needed. In 2015, the minimum wage was $9.15 an hour. That kind of seems like a long time ago, right? By the start of fiscal year 24, the minimum wage will have gone up by 64%. Programs need a more substantial raise than the amount proposed. Their expenses have gone up, as you can imagine. Gas, electric, everything, you name it, it's gone up. And our programs are really, really struggling. In order to retain teachers and attract new staff to reopen closed classrooms, wages must go up. The OEC's narrow cost analysis puts the cost of pre-K care at about $16,000 per year, far more than the $10,500 that is proposed. Without teachers, programs cannot staff classrooms. From a survey of our programs in Norwalk, we have 5 preschool classrooms that are closed. That doesn't sound like a lot, 5 classrooms, but times 20 children per classroom, that's 100 kids that are not in preschool. And this is also in our Head Start program. These are some of our neediest children, many who are English language learners that really need to be in a preschool program. So they don't have access to a high quality preschool experience, and they're not as well prepared for kindergarten and for their future school success. Okay. Early care and education providers are in the brain building business. By age 3, we know a child's brain has developed about 80% of its adult capacity. So without these experiences and exposure to a high quality early care and education experience, these children really will be left behind.
Okay, thank you for your testimony this evening. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Representative Sims.
Mr. Chair, I just want to say thank you, Mary, for coming out here and for your advocacy. You know, we truly appreciate everything that you guys are doing over there, and you know, thank you again. I appreciate your advocacy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we appreciate you. Thanks, Representative Sims.
Thank you, Representative. Mary, please submit the rest of your testimony in writing if you're so inclined.
I did do that already. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to go back. We have Juan Manuel Ospina waiting to testify. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. Thank you. But I need translation. That's possible.
Okay,
Lucas?
yeah. Hold on one second. Eva, are you there to translate? We'll just give it 1 minute. Eva, are you there to translate?
I'm here.
Hi, how are you? So we have number 52, Juan Manuel Ospina, who has asked for translation. Mr. Ospina.
Hola, Juan. ¿Puedes hablar con tiempo normal y te traduzco?
Ok. Soy Juan Manuel Ospina. Soy residente del estado de Connecticut. Vivo en Danbury, Connecticut. Trabajé para el gobierno de mi país y creo fielmente en que nuestra ciudad Danbury necesita un charter school. Es increíble que en nuestros países,
Hola, hi, my name is Juan Manuel Ospina. I worked for the government in my time. I was a government employee, and I live in Danbury, and I strongly and firmly believe that the Danbury public schools should have a charter school option.
Y es increíble que en nuestros países los senadores, la gente que fue elegida, busca recursos para construir escuelas en nuestras ciudades.
It is quite astonishing to see that in other countries like my country, politicians and leaders are able to find the resources for schools, and here we cannot.
Y ahora en esta nación que amo con todo mi corazón y a quien sirvo con todas mis fuerzas,
and here in this country and this nation who I serve is not able to do that.
Sirvo con todo mi corazón.
And I serve with my whole heart.
Esté luchando por construir un charter school en Danbury.
And they're fighting to create a charter school in Danbury.
No retrocedamos a lo que están pasando los países tercermundistas.
And we're going backwards and comparing ourselves to countries that are third world countries.
démosle la oportunidad a la población de Danbury de tener un public charter school.
And this should be an opportunity in Danbury to have a public charter school.
Porque lo que hoy sembramos con el charter school, mañana lo cosecharemos a favor de esta gran nación.
Because what we create and plant the seeds for charter school will have it in dividends in the future.
So, creo en el public charter school para Danbury y estoy seguro que será la mejor opción a favor no solo de Danbury.
I believe in a public charter school in Danbury, and I'm sure that
sino que también va a beneficiar a todos los Estados Unidos.
that it will benefit the whole United States.
Muchas gracias por escucharme y Dios bendiga.
Thank you very much for your testimony tonight. Very well said. Thank you, sir.
He said, thank you for your time and God bless you.
Thank you. Okay. Next up is, let's see, we have, looks like number 117, Alexander Chu. Thank you for your patience. You've been hanging on there as we had to go and make up for some people that showed up a little late. So you have 3 minutes, sir. Please proceed.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. Good evening to you, and good evening to the honorable members of the Appropriation Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on HB 6659. Excuse me, and the governor's proposed elementary and secondary education budgets. I'd like to thank the committee for their previous appropriation of $150,000 to Reach Out and Read in fiscal year 22 and again in fiscal year 23. And I request that the Appropriations Committee continue this funding in the biennial budget at its existing level. My name is Alex Chu, and I'm the executive director of Reach Out and Read in Connecticut. Reach Out and Read gives young children a foundation for success by incorporating books into pediatric primary care and encouraging families to read aloud together every day. Our goal is to promote early literacy and relational health during the span of rapid brain growth and development that children experience between the ages of birth and 5. Connecticut's investment in children's healthy cognitive and social emotional development during these crucial years produces lifelong returns in the quality of life and emotional and the contributions of its citizens. Over 20 peer-reviewed studies show the effects across ethnically and economically diverse families nationwide. A research base so compelling that the American Academy of Pediatrics recognizes Reach Out and Read's anticipatory guidance as a pediatric standard of care for all children aged 0 to 5 in its Bright Futures guidelines. Compared to peers, children participating in Reach Out and Read have higher receptive and expressive language scores, parents more likely to engage with their children, and have better outcomes in pediatric primary care. Your support over the last 2 years has allowed Reach Out and Read to work across geographically rural, suburban, and urban areas and serve close to 140,000 children and parents over the last 2 years, 66% of whom are part of low-income households. Reach Out and Read's program model is simple but powerful. Delivered by providers at Well Child Visits, the model has specially trained doctors and nurse practitioners engage parents and caretakers about the benefits of reading aloud and engaging in language-rich activities with their children starting at birth. They send families home with a new, developmentally and culturally appropriate book in the language the family speaks at home and a prescription to read aloud every day. Our books intentionally reflect and celebrate the diversity of children in our communities. And since diverse books can serve both as mirrors and windows into different human emotions and experiences, they offer a powerful opportunity to build community, increase empathy, and push back against bias and prejudice. Reach Out and Read Reach Out and Read helps children develop cognitively and get ready for school, but it also does so much more. Reading together builds family bonds, reduces stress for children and caregivers, and promotes resiliency. According to the Center on the Developing Child, the environments we create and the experiences we provide for young children affect not just their developing brain, but also many other physiological systems, including their cardiovascular function, their immune responsiveness, their metabolic regulation, all of which are responsible for an individual's health and well-being. It's an honor to engage in this work and a privilege to be able to partner with Connecticut in implementing this evidence-based program. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your continued support of Reach Out and Read.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much. Take care.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Next up is number 118, Nancy Landona. Nancy, are you there?
Yes, I am. Oh, I guess my camera's not working. Sorry.
All right.
Good
Please
evening.
proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm Nancy Landana, Chief Operating Officer at Brass City Charter School in Waterbury, and I'm here to address the issue of funding for public charter schools. We're a small school with 360 students in grades pre-K through 8. For years, our school was flat funded at a per pupil amount well below the district public schools. Over the past few years, we've seen incremental progress toward addressing the issue of flat funding, and it felt as if the state was recognizing that public charter schools, like all other public schools, need additional resources to address the growing needs of our student population. The phase-in of weighted funding brings necessary dollars into our classrooms and directly impacts the lives of our students and staff. We received about $182,000 in weighted funding this school year. These funds have helped us to maintain our intervention staffing level, as well as to reinstate the art teacher position, which was cut during the pandemic. In preparation for these remarks, I looked today at the state's EdSite data for 2020-21 to compare per pupil spending at charter schools with that at district schools. Taking out RESC numbers, I calculated that charter schools' average per pupil expenditures were $11,986, while district expenditures averaged $22,152. I was frankly stunned by these numbers. Although I knew there was a disparity, I didn't realize the extent of it. Let me repeat those numbers: $11,986 versus $22,152. Charter schools must do everything a district school does, but with little more than half of the money. We answer for student growth and proficiency on standardized tests, provide nutritious meals, social emotional learning, academic support, same as districts. We are included in nearly every regulation, education statute, and reporting requirement, same as districts. What's not the same? $11,986 versus $22,152. When my 3-year-old granddaughter said to me on Sunday, "Yaya, I'm so small," I responded, "Yes, you are small, but you're mighty." I'd like to think of the public charter sector in the same way, small but mighty. We do more with less every single day. However, it has become increasingly difficult to do so. Like every public school district, we feel the impact of teacher shortages, rising costs of utilities, insurance, employee benefits, and supplies. Federal money during the pandemic has helped us, but that money will run out soon. What happens to us then? $11,986 versus $22,152. I'm not asking you today to raise us up to that district average. I am asking that you reconsider this budget proposal and continue the phase-in of weighted funding for charter schools. Please continue to value the education of all children in Connecticut, wherever they live in this state, whatever school they attend. Our children are small, but they are mighty, and they deserve our support. As always, we at Brass City Charter School take very seriously our responsibilities to our students, families, staff, and the taxpayers whose dollars fund our school, and we pledge to be good stewards of all public funds received. Thank you again for this opportunity to bring my concerns before the committee.
Nancy, thank you for your testimony. I've actually had the pleasure of visiting your school, and I appreciate your comments tonight. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, I see number 120. 120 is Rebecca Mickelson. Rebecca, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Did I pronounce your last name correctly,
All
Mickelson?
right. Hello. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Senator Austin, Representative Walker, members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify on the governor's proposed budget for childcare and public education. My name is Rebecca Michelson, and I live in East Haven, and I teach our youngest students at a pre-K public school in New Haven. I'm a member of the American Federation of Teachers, and with Recovery for All, we stand united to make Connecticut a place where every child and adult can thrive no matter where they live, or what they look like, or how much money their parents make. Right now, both students and teachers are overwhelmed. We need smaller class sizes, an abundance of highly qualified teachers at the helm, and wages to attract them and keep them in this difficult job. Our kids deserve more staff. As I go through my workday and think about how much time I have to give each young student in my care the attention that they are due, it never seems to be enough. Our kids deserve to go to school, to have access to school counselors in every building every day, but they don't have it. And my young students face hardships, and we give them care and nurturing, but that requires resources. I urge you to support real equity for Connecticut, and that means that pre-K through public schools are fully staffed to meet the needs of every child with love and care. Real equity means that school districts serving high needs, kids whose parents earn poverty wages, kids learning English, kids with special needs, should have more funding per child to meet those needs. And right now, that is not the case. Teachers don't just want to walk into our rooms and use tired old methods of forced compliance, dumping on content into kids' minds and then calling it a day. Schools should be spaces of dynamic engagement with students as human beings. And fully funding our public education system is an absolute necessity as we face continued threats of ignorance about everything from climate change to our own history. And empowering our citizenry to, one, combat the ignorance surrounding us today, and two, make educated and thoughtful decisions about leadership in the future is the foundation to a healthy society. I urge you to fund our future. Thank you so much for your time and have a great night.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, next up I have, let's see, number 126, Armida Ocampo. Hello, how are
Hola,
you?
buenas noches. Bien, gracias. ¿Puedo tener un translate o puedo hablar y me escuchan? ¿Alguien me entiende?
Yeah, one moment. Eva, are you there?
I'm here. Just a clarification. I don't have Armida on my list. Is she with lead? Armida, ¿estás con lead?
Sí, estoy con Link. Soy de Charter School, recibí un email y por medio de mi email fue que yo entré. Anteriormente me cambiaron el número, estaba en el 214 y ahora
Okay.
me dijeron que estaba en 120, 120 algo.
Senator, thank you for your patience. I feel extremely uncomfortable translating for lead. I'm here to translate for allies in early education and recovery for all. And lead is in complete opposition with our platform.
Got it. Okay, so let me see. Representative Candelaria, are you possibly still there or have stepped away for a moment?
I'm actually here.
You are. Would you perhaps consider doing some translation for Ms. Ocampo?
I can actually have her speak, and then I'll summarize it to the whole committee.
All right, great. Thank you, Representative. Ms. Ocampo, please proceed. Representative Candelaria will translate for you.
Muchas gracias. Buenas noches a todos. Soy madre de dos niñas. Vivimos en Stanford. Somos parte de Stanford Charter School. Tengo mi hija mayor está en 8º grado, a punto de graduarse de middle school. La pequeña está en 1er grado. Solo gracias por la oportunidad de dejarme hablar y pedir fondos para nuestra escuela. Es una escuela muy pequeña, pero igual que todas, creo que tenemos la misma oportunidad de tener fondos hacia nuestra escuela. Es una excelente escuela que mis hijas, en Stanford no hay mejor escuela para ellas, donde ellas se sientan tan felices, donde ellas todos los días van llenas de emociones, donde hay excelentes maestros y los números dejan ver todo el resultado de la escuela. Me pongo triste al saber que nos están recortando fondos o no nos los quieren dar, porque al igual que todos los niños de Stanford, creo que mis hijas también tienen la oportunidad de estar en el lugar y en la escuela donde ellas se sientan felices.
Gracias. ¿Este sería su testimonio?
Sí, muchas gracias por escucharme. Espero nos escuchen y nos den fondos para nuestra escuela.
De nada, estamos escuchando y vamos a revisar todo esto. To the committee members, basically she is from Stanford. She has 2 children in the Stanford schools, charter school, and she's a little bit concerned that funds may not come to the school. She says she wants her children to go to school in the environment that they love. The teachers are excellent teachers, and she's just a little bit concerned and wants to ensure that they get the right funding. Thank you.
Great, Representative. Thank you. Ms. Ocampo, muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
All right. Have a good evening. Okay. Thank you, Representative. I appreciate your assistance. Next.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you. Next up is number 131, Sarah Miller. Sarah, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hold
Hi,
on.
how are you? Good evening. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So good evening, Senator Osteen, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on the proposed budget. Speaking tonight as a lifelong New Haven resident, parent of 2 school-aged children, and member of the New Haven Board of Alders representing the Fairhaven neighborhood. Our neighborhood has one of the most youthful populations in the city and state, 31% of residents under the age of 18, in contrast with 23% in New Haven as a whole and 21% in Connecticut overall. Fairhaven also bears one of the highest poverty rates in the city and state. 33% of families live below the federal poverty line and 59% are low income. The area that I represent, Ward 14, includes Fairhaven School, which is our city's largest elementary middle school. A majority of Fairhaven School students, 84.7%, are Hispanic and 56.7% are English language learners. In addition, even in the context of a city with high rates of poverty, Fairhaven School faces incredibly high levels of need, with 73.5% of students receiving free or reduced lunch. On the most recent SBAC exam, moreover, just 13% of our students were proficient in literacy and 4.4% were proficient in math. So these figures are the result, I believe, of profound inequalities that should be unheard of in the wealthiest state in the country. Rather than looking at proficiency levels in the single digits, we should be a state where every child thrives and learns regardless of zip code. But instead, the kids at Fairhaven School and in similar school communities around our state who need the most support right now are instead receiving far less than what they need. This imbalance stems from decades of bad policy decisions, which leave Connecticut third from the bottom, more regressive than every state except Nebraska and Texas. I think responding to the significant needs of the children at Fairhaven School and other similar school communities around our state requires a new way of thinking about how we fund our schools. I don't think we can continue to accept an ECS formula that does not calculate the real cost of providing high quality education for all children, given actual rates and concentration of poverty, concentration of English language learners, rates and incidence of special education, and other relevant factors. An equitable ECS would ensure that all pre-K through 12 public schools are fully staffed with public workers, teachers, paraprofessionals, school counselors, school nurses, mental health professionals, librarians, school bus drivers, custodians, and school lunch workers. Real equity would mean that school districts such as New Haven and schools such as our Fairhaven School, which serve the state's highest needs children, receive significantly more funding per child in order to truly meet their needs. Instead, right now, Connecticut is shortchanging public school children, particularly kids whose parents work underpaid jobs, who are Black and brown, and who are learning English as a second language. Equity in school funding also requires accountability. Real public schools are accountable to the children they teach and care for, their families and communities, and our elected leaders. Charter schools must be just as transparent and accountable to the public when they receive public funds, since without accountability, we can't ensure equity. Therefore, any changes to the charter school formula, I believe, must include accountability and transparency measures. Given that these measures are not yet in place, I also ask that the charter school formula remain as is. This is the time to fully fund, the ECS formula.
I'm sorry, if you could submit the rest of your testimony in writing, if you haven't done so already, that would be appreciated. But thank you very much for your testimony.
Okay, I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay.
All right. Next up is Diane Murphy, number 132. Good evening. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Diane Murphy, and I'm a resident of Wethersfield and an education consultant at the State Department of Education in the Performance Office. For the last 20 years, my role at the SDE is to support the analysis and reporting of all special education data in the state. Currently, my work centers on CT-SEDS, the collection of federally required data, and the reporting of state and district compliance with IDA, restraint and seclusion, and the implementation of IEPs for over 80,000 students in Connecticut. I am also the president of the P3A Council of CSEA, representing the amazing professionals who serve across 6 state agencies, including the SDE and the CTEX. I am here today to implore you to not only fully fund the Department of Education's proposed budget, but to express the desperate need to fill all vacant and unfilled positions within the SDE. When I started working at the SDE in 2002, over 175 P3A professional staff supported public education. Through budget cuts, position eliminations, and the extraordinary number of recent retirements, the SDE now employs fewer than 115. During COVID, the SDE lost over 30% of its total staff employed to carry out the work of implementing all federal and state education laws, processing and monitoring education grants, collecting and reporting on education data related to our district's staff, students, and the health and learning of our state's children. New curricular mandates cannot be implemented without our academic office professionals. New educators desperately needed in school districts across Connecticut cannot be employed without certification by the talent office. Education funds cannot be expended without staff to process those grants, and families cannot fully understand the effectiveness of the education of their children without the collection, analysis, and public reporting of the data associated with all areas of teaching and learning, as well as our students' physical and mental health needs. ESSER and ARP funds, the nearly $1.7 billion in new one-time federal education funding to the state of Connecticut, necessitated staff to create applications, review paperwork, process and execute contracts so that school districts could expend those funds to implement activities designed to support our students. The SDE is in a staffing crisis. Our agency is significantly understaffed in all areas and departments, even as new work continues to arise from both the federal and state initiatives. We need solutions now, as the staffing crisis is only starting to show its impact through our inability to adequately support our districts and thereby the students and families of Connecticut. I am proud to work for the people of Connecticut and ask you to craft a budget that makes needed investments in public education services, the people who provide them, and the residents who rely on them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you for your testimony. Have a good evening.
You're welcome. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, next up I have number 140, Brianne Shea. Brianne, are you there?
I am. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Good
Please
evening.
proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, good evening, honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Brianne Shea, and I'm from Willimantic. I'm asking for your support in increasing educator diversity for all districts and supporting workforce development by designated $5.5 million as a line item in the State Department of Education section of the state budget to support the effort of any Connecticut district partnering with a residency program that's specifically committed to training of teachers of color. One program that supports this effort is the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program, an 18-month alternative to certification that provides residents with a salary and benefits while attending courses. Over 3 short years, CTTRP has already included 69 residents of color. With your support, this number will increase to more than 120 new teachers of color in Connecticut in the next 2 years. This hands-on training is a pathway to a lifelong career and economic stability for those who are underemployed or unemployed. I am a program coach with the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program, working with districts, mentors, and residents. Every day, I see the positive impact of this program on the learners of Connecticut. I see the dreams of future educators that are proud and eager about their path forward as change makers. I decided to join this program as a career path to support the growth of new and developing teachers because I worked and learned in educational settings of inequity. Nationally, over 50% of the students are from non-white racial and ethnic backgrounds, compared to 20% of their teachers. As a teacher working in several districts across the state, and as a student growing up in Willimantic, I saw firsthand the disparity that exists between the demographics of the student population and the teachers that stood before them. According to a recent Brookings study, the race of the teacher, specifically the race match between students and teachers, boosts a plethora of student outcomes such as attendance, behavior, achievement, and even high school graduation and college enrollment. In addition, according to research by Johns Hopkins University, Black students who had just one Black teacher by 3rd grade were 13% more likely to enroll in college, and those who'd had 2 were 32% more likely. Your support for this funding would increase the diversity of the teacher workforce across our state, resulting in positive impacts for learners and their communities. While well-intentioned, the funding mechanism enacted for the residency programs within the 22-23 biennial budget is inadequate to meet the needs of recruiting and retaining teachers of color across all Connecticut public schools. I appreciate your consideration of this important request, and I look forward to the state financially supporting our teacher residency program. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianne. Thank you for your testimony. Have a great evening.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up I have number 141, Julia Katrakala. Did I say that right?
You did. Thank you.
All right, awesome. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you.
You're
My
welcome.
name is Julia Catracella. Good evening. I am a resident in Southington. I teach high school in Waterbury. I am a proud member of the Waterbury Teachers Association and the Connecticut Education Association. I have a unique perspective tonight because I worked for 5 years at a public charter magnet school in East Hartford. And now I work at a public high school in Waterbury. I've also researched the inequities that our current magnet lottery system has on our students with language disabilities and learning disabilities, as well as students that do not speak English as their first language. I have great respect for all educators that choose to teach in any school, not just public schools, especially as a former charter school teacher. However, the major reason I chose to become a public school teacher is because children themselves cannot choose what school they go to if they do not have the first language, parental support, or financial means to fill out the magnet school application or school choice application. We also have a significant lack of equity when it comes to funding. As we've heard tonight, adequate funding will have an incredible impact on students across the state, providing the supports for disabilities, language, after-school programs, meals, etc. As a public school teacher, I don't just provide my students with an education, I provide my students with food, with basic needs, clothing at times, breakfast, pretty much anything they come to me for. And that all comes out of my own pocket. These need to be provided by the state of Connecticut, and I would encourage the committee to truly fund equally and equitably all of these necessary things. In Waterbury, in particular, we have used ESSER funds to provide after-school activities and other student supports that are going to run out. These programs keep my students safe after school, and they also help to increase their grades overall. When these funds run out, my students will not have a safe place to go after school, and their grades will almost surely slip. In fact, this program ended about a month ago, and I'm already seeing a significant change in some of my students that need this support the most. I encourage the committee to fully fund the ECS formula and truly look at an equitable solution for education in the state of Connecticut. Equity should provide opportunities for all students, not just those that have access and opportunity. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Julia. I appreciate your testimony. Have a good night. Thank you. Next up is number 142, Yolanda Ford, followed by, looks like 144, Amy Small. So Yolanda, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Yolanda Ford. I am the Senior Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for Stanford Cradle to Career and the United Way of Western Connecticut, which represents a 15-town region that includes Stanford, Northern Fairfield County, which includes Danbury, and Southern Litchfield County, which includes New Milford. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of House Bill 6659, specifically with regards to long-term funding for universal no-cost meals for Connecticut students. And thank you to you and your colleagues for supporting the school meals emergency certification earlier this month. Now, you have the opportunity to support hundreds of thousands of children and families by extending that funding into the fiscal years 24 and 25 budget. A hungry child cannot learn, and no child should be made to feel less than because they can't afford a meal. No-cost school meals allow students to learn and thrive. Across Connecticut, which has been stated numerous times this evening, the wealthiest state in the nation, thousands of children are facing food insecurity. We believe at our core that no child should go hungry and that every child deserves access to healthy, no-cost meals at school. And unfortunately, for far too many children in our state, this is not the reality. During the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, every child across the nation, which includes Connecticut, had access to no-cost breakfast and lunch. In Stanford Public Schools, we experienced a significant increase in school meal participation, signifying the number of students that may have actually needed a free meal pre-pandemic, even though they did not qualify for free or reduced meals. In the past 5 years, Stanford Public Schools discovered that many more meals were served during the 2021 and 22 school year compared with that of the 18-19 year. the last school years which weren't affected by COVID-19. Compared with that year, Stanford served 593,000 more meals during the 21-22 school year, which is an increase of about 34%. Stanford also saw a 54% increase in school meals served from year to year from 2021 to 21-22, the COVID impacted years. In response to the federal end of no-cost meals in June of 2022, Stanford Cradle to Career, with partners throughout the city, launched the Food for Thought campaign to raise awareness of the benefits of no-cost meals throughout Stanford. So our state legislatures have an opportunity now to make long-term change to ensure that no child goes hungry during school, regardless of where they live or what school they attend. So thank you to the committee for this opportunity to submit this testimony in support of House Bill 6659 to continue to provide free school meals to all students. Have a great night.
Thank you very much for your testimony. You as well. Thank you. Okay, next up I have number 144, Amy Small. Good evening. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Amy Small. I am the owner and executive director of 4 popular, high quality and progressive private childcare centers, 2 in Hamden, 1 in New Haven, and 1 in Brantford. My staff of over 90 employees serve over 300 families each year with children as young as infants. We are open year round from 7 in the morning till 6 at night. My testimony today is to warn you that my teachers are experiencing burnout at unsustainable levels. This has resulted in gifted and passionate early education teachers resigning and leaving the vocation entirely. The weight of these losses are gutting, not only to me, but also to the families and the children that we serve. So far, we've been able to keep our classrooms open by having our administration fill in throughout the day, but this is unsustainable. The low pay, lack of societal respect, and long hours are certainly factors that prevent people from joining the field to begin with. However, for my teachers that are already here, they need the support of a fully staffed workplace behind them in order to be successful and prevent further burnout. Our teachers need qualified staff to step into the classroom so they could step out to plan, step out to write, step out to curate materials for the following week, step out to have meetings with colleagues and families, and they need to use the bathroom. Look, no one wants to work at a childcare center. It is impossible to find new staff, never mind the kind of inspired teachers that we've been able to hire in the past. The work is stressful, both physically and mentally. The hours are long and all in person. Our teachers and staff are dedicated and resilient, and obviously we're not the only vocation that's not easy. However, we are the only professionals that get paid like babysitters. I do believe that public school teachers should make more, but our early learning teachers would be happy to take this home the salaries of that vocation. Our teachers have bachelor's and master's degrees along with many years of experience. They're experts in this field of early child education and child development. There is no reason why our teachers with degrees should make so much less than every other kind of teacher. Early childhood educators are amazing. They're smart, resilient, reflective. They have growth mindsets and are always learning. They are selfless to a fault, and this is why we've gotten so far up until now. The state of Connecticut has grown and flourished on the back of these workers. This new generation of millennials and Generation Z workers know their worth, and they refuse to participate in a system that doesn't come close to meeting their needs. And good for them. Would any of you want your college-age child to go into this field? There's no other vocation that I know of that has such a vital calling and so little understanding of the work that we do each and every day. And I thank you for hearing my testimony.
Amy, thank you very much for your testimony. Have a lovely evening. Okay, next up, I have number 153, Barbara Vita. Please proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify on the governor's proposed budget for the Office of Early Childhood. My name is Barbara Vita, and I live in Bloomfield. I am the Director of the Early Childhood Initiatives for the Connecticut Network for Children and Youth, and as such, I coordinate one of their main initiatives, the Connecticut Children's Collective. The Connecticut Children's Collective works with 34 local early childhood collaboratives across the state. 24 of these local collaboratives have been funded in large part by a federal preschool development grant, which will end in December 2023. These collaboratives are essential to children and families in their communities. They provide basic human needs like food, clothing, and shelter. They support their local child care centers, provide parenting education classes, facilitate developmental screenings for infants and toddlers. They provide home visiting programs, school readiness programs, and mental health supports. These local early childhood collaboratives collaborate with the Office of Early Childhood in order to expand the OEC's parent cabinet's reach fivefold by connecting local parent leaders, parent ambassadors, who inform the parent cabinet of local needs. Anything a family might need to thrive and succeed, to be more connected to the community, to be more confident as parents, and to be truly heard and understood is one of the most important benefits that these early childhood collaboratives provide to their communities. They form meaningful relationships with the families and children they serve, resulting in beneficial, lifelong outcomes. Please add $1 million to the Office of Early Childhood's budget to continue funding for these 24 early childhood collaboratives that provide essential infrastructure and core staffing for coordination of services at the local level. We ask that this be increased, please, by $2 million in fiscal year 25 to allow us to expand by creating 24 new collaboratives, especially regional ones in rural parts of the state, so that every town benefits from local coordination. Connecticut's local early childhood collaboratives that make up the Connecticut Children's Collective are the key to an effective early childhood system. They ensure that parent and community voices identify local needs and help to find the best solutions. They provide essential feedback to state agencies setting policy priorities and support quality improvement efforts. They help break down the silos that are for so many decades early childhood and community-based programs have worked in. You've heard tonight from many people who are asking you to invest in early childhood education system, early childhood education system. And this is essential because the early child care system is on the brink of collapse. Any effort to expand a child care access or make systemic improvements will be both more effective and more efficient if we build in funding for maintaining and expanding local early childhood collaboratives. We are at a crossroads as we look ahead to rebuilding systems post-pandemic. Never before have so many understood the essential nature of the early care system in terms of both child development and necessary workforce support. Public support for systemic improvement is high. Supporting local early childhood collaboratives
Barbara, I'm
provides
sorry.
the essential infrastructure necessary to ensure services are strengthened, not duplicated, and actually meet.
Barbara, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, please submit the rest of your testimony
I have
in writing.
already. Thank you.
But thank you very much for your testimony tonight. Have a good evening.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Okay, next up I have number 159, Elaine Balsley. Balsley, how do you pronounce your last name, Elaine? Oh, Elaine is not there. Here you are. No. Hi. Oh, you're on mute. Thank you. How do you pronounce your last name?
Balsley.
Balsley. Okay,
Pretty
great.
close. Pretty
All right.
close.
Very good. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Okay. Good evening, Senator Berthel and Representative Sims and the other distinguished members of the committee. My name is Elaine Balsley. I am the director of a not-for-profit business that provides birth to 3 services in Connecticut. I'm speaking in support of funding for birth to 3 to ensure that we can meet all of the needs of our families. There are 19 businesses in Connecticut that provide birth to 3 services. None of us have had a change in reimbursement rate since 2017. So imagine running a business for 6 years with no increase in revenue, but many cost increases. Our referrals have increased 10%. Over the last year, inflation has increased significantly, and our need for highly qualified licensed and certified staff have increased. Our business are fee for service. Much of the work that we do with children and families is not a billable service. The stagnant reimbursement rate really does not allow us to meet the needs of the birth to 3 families. We are experiencing workforce and staffing shortages. My business is not competitive in the market in terms of retention or hiring. As an example, my son, who I'm super proud of, is a brand new teacher, and he was offered $8,000 more per year than I offer my starting teachers. And he got the summer off, and my teachers work full-time, full year. And he has a great benefit package, and I am not able to offer a great benefit package. I can pay health insurance for my staff, and I pay for half their family, but that's it. I'd like to thank you for the increase in our general administrative payment for the last year and for this next year. It was extremely helpful. I was able to pay for a 17% increase in our health insurance costs for our staff. And I was able to reinstitute mileage payments. So our staff drive their own cars. I had to suspend paying a mileage, even of all the wear and tear in their cars and the gas, because I just couldn't do it. So that gap payment really needs to be a permanent increase. It is sustaining us. You know, we're all going to say it's not enough, but it is at least sustaining us and allowing us to do what we need to do to maintain our businesses. Unfortunately, birth to 3 did not benefit from the COLA increases that were provided by the legislature to other programs in the Office of Early Childhood because of the contractual language. And the ARPA funds have helped to provide some training for birth to 3 providers, but no direct funds were provided to the programs to sustain them. In my case, if not for the PPP loans, we would have gone out of business. And we've been in business since birth to 3 really started for, over 27 years in Connecticut. Lastly, but not least important, is that we've struggled to maintain equitable services for our Spanish-speaking families. Birth to 3 reimburses us for translators for all other languages with the exception of Spanish, and that falls on the agencies. We have some bilingual staff, but I cannot get enough bilingual staff. So I thank you for your time, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Have a good evening as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're going to go back now to number 157, Cindy Jackson. Cindy, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Hello.
Hi.
Distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee, I thank you for hearing testimony today. My name is Cindy Jackson. I'm chairperson of the Birth to 3 Interagency Coordinating Council and also a Birth to 3 provider. The Office of Early Childhood, as you know, is Connecticut's lead agency that administers Part C of the IDEA. OEC contracts with 19 agencies across the state. Thank you for always recognizing the value of birth to 3 supports and services to infants and toddlers with delays and disabilities. During an Interagency Coordinating Council retreat on equity and diversity in birth to 3 this fall, we recognized a disproportional inequity for Spanish-speaking families. Most birth to 3 programs have limited Spanish-speaking staff, especially speech language pathologists, PTs, OTs, and special education teachers. Although directors make every effort to assign Spanish-speaking teams to families, it's not always possible. Therefore, we either have to assign developmental therapy associate level staff or pay for the interpreters without reimbursement from OEC. I think, as Elaine said before, interpretation for all other languages is reimbursed at the state rate. There is proposed language in SB2 to address this issue, and we ask Appropriations to also support, which would probably be about a $1.2 million increase so that there is an equity for Spanish-speaking families. This lack of ability to hire bilingual staff is also evident during the past year when birth to 3 referrals increased 10.2% while experiencing significant workforce recruitment and retention issues. A general administrative gap of $200 was really appreciated last year. However, in the legislation, it only lasted for 2 years. What we really feel right now is that gap is important to continue on. It is used for more of the service coordination and other things that we provide families. A birth to 3 is paid on a fee for service. So if we don't see a child or it's greater than 9 hours during a month, then we don't receive a gap payment. So it's really important to continue that. Birth to 3 businesses did not benefit from past funding initiatives due to contractual language that was brought up this morning with Commissioner Bai. Birth to 3 programs didn't receive COLAs. The increase in gap last year helped to sustain programs. For the first time in 5 years of flat funding, I was able to give a 2% cost of living increase to staff, and this was over a 6-year period. So as Elaine mentioned, we just can't, work to hire staff when they can get higher pays in other industries. So we really feel that there is a rate study that's going to happen. We don't know what that outcome would be. So to, discontinue a gap at this time with unknowns is really going to be really financially unstable to birth to 3
Okay,
program.
so Cindy, thank you. I'm sorry, the time is up. We have a lot of hundreds of people left to testify. So please submit the rest of your testimony in writing. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here tonight, and thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
So we're going to take a step backwards to 151 to Ruben Felipe. Hello, Ruben. Good to see you. Sir, you're muted right now. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Hello, Senator and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I am Ruben Felipe, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Charter Schools Association, and I will get right to it. The proposed budget by the governor is ultimate political statement, because nothing says more about what the priorities of administration are than where they marshal their resources. And unfortunately, the message sent in this budget to the thousands, tens of thousands of low-income, rural, urban, Black and brown low-income families is that their children don't matter. The lack of increased funding for any public school type beyond what was statutorily required is all the evidence we need. In some ways, even more egregious is the lack of funding for the 2 approved charter schools in Norwalk and Danbury, despite the public commitment to fund the schools previously this year by the governor. These are 2 schools run by African-American school leaders in the state who have an unquestioned track record of providing high-quality education to low-income and Black and brown students. These are 2 school leaders who currently run schools of distinction in the state. So I don't understand what other message families in those communities, many of whom you've heard from tonight and will continue to hear from, should think about this proposed budget. Now, I know the leadership of this committee, and I know where their heart and their intentions are, and I know they'll pick up the mantle of leadership. But I also know in that process that there'll be many people, some of whom you heard from today and others who will approach you in the hallways of the legislature and ask you to not include charters and charter school students in the funding equity bill that's being proposed in the legislature. I implore you to take the mantle of leadership. Ask yourself why these folks oppose. Why do a small number of individuals who have access to all the choice and all the privilege in the world choose to deny this to thousands of families across the state? The answer is not the misinformation and blatant lies that are told over and over again. It's political expediency. It's arrogance. It's the feeling that a small number of privileged individuals' political whims are more important than the rights and the opportunity of a quality education for thousands of families. You'll hear from them better than I can tell you. I implore you, this is more than 2 schools opening. This is a power dynamic that is unacceptable. We have to stop this power dynamic that allows a small number of privileged individuals with political power to block the due process of thousands of families. This is not about home rule. This is about what message your committee is going to send to these families. Please do the right thing hear these people, answer their demands. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. Thank you for your testimony this evening. It's good to see you. As we continue to let people in who have joined us a little bit out of sequence, we are going to go backwards a little bit. So I apologize, Susan Flanagan, you're 160. I now have Mr. Robert Traber, who has jumped ahead of you at number 134. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Traber, welcome. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Berthel and honorable members of the committee. My name is Rob Traber. I am a resident of Bridgeport, a former Bridgeport Public School parent of Katie Traber. I am and a retired Bridgeport Public School teacher. As a teacher, I served as the BEA president, and I'm also a Recovery for All supporter. For over 50 years, I have worked in various professional capacities to address the problem of institutional racism in Connecticut, especially how it affects children and their families. Sadly, the problem persists in our poorest communities, which are primarily non-white, in one of the wealthiest states in our nation. I'm here to speak my support for fully funding ECS as soon as possible, which seems to be House Bill 5003. I spoke a few weeks ago at that hearing. Distributing the funds in a manner consistent with House Bill 6659, which seems to distribute the funds more fairly than HB 5003, and which denies additional funds to charter schools. The idea of the ECS formula is for the state to distribute funds so that all of Connecticut's students receive the same high-quality education. They all deserve to receive the same education as the primarily white students in our wealthier communities. As I said in my previous testimony regarding HB 5003, in Connecticut, we should spend more money on those who need it the most and less money on those who need it and we spend the least money on those who need it the most and more on those who need it the least. ECS confuses all of us. How can we have one application under 5003 and a different under 6659? House Bill 5003 gives Bridgeport more money than House Bill 6659, but less than comparable communities. So I support any move to speed up the full funding of the ECS formula because we need to spend more money on those who need it the most. I should add that I am not advocating for a reduction in funds for any district, simply increasing the funds needed in the poorer, primarily non-white urban districts. However, fully funding ECS won't get us to where we need to be. Educational equity requires our state to spend additional funds in our underfunded communities. In order to achieve the equity we seek in Recovery for All, we will need to spend the next 2 years developing the means to provide the additional funds for the chronically under-resourced districts like Bridgeport. Personally, I believe we need an additional tax on the wealthy who have recovered very nicely from the pandemic crisis. Finally, I want to be clear that I do not support any additional funding for charter schools since they are regulated differently than the rest of us. Charter schools should not get an increase until they are fully and equally accountable to the community in which they operate, and until they provide all of the services that our public school systems are required to provide for them. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you and for your efforts to address this critical issue. I'd be happy to speak further to Ruben, who I've known for many years, about why those charter schools don't deserve any more money, but he and I already know where we stand. So thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Traber. Have a good night. Thank you for your testimony. So again, my apologies to Susan Flanagan. We have Robin Kaplan Cho, who has joined us way back from the beginning of the list, number 22. So Robin, please proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that. Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for taking the time. My name is Robin Kaplan Cho, and I am the retirement specialist for the Connecticut Education Association, CEA, representing active and retired teachers from across the state who are members of the state teachers retirement system. CEA supports the governor's proposed budget, which appropriates the full required funding to the Teachers Retirement Fund for fiscal year 2024. As you know, this is critically important to ensuring the long-term solvency of the pension fund on which our active and retired members rely for their retirement security. Due to the recent change requiring an annual valuation, the second year appropriation in the budget is just an estimate However, we expect that the amount will be adjusted to reflect a final, what is called the ADEC, the actuarially determined employer contribution, once that valuation is completed. The governor's budget also includes the statutorily required appropriation to the retired teachers' health insurance fund. Active teachers contribute 1.25% of their salary into that fund, and retired teachers pay a premium share that is also deposited into the fund. The state, as some of you may know, the state had underfunded the retired teachers' health insurance fund for a number of years. But despite that fact, the Teachers Retirement Board has managed to run a quality but cost-efficient health program for retired teachers. Without the legislature's commitment to allocating the statutorily required funding, this would not be possible much longer, as the health fund has been on the brink of insolvency for over a decade. But now, due to the full required funding being appropriated in this budget and in recent years, combined with the recent changes to the Medicare and prescription drug programs that have been instituted by the Retirement Board, the health fund has finally achieved some stability, which is very important to our members. Finally, the governor's proposed budget includes funding for additional staffing for the Teachers Retirement Board. CEA strongly supports this as well, as it will allow the agency to provide better services and to be more timely in its phone and email responses. And that just generally improves the overall services that are provided to active and retired teachers. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony this evening. Have a great evening. Thank you. All right, and I have number 145, Martha Arevalo. Martha, are you there?
Yes, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Marta Arevalo, vivo en Danbury, Connecticut. Gracias por brindarnos la oportunidad para expresarnos y pidiendo a la vez la oportunidad de que en nuestra localidad o ciudad de Danbury se abra la escuela charter para brindar una mejor educación a nuestros niños, ya que en la actualidad en las escuelas públicas tienen una alta demanda de estudiantes y no se les facilita a las maestras educarlos. Los niños, muchos niños se sienten excluidos. Entonces, no es por culpa de los maestros, sino porque los maestros hacen todo lo posible, todo lo que está a su alcance para brindarles una educación, pero la alta demanda de los estudiantes no les permite cumplir con ese objetivo a los maestros. Tengo un niño de 5 años y me gustaría que a mi niño, a mis familiares, se les brinde esa educación que necesitamos para así fortalecer a ellos y sean unas personas exitosas por el bien de nuestra localidad o de nuestro país. A la vez, dándoles gracias a ustedes porque nos han abierto las puertas para tratar, para pedir, expresarnos y ustedes pues lo puedan lograr hacer cumplir nuestros objetivos. Gracias. Tengan buenas noches.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Have a good night. Thank you. Okay, and Susan Flanagan, number 160. It is finally your turn. You're unmuted. Thank you. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed, and thanks for your patience.
Thank you. It's much better than the midnight that I thought I would be testifying at.
No kidding. We're all a little excited about how well this is moving along. That we perhaps won't be here at 6 o'clock in the morning, still listening diligently to testimony. So please proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you for letting me testify. My name is Susan Flanagan. I'm the director of 2 birth to 3 programs, a general program for CREC and a program for deaf and hard of hearing children called Soundbridge Birth to 3. Your support to improve the viability of the birth to 3 system is appreciated. And in order for birth to 3 companies to become financially stable, we need adequate payment for comprehensive services we provide. We ask to continue the current general administrative payment called the GAP beyond 2024 and allow it to be permanent for every child in the system, fund reimbursement for language interpretation to include Spanish, which allows for all services in all language and to all families to maintain equitable best practices, and ensure all legislation includes the necessary financial supports to sustain birth to 3 programs. GAP was increased to $200 last year, and it was immense help to birth to 3. CREC has been a Connecticut birth to 3 provider since the inception, but has considered pulling out of birth to 3 due to our unsustainable financial losses. The elimination of even one provider would burden a system that is having increased referrals, especially when CREC is one of the 3 companies that provide early intervention services to children who are deaf and hard of hearing. CREC's commitment to all children was the only reason that this did not happen. The GAP is available to only children who have 1 early intervention service per month, and often families have illnesses and life events that cause them to miss those sessions. Those months are often when the service coordinators are working hardest trying to reschedule visits and finding resources to support the families in their time of need. However, those are the months that we do not receive any compensation. The increased GAP must be maintained past the 2024 date and be available to all children with IFSPs. Although interpretation is reimbursable for all languages for evaluation, it's not available to Spanish-speaking families for services beyond evaluation. CREC is lucky to have some Spanish-speaking early interventionists. However, they're spread thin in attempting to provide interpretation for our growing Hispanic community. Spanish language interpretation should be available by quality trained interpreters and reimbursed by the Office of Early Childhood to allow for equity across all languages. Our contract rate has remained stagnant since 2017. High inflation, 16.2% in the last 2 years, and the effect of COVID has impacted our financial stability. OPM had determined that the contract language had not allowed for COLA for businesses providing birth to 3, causing further instability. OEC is planning to do a rate study, but this does not guarantee a rate increase. CREC has a staff of highly committed and experienced providers who receive well-deserved raises and good benefits. Despite this, many providers have felt the strain of the financial burden on the system and have moved on to school systems and private businesses for stability.
Susan.
Please align birth to 3 contract rates to allow for COLA and for us to recruit new providers, sustain proper services, and compete financially with other businesses. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony this evening. Next up, I have Dr. Edwards. Hello.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. Committee co-chair and members. My name's Karen Edwards. I live in Stamford and I'm a member of Indivisible Stamford. I'm a parent and a retired pediatrician public health professional. I'm testifying in strong support of funding expansion of school meals to provide free school meals to all students in the 24-25 budget. Now, in my family, my generation has never experienced being hungry. But as recently as my parents' generation, my family depended on government and community assistance to stave off hunger, and we are really forever grateful for that. The short and long-term academic and health benefits of free school meals for all students is very well supported by the evidence, and that has been recently summarized by the Brookings Institute. In 2021, the center-right American Action Forum Policy Group concluded its report on the evidence for free school meals with this recommendation. Research suggests that policy targeting student nutrition, particularly through the increased provision of breakfast, may be one of the more cost-effective policy approaches to improve student learning outcomes and test scores. Aside from the immediate priceless benefits to children who would no longer be hungry and would do better in school, free school meals benefit schools by decreasing the costs of administering the free and reduced cost meal program, and benefit the state by increasing the academic readiness of Connecticut's future workforce and by increasing purchase of food for school meals from Connecticut businesses and farms. Honestly, though, from my viewpoint, it would be benefit enough just to keep the 90,000 food insecure Connecticut children from experiencing hunger. And most who are hearing this testimony have probably never experienced being hungry. They don't know how badly it makes children feel and how it decreases concentration and the ability to keep up with academic requirements and learning goals. Let's make sure that Connecticut children do not experience the pain of hunger or hunger's other short-term and long-term consequences. I personally can't imagine how parents must feel when they cannot keep their children from being hungry, but I can imagine their relief when they know that their children will be fed at school. Preventing children from experiencing acute hunger now and increasing academic achievement and life success for children as they grow into an adulthood is an important role for state government. So I strongly urge you to fund free school meals for all students. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. Thank you for your testimony this evening. Have a good night. We will go back to number 161, Gail Nolan. Gail, are you there?
Yes, hi.
Hi, you have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. To Senator Austin, Representative Walker, members of the Appropriation Committee, thanks for this opportunity to testify on the governor's proposed budget for the Office of Early Childhood. My name is Gail Nolan, and I live in Bloomfield, Connecticut. I work as a school readiness liaison and a family resource director in Bloomfield. I've been doing this work in these roles for about 15 years and also work with preschool providers as well. Our preschool programs work really hard together for families and for all of early childhood in Bloomfield. We collaborate for trainings, meetings, transition to kindergarten, let our families know what is going on in our town. We work under the Alliance for Bloomfield's Children, which is our early childhood collaborative, and our town departments, the library, parks and recreation, social and youth services, senior services. We all come together to help families raising children in our community. There is currently no state funding to help our collaborative help families. We've been able to sustain the work with grants from various organizations over the years. Some of these are the Graustein Memorial Fund, Hartford Foundation for Public Giving, Connecticut Council for Philanthropy, the Fund for Greater Hartford, Niagara Bottling, but it doesn't create a seamless organization with these types of funding. Committee members and staff have to spend a lot of time searching and applying for and carrying out the deliverables, which gets in the way of the aforementioned work for families and children. I'd like to request that state funding for local early childhood councils in Connecticut be added into the budget. Please add $1 million to the Office for Early Childhood budget to continue funding for 24 local early childhood collaboratives that provide essential infrastructure, parent ambassadors, and core funding for coordination of services at the local level. We ask that this be increased to $2 million in fiscal year 25 to allow us to expand by creating 24 new collaboratives, especially regional ones in rural parts of the state, so that every town can benefit from local early childhood collaboratives. Families also need subsidized preschool and childcare in our community. Bloomfield Public Schools is a great partner in the community with the community providers, and they do school day, school readiness, along with a magnet preschool. But families also need full day, full year preschool and infant and toddler care. We need these programs to be affordable for families, yet able to provide workers with pay that is fair for their work and education levels. Entry-level staff with a bachelor's degree in many fields is over $25 an hour, but that's not doable with the rates that centers receive. State-funded centers can't raise rates to do this. Once they take on state funding, they have to abide by those rules.
Gail, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Your time is up. I'm sorry. We have to keep, please submit the rest of your testimony in writing if you have not already done so. Thank you.
Yes, I did. Thank you so much for listening.
You're very welcome. Next up, we have number 166, Joelle Fishman. Are you there, Joelle?
I am. Hello.
Hi, please
Uh,
proceed. You have 3 minutes.
There. Okay. Thank you so much, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, yourself, members of the committee. My name is Joelle Fishman. I live in New Haven. I'm testifying on behalf of the Connecticut Communist Party, and we work with Recovery for All to urge full funding for childcare and public education in the budget. It's not specific line items, but a general approach. It is beyond heartbreaking to know children in my city, which I do, who are so ready and anxious to learn and grow, and know dedicated teachers in my city who are confronted with so many barriers to educating because the funding is not there for what is needed. High school students have shared with me that they could not have math classes or other classes, even a substitute was not available. They could not access the library when they needed it because there was no teacher. As well, during the pandemic and since, Care for Kids, parents, and providers are struggling to make ends meet, make childcare accessible, get children ready for a strong start in public school, and enable parents to work. Healthy communities are built on thriving schools and jobs with dignity and respect. A healthy state requires the delivery of equal quality public education to every child in every town and neighborhood. The saying, an injustice to one is an injustice to all, applies here. Inequity for any child hurts all of us as a community. A study by the Education Trust correctly says, states' funding systems should ensure that districts receive significant additional state and local funding to support students from low-income families and English learners. In addition, state funding systems should ensure that districts serving high concentrations of students of color receive at least as much state and local funding as other districts, end quote. But shockingly, that study shows Connecticut is more regressive in distribution of education funding than any other state except Nebraska and Texas. So here in the wealthiest state, we can and should be the best, not the worst. Immediate measures are required to correct the inequalities in education funding in our state, so every child has the chance to fulfill their potential, and no child is lacking for teachers and paraeducators and interpreters. Their precious future and the future of our whole state are in the balance. We have the resources. Equity requires revenue. Fund our future, and I urge you, increase and equalize funding for childcare and pre-K through 12 public schools in the budget. And I thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Have a lovely evening.
You too.
Thank you. Next up, I have number 169, Steve Stasniak. Steve, are you there? Steve Stasniak, are you there? All right, well, we will come back to Steve. So next up would be number 193, Tracy Madden Hennessy.
Good evening,
Good
Senator
evening. You have
Bertha.
3 minutes. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you to members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Tracy Madden Hennessy, and I'm the Executive Director of the YWCA of New Britain. Although I appreciate the governor's recommended funding for early childhood, it's not enough, and we are hanging by a thread. As a school readiness provider, we're experiencing a long exodus of staff to other industries, which has slowed our recovery and negatively impacts the quality of early education. Decreases to the sliding fee scale have negatively impacted our ability to support ourselves, and stagnant grant fees have prevented us from keeping up with minimum wage increases and the rate of inflation. Proposed increased funding to increase school readiness grant payments are offset in the governor's budget by elimination of childcare salary incentives and closure of Care for Kids, which negatively impacts our ability to even sustain ourselves. Despite these challenges in the industry, the YWCA has taken leadership of a new model for care, a childcare incubator business project. New Britain is a low-income community with only 5 school readiness providers and only enough care for 1 out of every 11 children under age 3. The incubator is a shared workspace that is training and supporting women who want to become childcare entrepreneurs but can't do so in their own living space. A pilot for this project was approved through regulatory change in 2021. However, it did not accompany funding. The 7 communities looking to start this type of site need annual grants of at least $200,000 each to ensure its sustainability. We anticipate that over the 3-year pilot period, we will be able to show that this model can successfully grow the supply of care by expanding the availability of family childcare programs in our cities. The YWCA is leveraging our partnerships with banks, credit unions, and organizations like the Women's Business Development Council so that low-income women have all the supports they need to make their personal family childcare business a success. This is a time that the Connecticut legislature can blaze a trail and can support early childhood innovation, removing barriers for the care of young children. Thank you for your consideration of these issues.
Tracy, thank you very much for your testimony this evening. Have a good night.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to go backwards for just a moment. Let me see if Steve Stazniak, is there, number 169. Okay, so next up would be number 185, Carlos Cadena. Carlos Cadena, are you there, Carlos? Okay, we'll come back to Carlos. So next up, I see.
I am.
Oh,
Carlos
okay.
is on.
All right, Carlos, please proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, I'm moving around.
No,
My
that's
name
right.
is Carlos Cadena, and I'm a volunteer teacher's aide for the EASL program at LEAD. Last year, I spoke to this committee to support funding for the proposed Danbury Charter School. Obviously, the request was declined, so I, as well as many other witnesses, are back once again to ask that the funding be approved. Currently, the quality of education provided by Danbury schools is not considered to be anywhere on par to the schools in the neighboring towns. Hope for improvement now rests on the recently approved Danbury Career Academy. The facility is expected to open for the 2025-26 school year, which means no anticipated impact to the Danbury school system will occur until the latter years of this decade. Danbury's population is increasing at a fast pace. More school-aged children will enter the system. Schools in Danbury are already extremely overcrowded and the needed help is needed. The proposed charter school will be ready to open its doors on a limited basis this year. Although the overall overcrowding issue will not be solved, the charter school will help to ease the effect additional students will have on the city schools. The charter school will also encourage more student-teacher interaction as well as accelerate and dovetail with a positive effect on education expected from the Danbury Career Academy. Today's Danbury News Time included an article about this hearing. A quote by a member of this committee about the charter school gave an indication that the funding request will once again not be approved. Despite anticipating that my testimony will fall on deaf ears, I just have to remind everyone that the quality of public school education is a civic pride issue. The improvement of Danbury schools is of paramount importance, and approving the proposed charter school will be a small but important step to achieve that goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you very much for your testimony and have a great evening.
The same to you.
Thank you. Next up, we have, I'll call on Mr. Stazniak one more time, number 169. Mr. Stazniak, are you there? All right, moving along. Next, we have number 205, which is Amy Casavina Hall. How are you this evening?
I'm well. Good evening, Senator.
Good
Thank
evening.
you
You
so
have
much.
3 minutes. Please proceed. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening to support investing in no-cost school meals for all Connecticut students. Thank you so much for your action earlier this month to fund no-cost meals for the remainder of the academic year. immensity of the need was matched by the swift action of the legislature. We've already heard wonderful testimony earlier about the impact of school meals on students and academic success. And today I want to speak specifically to ask you to continue this critical investment because it provides tangible financial relief to families in all corners of Connecticut. A hallmark program of the Connecticut United Way Network is ALICE, and that stands for Asset Limited, Income Constrained, and Employed. ALICE is our data-driven approach conducted with our partners at Rutgers University to provide reliable and realistic information on the real cost of living in Connecticut. The data help us understand how critical no-cost school meals are to kids and families. A family of 4 in Connecticut with 2 adults, an infant and a preschooler, needs to earn over $90,000 annually to meet a household survival budget. That's what we call the ALICE threshold. In Connecticut, nearly 40% of households were living at or below the ALICE survival threshold before the pandemic. Now, ALICE families are in every city and town in Connecticut. In fact, more than 85% of Connecticut towns have at least 1 in 5 households who are ALICE. That's urban, suburban, and rural Connecticut. But on issues like food insecurity, ALICE families can be invisible. Now, the same ALICE family of 4 will stop qualifying for reduced, not free, but reduced school meals for their children when their annual income exceeds just over $51,000. These are federal standards, not adjusted for regional costs, and they do not align with the real costs that Connecticut families are facing. Investing in no-cost meals responds to the economic reality of Connecticut families. The lifelong negative and cost impacts on childhood food insecurity have been well documented. And unfortunately, it's also been demonstrated that free school meals are an excellent response. They lower the risk of obesity, they improve academic performance, and they reduce absenteeism. I never question providing children transportation to school or tools like Chromebooks that my children receive to complete their schoolwork in class or at home, because these things are now considered the essential ingredients of a modern education. School meals are also an essential ingredient to education. And for these reasons, our neighboring states are taking action like Maine, Massachusetts, New York, and Vermont. The need in Connecticut is widespread, particularly for the often invisible but hungry children and families who earn too much to qualify for assistance, but too little to afford rising costs. Please see my written testimony that provides more detail, including a map that shows the federally funded free school meal programs in Connecticut and the vast majority of the towns in the state that have at least 20% of their population that are ALICE households that do not have universal access to school meals. Not all children will go hungry without no-cost school meals, but all who opt in will benefit from nutritious food and the documented positive academic and health outcomes. United Way of Connecticut and our network of 15 local United Ways are fighting for the well-being of children and families in our communities, and I ask that you fight with us by investing in no-cost school meals for all Connecticut students. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to submit testimony.
Thank you, Amy. Thanks for your testimony tonight, and I appreciate the work that you do. Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go backwards. We have number 114, Kalina Seesanker. Did I say that correctly?
Seesanker.
Seesanker. So welcome, and you have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
All right. Well, thank you, members of the Appropriations Committee, for the opportunity to testify on the governor's proposed budget for childcare and public education. I'm Kalina Seesanker. I live in Hartford. I teach at Gateway Community College. I'm the chair of the Faculty Advisory Committee for the Board of Regents. And as a member of the 4Cs Union, I'm a part of the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm also a parent for whom providing my son an adequate education required constant effort and advocacy for years on end. It shouldn't have to be that hard. As an educator in public higher education, I'm among those who receive students at the end of their P through 12 education. And it's heartbreaking to see the discrepancies between what students are afforded depending on where they live. It's enraging to see the extent to which the resources they had in earlier years is correlated with the color of their skin and their socioeconomic status. What is evident as we struggle to equalize opportunity and access in the colleges is that the inadequacies in funding and in funding models result in a sort of social engineering that requires that some of us have to work harder and with fewer resources to succeed. It's simply unacceptable that we could be as regressive as we are in a state as wealthy as this one. My passion for community colleges stems from the fact that I'm often in a position to actually address that gap, but we face funding challenges of our own. I urge you to fully fund the ECS formula this year, make sure that our P through 12 classrooms are fully staffed with the support services they need, and recognize that high needs districts have, well, higher needs, and we should aim to provide adequately. At our community colleges, we also educate early childhood educators, and the service they provide is essential, but despite their training and their value, they earn poverty wages in their field. We need to pay these and all teachers and all educators at a rate worthy of their contribution to us all. So I hope we invest in the future and the families of Connecticut. We should be investing in a more equal Connecticut. I hope that we will. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Kalina. Have a good night. Thank you. Okay, so let me see if Mr. Stasiak is there. Steve Stasiak, number 169. Are you there? All right, so we will move on to our next witness, and that would be number 213, Charmaine Torsay Davis. Did I get that?
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dear Senator Elston, Representative Walker, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Representative Delaney, Representative Canna, and honorable members of the Appropriations and Education Committees. My name is Charmaine Torres Davis, and I am the Director of Talent, Recruitment, and Retention for Stamford Public Schools. I am proud to say that Stamford has been my professional home for nearly 30 years. I began my teaching career in Stamford in 1994 and went on to serve as an assistant principal and principal within the district. My current role was created, I am Director of Talent, Recruitment, and Retention. My current role was created last year with the mission to find and retain high-quality educators and support staff while increasing our workforce diversity to better reflect the community we serve. I am here this evening to request your support for increasing educator diversity and workforce development throughout Connecticut. Specifically, I am asking you to designate $5.5 million as a line item in the Department of Education's section of the state budget to support the districts that partner with educator residency programs committed to train teachers of color. Stamford Public Schools is currently partnering with CREC and the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program to identify, train, and support people of color who want to pursue a teaching career. The Connecticut Teacher Residency Program is an 18-month alternative route to certification that provides teachers, teaching residents with a salary and benefits while they attend courses and gain full-time experience in the classroom. Through this program, teaching residents work side by side with a mentor teacher for an entire school year and are guaranteed a full-time teaching position upon completion of all program and certification requirements. In just 3 years, TRP has already placed 69 teacher residents of color in Connecticut schools. And with your support, this will increase by up to 120 new teachers of color statewide over the next 2 years. Stamford Public Schools, now in our second year with the program, has 5 teacher residents and another 5 year 1 classroom teachers working in our elementary schools right now, all thanks to the thriving partnership with Connecticut TRP. Support for programs like TRP is critically important to the future of public education, as fewer young people are pursuing bachelor's degrees in education and the number of veteran teachers leaving the profession is increasing. Finding and supporting innovative ways of identifying and training new teachers will benefit our students, our schools, and our communities. Stamford is a diverse community, and that diversity is really reflected in our classroom. Students of color make up more than half of our student body.
Charmaine.
And Stamford Public Schools,
I'm sorry, your time is up. We're just trying to keep things moving and give everyone an equal amount of time. So if you have not already done so, would you please submit the rest of your testimony in writing to the committee?
I have done so, and thank you for the opportunity. We hope that you will consider it seriously. Have a good evening.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And thanks for your patience tonight as well.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Thank
Good
you.
evening, all.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go backwards. Looks like we have number 102. Stephen Cook has joined us. Stephen, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. Well, you are, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes. Please
All right,
proceed.
thank you.
You're welcome.
So good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Berthel, Representative Nuccio, Subcommittee members, Senator McCrory, Representative Philippe, Representative McCarty, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Steve Cook, and I coordinate the TRP program for ACES. I've spent close to 30 years recruiting teachers of color across the state of Connecticut as a way of giving back. Unfortunately, the traditional models of recruiting teachers of color is no longer viable. I've seen a number of candidates dwindle over the years to an alarming level, even more so since COVID. I've explored numerous ways to try and attract, hire, and retain teachers of color with minimal success until now. I'm asking for your support in increasing educator diversity for all districts and supporting workforce development by designating $5.5 million as a line item in the State Department of Education section of the state budget, specifically committed to training teachers of color. The RESC TRP program has been a tremendous asset to us, as to many districts in the ACES catchment area. We're in our third year participating, and we have yielded amazing teachers from each cohort. It has allowed us to increase our certified staff percentage from 12.8% to 16.5%. But our student population of color is well over 70%. Over the past several years, I've had the honor of meeting and having conversations with many of the residents as they do much of their training, learning, and preparation at ACES facilities. We know it is a much needed program in the state with such a wide gap in staff of color compared to students of color. It appears to be cost prohibitive for many of our member districts, but it is an investment we need to make in our students. Your support for this funding would go a long way in breaking down barriers and exposing all students to varied and diverse learning opportunities. I appreciate your contemplation of this important bid and look forward to the state financially supporting the ever-growing teacher residency program. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Steve. Thanks for your testimony and your patience tonight. And have a good evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You as well. Take care.
Thank you. Okay, so it looks like next in line awaiting is number 216, Merrill Gay. Hello, Merrill.
Good evening, Senator Berthel, Representative Walker, members of the committee. My name is Merrill Gay. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance, and I thank you for this opportunity to testify on the governor's OEC budget. The governor made a few modest increases in line items in the OEC budget, but I want to point out that he's actually proposing to spend less than you appropriated last year from the general fund. I've submitted written testimony, but I want to focus on two areas today, care for kids and the early care and education line item. The governor proposed increasing care for kids to increase the value of the certificates so that parents can actually access care. Right now, we fund at the 29th percentile of the market for preschool, which means 70% of the slots out there are more expensive than a Care for Kids certificate can buy. So this is something that absolutely has to happen. In poor communities, Care for Kids is where really nobody can afford the market rate for childcare. Care for Kids is the most that a provider gets paid. And the family child care providers there are typically working 68 hours a week. And that means that they are averaging about $8.50 an hour. That's just unacceptable. So that needs to happen. The increase in the rates needs to happen. But the going along with it is the projection that we're going to reduce the caseload slowly by 2,600 kids. At a time when families are struggling with inflation of everything, to take 2,600 kids off of Care for Kids is a That's a big problem, especially when we have a budget surplus. The other thing I want to talk about is the payment rates to the preschool programs through the school readiness and CDC programs. Those rates haven't changed since 2015. What has changed since 2015 is the minimum wage that has gone up 64% by this July. And what that means is that those programs that used to be able to pay their higher skilled staff $5 or $6 an hour more than minimum wage are now only able to pay them $1 or $2 over minimum wage. That has left programs struggling to retain staff. There are programs that have had 75% turnover. Think about it, your kid's school, if 75% of the teachers left in a year, it's enormously disruptive. It makes it hard for those programs to operate. And as a result, we've got thousands of kids who should be getting a preschool education to get ready for kindergarten who are not able to access that. And the nonprofits that have run those programs for years are losing money, struggling to stay viable. And the really ironic thing here is that the Office of Early Childhood will lapse tens of millions of dollars in that early care line item this year because they pay programs based on slots being filled. Programs that don't have staff can't open classrooms and therefore can't fill them. And so we have this downward spiral of programs losing staff, unable to get paid to provide the service that they're trying to provide. And it's because the rate of pay for those programs is too low. So I urge you to fix this in the budget. And as I said, I have submitted longer testimony in writing.
Great. Thank you, Merrill. Thank you for your testimony this evening, and appreciate your patience as well. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so looks like next on my list would be number 230, Chelsea Harris. Chelsea, are you there?
I am here. Good
Hello,
evening.
Hi, you have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you, Senator Berthel.
My pleasure.
Good evening, members of the esteemed Appropriations Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on the governor's proposed budget for the Office of Early Childhood. My name is Chelsea Harris, and I live in Waterbury. I am the Director of Early Care and Education with Waterbury Bridge to Success, a Cradle to Career nonprofit organization that supports Black and Indigenous people of color, their families, and children in the city of Waterbury. I am also a mother of 3. I have a 12-year-old Madison, a 5-year-old Melanie, and a 1-year-old Nazir. All of my children attend public education and school readiness programs in this city. We must increase funding to early care and education. Care for kids pays providers too little and serves a fraction of the families that struggle with childcare costs. Wages for early educators are too low, and payments to state-funded ECE programs are too low. This creates a vicious cycle. If families don't have access to affordable childcare, then they cannot work. If they cannot work, that affects the workforce. If the workforce is affected, then unemployment increases and the economy suffers, and on it goes. I am not able to purchase or rent a home for myself and my children because the childcare costs for my youngest child are equal to a rent payment. It should not cost close to $1,000 to send my son to daycare while I work my full-time job. We should not be working full-time jobs to solely pay for childcare, while the educators are still not making a livable wage. Childcare payments are affecting the housing market as well. A parent should not have to choose between paying mortgage or paying for equitable and safe childcare. My son's teacher leaves her childcare job, raising and cultivating the futures of our children, our legacies, to go to a second job just to make ends meet. It is unfair, it is un-American, and it is unjust. I urge the members of this committee to increase funding for early care and education so that all our children, educators, and families can thrive. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chelsea. Thank you so much for your testimony tonight and for your patience. Have a really great evening.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, I see that my esteemed colleague, Senator Kushner, has rejoined us. And good evening, Senator. I'll happy to pass the chair baton to you for the next couple of hours. So we have number 231 on the board waiting to testify, followed by number 242. So have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And so Tashiana O'Connor, if you would like to turn on your camera, if you can, and unmute yourself, we're ready to hear from you. Tashiana. There you are.
Hi, I'm Tashiana O'Connor. I'm sorry, I was driving, so I pulled over. So, good evening, and you can hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Senator and Chairman of the community. Thank you for giving me this time, the opportunity to speak. My name is Tashiana O'Connor. I'm a daycare provider, a mother, and a member of the CSEA SEIU Union. I'm here in support of fully funded through Care for Kids and Care for Kids program. Care for Kids, I write it down, but I'm not good at writing and reading what I wrote. I just like to speak from my heart. Care for Kids has cut funding for parents. Now, Care for Kids, through the pandemic, providers, including myself, we were there for everything else. I'm hearing testimony from school, from early education, from teachers, from daycare centers. Family child care home has always been the backbone to support any children going before they go to anywhere else. We're the first one they see. During the pandemic, when everyone else closed, when teachers was at their home, could be at the comfort at their home, we opened our doors and did not think twice to shut it, did not think twice to be there for our country when our country needed us. I'm here to fully fund and support the funding Care for Kids. And Care for Parents shouldn't have to choose between paying rent and pay for daycare providers. And I'm just saying that I'm in support for the bill to say that funded Care for Kids so that parents could have food for their children and food and rent, money to pay their rent, and able to go back and forth to work.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much for testifying tonight. And I'm glad you pulled over, so it was safe. It looks like we are going, let's see, I thought I saw 172. We're going back to 172. That would be, let me just see if I have.
Good evening.
There you go.
Thank you. Good evening, honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm thankful for your time and attention to these important matters. My name is Elizabeth Lane and I live in Bloomfield, Connecticut. I have the privilege of serving the wonderful community of Bloomfield as the director of the Bloomfield Public Library. I am speaking today in support of the Connecticut State Library and the Connecticut Library Consortium, also known as CLC. CLC supports libraries of all kinds across the state. This support is necessary to support our public library system that serves every single resident in our state. One of the ways they support public libraries is through professional development opportunities. Currently, 2 Bloomfield librarians chair and participate in roundtables offered by CLC, a place for library professionals to come together to both learn from one another and to share best practices to improve library services and ensure we are doing our best to bring resources of all kinds to our communities. Bloomfield librarian Sarah Ray is co-chair of the CLC Adult Programming Roundtable. This Tuesday, Sarah and CLC are hosting an adult programming roundtable focused on best practices in programming. This type of roundtable improves the library experience for residents across the state, as library programming brings important topics to our public, including programs on financial literacy, such as the BPL program we hosted last night titled Basics of Investing in Current Trends, and the program we are hosting tonight titled Side Hustles with Patrina Dixon, where patrons can learn how to make extra income. Bloomfield librarian Rachel Tanucci is co-chair of the CLC Social Justice Roundtable. On March 10, CLC is hosting a social justice roundtable titled Diversity in the Workplace, Retention and Recruitment, a topic that needs to be discussed and acted upon in Connecticut libraries. CLC brings professionals from across the state together, and this is invaluable to our residents as it means that library service is constantly improving to be better for all. Funding the Connecticut State Library and CLC means that better work is being done, and that helps all of us. More on the importance of the Connecticut State Library. Bloomfield Public Library works with the Division of Library Development on a regular basis. They helped us apply for the construction grants that are helping fund our library buildings project, a long overdue project that will upgrade our library system to respond to the needs of our patrons both now and in the future. The Connecticut Library is also a key partner in the battle against the digital divide. Addressing this issue will help connect residents to a myriad of resources, including healthcare and employment opportunities. This funding is important, and libraries spread tax dollars far and wide. Invest in libraries, and please note that library cards are free for all, and libraries are one of the very few places you can visit and hang out in for free. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Seth Freeman.
Senator Kitchener, member of the Appropriations Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Seth Freeman. I'm current president of 4Cs, Council of Connecticut Community Colleges, a union representing 4,000 faculty and staff across our community colleges and part-time faculty at the University of Hartford. I'm also a proud member of Recovery for All. I'm a lifelong resident of Connecticut, currently teaching at Capital Community College in Hartford and residing in West Hartford. I'm a graduate of Bloomfield Public Schools and a current parent in the West Hartford public school system. I'm testifying to say that now is the time to take drastic actions to address the deep and long-standing disparities and inequities in our educational system and our society as a whole. Drastic actions are needed because our state is in a crisis where poor and working class families, disproportionately Black and Brown, are suffering in a system that was not and still is not designed to truly serve every child. As a member of Recovery for All, we are saying enough is enough. Now is the time to address systemic racism and income inequality. Now is the time to address the racial wealth gap in Connecticut. This committee had the opportunity to advance equity in our pre-K through 12 educational system. I urge this committee to fully fund the ECS formula this year. Our pre-K through 12 school administrators, teachers, counselors, and paraprofessionals are suffering in under-resourced and understaffed public schools all across our state. Fully funding the ECS formula will finally begin to alleviate this suffering and ensure every public school had the resources needed for our students. I urge this committee to keep the charter school formula the way it is. Any changes to the charter school funding formula must include accountability and transparency measures. Public funds require public accountability. Without accountability, we will not ensure equity for every child. I urge the committee to fully fund childcare and early childhood education. Care for Kids pays providers too little and only serves a fraction of the families struggling with childcare costs. Wages for early educators are way too low, and payments to state-funded ECE programs are way too low as well. Now is the time to invest in each and every public school student. Now is the time to invest in each and every public school worker and every early childhood worker. Now is the time to prioritize people, families, students, and workers, not prioritize profit for millionaires and billionaires. I ask this committee and all of us to meet the moment and do what is right and what is just. Thank you very much, committee members, for your hard work and for your service to our state.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, I see David Weinreb, number 214.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, members of the Appropriations Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on the governor's proposed budget for childcare and public education in our state. My name is Dave Weinreb, and I live in New Haven. I'm here to speak on an act concerning education funding in Connecticut. I'm a member of Recovery for All, a statewide coalition bringing together more than 60 community, faith, and labor organizations across the state. I'm a member of the New Haven Federation of Teachers, which is here to stand up for all of our kids. I've worked with New Haven Public Schools since 2015, first as a bilingual teacher, and now as the Magnet Resource Teacher at Elm City Montessori School, a charter school. I live in New Haven. I love New Haven. I intend to lead a school in New Haven and send my child to New Haven Public Schools. There's an urgent need for funding and staffing in our school and all schools in our city, and this feels possible. You can help our children be healthy by providing nurses 5 days a week, or better yet, resourced school-based health centers. You can help our children connect with multilingual literature, with books, identity-affirming books, with their areas of passion. You can provide librarians, multiple librarians, to every school in our state. You can help our children, and of course our children who become our state's population, to be well. We can flood our schools with mental health services, with counselors and with social workers, with social emotional learning experts. To me, real equity means that instead of scarcity, we could run our schools with bounty. Instead of strapped and stressed, our educators and therefore our children could feel supported and resourced. Instead of skimping and sparing or simply believing or hoping, we could actually invest fully in what we believe our children need in order to become their full selves, in order for them to serve our state. I urge you to fully fund our K-12 public schools this session and to address the questions that I've raised today to ensure that there is real equity that we're working to achieve. I hope we can work together to make a historic leap forward in funding the future of all public school students across the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from CJ Strand, number 229. We can't hear you. Is your volume, you might have to, at the bottom, make sure your audio is on. Where the microphone is, we're not hearing you. Can you, where the microphone is, there's a little up arrow. Sometimes you have to make sure you're connected to the audio. Okay, what I'm going to do is you work on that, and I'm going to go to the next speaker, and we'll come back to you. The next speaker is number 242. I'm sorry, number 224, Juan Fonseca.
Good evening, Senator Kushner.
I just have to pause you for a moment. Yes, thank you. Okay, you can go now. Good evening.
My name is Juan Fonseca Tapia. I am a resident of Danbury. I am here to testify in support of the governor's budget and ask that the committee fully funds the educational formula. I am also asking the committee to fund and add more funding for the district of Danbury. I am also here to oppose the funding for the charter school in Danbury. Many of the people that are in the position of this have already shared numbers that I will not go into. I will tell you instead of my story as a former student from Danbury Public Schools. I graduated in 2013 as an ELL student. Then I did not have access to the resources that ELL students need to thrive. However, I was able to graduate with high honors and receive 13 scholarships. I also want to share with you that I am the first in my family to attend college. My mom did not know how to read. And one of the things that I remember growing up in Mexico was that many people would come to our town only whenever they needed our vote or to manipulate us. I also want to share with you that you have been hearing today two very different narratives about Danbury. One of them of a group saying that is advocating for education in Danbury. However, I have not seen them present at the different municipal hearings where the city council has year after year not approved the superintendent's and board of education's budget. This has resulted in a loss of over $50 million over the past 10 years. This is important to mention because when I hear people talking about advocating for education, education would be for everyone. Opening a charter school in Danbury would have very negative consequences on our very overwhelmed educational system. Only 2 buses would make the district pay $600,000. This money could be added to hire another nurse to the Danbury High School, to hire ELL educators, to hire counselors. We cannot try to put a Band-Aid to a problem that our city has been facing over the past 20 years. I hope that you look at the numbers that other people that have testified before me have shared, and take this opportunity to fully fund our schools and our district. Because this is the opportunity that the legislature and the governor has to make sure that all students, not just a few, have access to the resources that they have into the educational experience that would be equitable and will help them thrive in our society. Again, I urge you to learn more about the different situations happening in Danbury and oppose the opening of a charter school. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan, for your testimony today. Next up, we have Swagata Sharma, 128.
Good evening, esteemed members of the floor, and whoever's logged in today. A hearty good evening from my end. I am sitting in front of you tonight to speak on behalf of the revered school of our town, Stamford, city of Stamford, called the Stamford Charter School. I'm a parent. I'm a parent of a young 7-year-old girl, thriving, eager to learn, going forward. And Stamford Charter School is the platform that we had waited to get in. And finally we got through because it's a lottery system. And literally, I stand before you today as a parent to ask for the opportunity to keep funding our schools and not take away from them. If you look at the kids of our school and look at the kids of any other school or any public school, what is the difference? They're all children. They are children of God. And then why is the disparity between budget sharing between public schools and our charter school? Our charter school is doing excellent. It's thriving. All the kids, our teachers, our parents, we are all a team. We are working together to push our students, our scholars to reach the zenith. Stopping them midway by cutting off their budget or not providing them from the surplus that they can gain from Reverend Senator, that would be taking an opportunity off of their hands. Education is the key to unlock the golden gates of freedom and golden door to freedom, as said by George Washington Carver. Today, you and many others who are listening, who are representative of us common people and the floor of the government, are sitting there because you have a great education behind you. And as a mother of a 7-year-old, I would want nothing but to provide a platform for my daughter. And when I speak of my daughter, I speak of all the other kids in her class, all her peer group, the remainder of the school students. I take her as a representative and take myself as a representative, and I'm standing on behalf of everybody from the school. And just asking you to provide the platform that your parents at one point have provided you. And as a parent, that is the most I can do for my daughter and the other kids. So please listen to my plea, take my words as the words of the rest of the parents and the teachers, the scholars, and please provide us the budget that we require. It's not, you can see the results. You can see the results in their test. You can see the improvement they all are doing. There is, I can see massive hard work being done by all the teachers, all of them, on each and every kid. So if we can't provide education for them, what else can we provide them? So I plead and I beg, and I would leave that on the floor tonight. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we will go to, I believe, Karen Rollins, number 174.
Hello,
Thank you for letting me jump back into a Zoom to travel back home after waiting in person. So again, my name is Karen Rollins and I live in Quaker Hill and I'm from New London County. And I am asking for you to support the increase of educators for diversity for all districts, to support the workforce in developing and designating $5.5 million in the line item for the State Department of Education section for the state budget to support and then all the efforts of any Connecticut district partnering with the residency program. This program means the world to me. I am a teacher mentor this year to an amazing mentee. This resident is working so hard. All 18 months are going with such great effort. And I am happy to say that I work in the Groton Public School System, and being in education for the past 25 years, seeing how this program will maintain and just support the evolution of teaching is what I'm calling it. And I am just so honored to see the past 2 years that our district has been part of this program, to see the caliber of teachers that are coming in, and they're staying in our district. And I need for you to understand that supporting this line item will keep our teachers that we need desperately, and to keep everything going to support our children. So please, 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 my written testimony is submitted. We also made a short video showcasing the work of the TRP resident. And in closing, I just want to say thank you all so much. And here is my resident. Please support future residents. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, I see number 205, Nohelia Cervellón.
Buenas noches. Necesito traductor, por favor.
Okay, do we have a translator on to translate? Megan Fountain, I think you're being asked to translate. I will try and contact Megan.
It could be.
I can fill in.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ava's here, so Ava will fill in and she'll do the translation. Go ahead and begin.
Buenas noches. Soy Noelia Cervellón. Estoy aquí como mamá. Somos parte con mi familia de Stanford Charter for Excellence School.
Okay. Sorry, Senator Kushner. Okay, I will translate. I just want to clarify on behalf of my union that I'm doing this not on behalf of SEIU or CSBA. This organization is not affiliated with us whatsoever. Hello, my name is Noelia Cervellón. I'm here on behalf of Stanford Charter Schools.
Go ahead, Noelia.
Stanford Charter for Excellence School. Estamos aquí preocupados, tristes, decepcionados por la distribución del presupuesto en el área financiera.
The Stanford Charter for Excellence Schools are here very concerned, very saddened, and very upset about the budget proposal that's being discussed.
Necesitamos como escuela un mejor presupuesto.
Because as a school, we need a more significant budget.
No estoy hablando solo por mi hijo.
I'm not speaking only on behalf of myself, but I'm speaking on behalf of my child.
Sino todos los niños de las escuelas charter.
As well as all the charter school children.
Deben y necesitan tener igualdad de derechos.
Because they should have security and equality in their rights.
Y oportunidad.
And opportunities.
Y la educación es básica, es una necesidad básica para todo ser humano.
Education is a basic right for every human.
Y nuestra escuela necesita su apoyo en el área financiera.
And our school needs help in the financial area.
Stanford Charter for Excellent School.
Sanford Charter for Excellent Schools.
Es una de las mejores escuelas.
Is one of the best schools.
Y necesitamos el apoyo del gobierno.
And they need help from the government.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to, let me just see, I think I saw 212 here. It's jumping around the screen a little. 212, Nayeli Garcia.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Hola, mi nombre es Nayeli García. Estimados miembros del Comité de Apropiaciones, gracias por esta oportunidad de testificar sobre el presupuesto del gobernador para la educación pública.
Good evening, dear members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on the governor's budget for public education.
Soy residente de West Haven, egresada de las escuelas públicas de New Haven y estoy estudiando en Gateway Community College.
I am a resident of West Haven. I am a graduate of the New Haven Public Schools, and I am a student in Gateway Community College.
Soy miembro de Unidad Latina en Acción, una organización que lucha por los derechos de la gente inmigrante y trabajadora.
I'm a member of ULA, Unidad Latina en Acción, which is an organization that fights for the rights of working people and immigrants.
Somos parte de Recovery for All, una gran coalición de 60 grupos que luchamos por un mejor futuro para las familias trabajadoras.
And we are part of Recovery for All, a big coalition of 60 groups that are, we are fighting for a better future for working families.
Hoy le pido a este comité que invierta los fondos adecuados para nuestras escuelas públicas. Le ruego que financie la fórmula ESC este año sin demora.
And today I ask the committee to invest the funds that we need for our public schools. I implore you to fund the ECS formula this year without delay.
Debido a la falta de financiación, las escuelas públicas de Connecticut tienen miles de aulas sin profesores.
Because of the lack of funding, Connecticut's public schools have thousands of classrooms without a teacher.
1,322 puestos vacantes para profesores profesionales sin cubrir y 1,221 vacantes de profesores.
There are 1,322 vacancies for paraprofessionals and 1,221 teacher vacancies.
Los niños no están recibiendo los servicios de LL y la educación especial que necesitan y debido a la falta de financiamiento y de personal.
Children are not receiving the ELL, English language learner services, and the special education services that they need because of the lack of funding and staffing.
Mis padres me trajeron a mí cuando tenía 13 años y llegamos a Estados Unidos.
My parents brought me to the United States when I was 13 years old.
Y las escuelas públicas de New Haven me ayudaron a desenvolverme en inglés y a poder tener una educación adecuada.
The New Haven Public Schools helped me to learn English and to have a decent education.
Pero faltaba más apoyo para estudiantes como yo. Para los estudiantes inmigrantes necesitamos el doble de ayuda debido a que inglés es nuestra segunda lengua.
But I wish there had been more support for students like me. Students who are learning English need double the support.
Nosotros no recibimos ningunas escuelas extras o talleres para que nos ayuden con nuestra educación.
We never had any extra support to help us with our education.
Tampoco cuando yo decidí seguir mis estudios, nunca hubo una persona que me guiara dónde yo podía ir o qué becas yo podía estar por mi estatus migratorio.
And when I wanted to go to college, there wasn't anybody who could really tell me how to get into college as someone with my immigrant status, how to get scholarships because I couldn't get financial aid because of my immigrant status.
Le ruego al comité que no otorgue más fondos públicos a las escuelas de charter.
I urge this committee not to give more public funds to charter schools.
Digamos no a la privatización de la educación pública.
Let's say no to the privatization of public education.
Las escuelas públicas sirven a todos los estudiantes sin importar su idioma, sin importar su discapacidad.
Public schools have the obligation to serve all students, regardless of their language, regardless of their disability.
Si las escuelas charter quieren recibir un monto extraordinario de fondos públicos, entonces deben ser transparentes sobre sus finanzas y sobre su disponibilidad para servir a todos los estudiantes sin importar su habilidad.
If charter schools want to receive an extraordinary amount of public funds, then they should be transparent about their finances and about their availability to serve all students regardless of ability.
Espero que el gobierno de Connecticut pueda hacer que los estudios sean para todos los estudiantes de Connecticut.
I hope that you take a step forward so that education is public and it serves all students equitably in Connecticut.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have number 169, Steve Stasiak.
Good evening, Senator Kushner. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
All right. Good evening. My name is Steve Stasiak. I'm a New Haven resident. I'm a New Haven Public Schools teacher and parent. I'm also a member of the Executive Board for New Haven Federation of Teachers 933, and I'm a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm speaking this evening to ask that HB 6659 means that the ECS receives its full share of funding, that we fully fund our childcare and early childhood across our state, and that we keep charter school funding, the charter school funding formula the way it is. Being a Connecticut public school educator means that every day I get to work with some of the most brilliant, creative, and resilient young people. It also means that every day I get to stand on the shoulders of two giants, my mom and my mother-in-law, who together have about 60 years of combined experience in the Connecticut public schools. They both worked in the Ridgefield public school system, where my wife and I also attended school. And when we went to school in Ridgefield, we always had teachers in every single position. We had a diverse curriculum that reached beyond the core academic subjects. We had the arts, we had technical education. My mother-in-law was a home ec teacher for 40 years. We had a nurse every day. We had a fully staffed library. We had paras for every child who needed one. That was true of Ridgefield public schools in the 90s. And I know that that's still true of Ridgefield public schools and towns like Ridgefield today. And just like towns like Ridgefield have always had enough in Connecticut, cities like New Haven and schools in cities like New Haven have never had enough. And that's true in my own school. We have 400 students in Metropolitan Business Academy, the magnet school where I work. We have 4 teaching positions we have not been able to fill for almost 2 years. We don't have a nurse every day. We don't have full-time ELL teacher to work with students newly arriving to our country who need support in English. We don't have enough security guards. We don't have enough paraprofessionals. This is not just true at my school. This is true. These disparities are true at schools all across New Haven. And if we don't get the funds that we need through like fully funding ECS, we're going to continue to lose more teachers to burnout and exhaustion. And more importantly, I know that trying to learn in such an incredibly stressful environment, the science is clear. Cortisol makes it impossible to learn. More stress makes it more difficult for the students to do the learning that we know is important. We need HB 6659 to be written to ensure that ECS is fully funded so our schools can be fully staffed and fully resourced. I urge the committee to make sure that the final version of HB 6659 is written in a way that ensures childcare and early childhood programs are fully funded. We know that investing in early childcare and early childhood is going to make our dollars go a lot further. Not only is it the right thing to do, but it just makes economic sense. And furthermore, I urge you to make sure that HB 6659 is written in a way where we can be good stewards of our public money. I know that people in charter schools across the state are working hard to educate many of the same students that attend our public schools, but they don't work with all of the same students that attend our public schools. And until we can make sure that all the public schools are fully funded, I don't think it's fair to allow charter schools to change their funding formula until they are doing the same work that we are. The inequity of our schools in Connecticut represent a systemic injustice that is historic in nature. We didn't arrive here by accident, but just as we had laws and policies and procedures and formulas that got us here, HB 6659 presents us with a fantastic opportunity to begin to undo some of these legacies of inequity. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. And Madam Administrator, I have a question for you while I see you on. Are you timing speakers or do you want me to do that?
I'm timing speakers, so when you see my face pop up on the screen.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Thank you very much. And next we will go to number 221, Amy Baratko.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Hi. Good evenings, senators and representatives and members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on the governor's proposed budget for childcare and public education. My name is Amy Baratko and I live in New Haven. I'm the parent of 2 children in the New Haven public school system, and my spouse is a teacher at Darien High School and a proud member of his union. I support the actions of Recovery for All, a statewide coalition fighting for a better future in Connecticut. We face a historic opportunity this year to fully fund childcare and our pre-K through 12 public schools, but the governor's budget does not meet the moment. Connecticut, as the wealthiest state in the country, should be a state where every child can thrive and learn. In particular, I urge this committee to fully fund the ECS formula this year. 2, to keep the charter school formula the way it is and make no changes to this charter school funding that are not paired with accountability and transparency measures. And 3, to fully fund childcare and early childhood education. My daughters attend school in New Haven at Edgewood Magnet School. There's a patchwork of donations from a handful of privileged families provide Band-Aids here and there, temporary, unreliable relief from huge budget shortfalls. Parents and teachers work together to stock classrooms with tissues, pencils, and non-perishable snacks for children who are experiencing food insecurity. These are everyday essentials. Faculty and staff positions go unfilled, and teachers never know how their classes will be covered in the event of necessary sick days or leaves. Students' families have experienced life-altering emergencies and tragedies like devastating house fires and lean on the slim team at Edgewood to connect to services. In Darien, just like the Ridgefield that you heard from Steve Stasiak, where my husband works, the public school teams with resources. While he and his colleagues make their way through the school year, harried from the same pressures that all public school teachers face, they often at least have reliable supplies in their closets and at their desks. A higher percentage of positions in the building are filled because current contracts have higher salaries. His class sizes are often smaller, and he knows that students who are struggling have decent accesses to all sorts of services within the school, but also to counselors and therapists at home. We see in our lives and in our family every day the need for equitably fully funded public schools. A lot of folks here have been sharing data about the inequity that exists in our state school and a justice that can be fixed with better stewardship of the state's vast funds. This is just a repetition of the real anecdotes that Steve just before me talking about the differences between Ridgefield and New Haven, and we see in the differences between Darien and New Haven. I can tell you in all of these schools, the educators are brilliant, and in all of these schools, the children are brilliant. The only difference is the zip codes in which they are located, and we can fix that. More funding means that not just my daughters, but all children in New Haven, Hartford, Bridgeport, across our state can have teachers and paraprofessionals in their classrooms. I'm not talking about luxuries here. I'm talking about giving kids the educators they need and giving educators the support and resources to stay in their positions. And I see my time is coming to an end. So I urge you to fully fund our public schools and create transparency and keep for charter schools and keep their funding mechanisms the same for now. And I could go on and on about the crucial need for childcare and this funding it, but I will not because I have my 3 minutes and they are up. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you so much. And next we will go to 229, CG Strand and CJ Strand. I'm sorry, let's see if it works.
This time, hopefully it's working. I apologize for the audio issue before. Thank you, Senator Kushner and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is CJ Strand and I'm with the School and State Finance Project. You have my organization's testimony, so I'll try to be brief. 3 weeks ago, superintendents, parents, students, teachers, municipal leaders, social workers, they all spoke to the need for investment in K-12 education. Unfortunately, the governor's education implementer merely continues the status quo. We're hearing fiscal year 2025 getting called the bloodletting of K-12 education, that we will never have seen a fiscal cliff of this magnitude. We have spending boosted by ESSER funds that will end abruptly in September 2024. We're also seeing a continued decline in student enrollment, exacerbated by the fact that the needs of Connecticut students continue to grow. While overall the number of students declined, the number of economically disadvantaged students increased by over 8,000. The number of English learners increased by 4,500. Connecticut has an opportunity to be a national leader here. Nearly every district in the country is facing this crisis, and someone needs to be the first to step up and be proactive. So we ask that the committee reject the governor's proposal and instead pass a student-centered funding system that will fully fund the ECS formula, fund all public school students based on their individual learning needs, and finally provide the education funding and stability our students, teachers, and communities need and deserve. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide comments on the education portion of the budget and for the chance to stress the importance of fully and equitably funding all of Connecticut's public school students.
Thank you, CJ. Next, we'll go to 242, Leslie Bletto.
Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Walker, members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on the governor's proposed budget for childcare and public ed. My name is Leslie Bletto, and I'm a parent, teacher, and resident in New Haven. I'm the president of the New Haven Federation of Teachers, at-large vice president of AFT Connecticut, and a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. We face a historic opportunity this year to fully fund childcare, early childhood, and our pre-K through 12 public schools, but the governor's budget does not meet the moment. Connecticut, as the wealthiest state in the country, should be a state where every child can thrive and learn. Given the current issues we face in our schools, specifically the educator paraprofessional shortage and the increase in our students' academic, social, and emotional needs, it's concerning that the budget fails to fully fund public ed. Because of underfunding, we have vast vacancies among paraprofessionals and teachers. And in this time of increased need in schools and classrooms, huge budget surpluses in Hartford, and the continued amassing of extreme wealth by Connecticut's corporations and billionaires, it is hard to believe the governor is considering flat funding education. To put it simply, the governor's budget does not go far enough. At a minimum, the state of Connecticut should fully fund the excess cost grant to ensure our students with special needs get the attention they deserve. At a minimum, the state of Connecticut should fully fund the ECS formula this year to protect our students' rights. Unfortunately, the governor's proposed phase-in will perpetuate a reality in our state where some children will have access to an engaging, well-funded, and developmentally appropriate education, and others simply will not. And we know this disparity impacts students of color, our low-income students, our students with special needs, and our English language learners the most. We must do better. This is a start, fully funding the ECS formula, but we must go even further. On a personal note, I want to take a minute to celebrate my daughter's second grade teacher. She started this year with 20 students, and she built a warm, accepting, and structured community of diverse learners at Hill Central. Her energy and her creativity is boundless, and my daughter literally skips into school every morning. However, since the school year started, the class size has gone from 20 to 26, and this teacher and her students who speak English, Spanish, Pashto, and Arabic continue to make do without the resources that students in other Connecticut towns with class sizes that will remain at 20 have. The same thing is happening at our large high schools in New Haven. While charter schools have a lottery and no new students will enter until 23-24 school year, schools like Wilbercross High School welcome students every day from everywhere, and educators work to support them. This is why if there are changes to the charter school funding formula, they must include accountability and transparency measures for charter schools as well. We have an historic opportunity this session to tax the ultra wealthy, make them pay what they owe, and fully fund our public schools to guarantee high quality public ed for every student. This is not the time to turn our backs on our students and on our future. Please center equity, fairness, and allocate the funding that our childcare, early childhood, and pre-K-12 public ed systems deserve. I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And next we have number 244, Olga Toledo. Olga, can you hear me? If you can you unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you're able? Okay. While we let Olga get herself ready, we'll come back to her. Let's go to 250, Mark Jaffe.
Good evening, Senator. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with the committee today. My name is Mark Jaffe. I'm the CEO of a different CLC, Children's Learning Centers of Fairfield County, supporting Stamford, Greenwich, and Darien. We are the second largest center-based ECE program in the state. 51 weeks a year, 10 hours a day. We serve 923 children ages 0 to 5, predominantly lower income and working class in Stamford. This means we enable over 1,500 parents to work. They are the service economy for Lower Fairfield County. Their largest employer is Stamford Hospital. The ROI on ECE is over 13% per annum, higher than any other educational sector. 90% of the brain is developed by age 5. CLC is an $18 million a year business employing about 220 people. We run state and federally funded programs. Financially, CLC is one of the strongest programs in the state, but is seriously underfunded. We have to raise $2.25 million in private donations every year to stay afloat. Yet we have a financial cliff and will collapse in 18 to 24 months, much sooner, but for PPP. In 2015, the minimum wage was $9.15 an hour, and it will have increased 64% as of this June to $15 an hour. Our largest funding stream is the state's per student reimbursement. It was $8,900 in 2015, and it's $8,900 in 2023. The OEC's own narrow cost analysis indicates a cost of $16,138 for pre-K. So $10,500 per student in the 24-25 OEC budget is simply not enough and not soon enough. We subsidize every family over $3,000 per year, while still dramatically underpaying our teachers. So we are requesting $14,000 per pre-K student reimbursement, and we need it next year. And bonuses don't really help, not with staff recruitment or retention or program survival. We need sustainable funding. Now, I understand the many calls on your capital, but no other issue has the economic implications that early childhood education does. 329 center-based programs went out of business last year, 982 family care programs. Hundreds more are on life support. So if we let ECE fail, I promise you a recession in Connecticut. You cannot have tens of thousands of parents exiting the workplace to care for their children without causing an economic debacle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right on time. Thank you, Mark. Next, we have Eunice Pineda, number 153. Eunice. Eunice, can you unmute yourself? Great. Go ahead and start speaking.
Okay, cool. I'm sorry. I just had some issues with my camera.
That's all right. Go ahead.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Kushner, Senator Vernon, Representative Nucio, and Connecticut General Assembly members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Eunice Pineda, and I am a social work and public health student at the University of Connecticut. I am also a resident from the city of Waterbury. I am here today to speak on the budget for the fiscal years of 2024 and 2025 concerning elementary and secondary education. I respectfully request that funding for no-cost school meals for all is included in the budget for this fiscal years. Children are one of the most vulnerable groups affected by food insecurity. According to the Feeding America organization, hunger affects 1 in 8 children in Connecticut. Many of the consequences of food insecurity involve a decrease in children's development, health, academic performance, and socioeconomic attainment in adulthood. Although many students from low-income families can benefit from these programs, those who do not qualify are left facing starvation on a regular school day. In Connecticut, a family of 4 must have a pre-tax income of no more than $36,075 per year to qualify for free meals. As a Waterbury resident who was a student at Crosby High School for a few months, I cannot tell you the number of times that my ESL peers were not able to afford their lunch. I remember a time that I went with one of my peers to grab lunch at the cafeteria. This was my first time eating with someone at the school. As a low-income student, I qualified for free lunch, but my peer did not. I will never forget the face of the cafeteria lady when my peer told her that she did not have the money to pay for a 50-cent lunch. 50 cents. The shame and guilt I felt haunted me for the rest of the school year, causing me to stop getting lunch from the cafeteria. I did not want to feel the guilt of knowing that I could eat while others did not. The reality is that even kids who are eligible for free meals do not eat because of the stigma of needing them. The COVID-19 pandemic has become another contributing factor to food insecurity in the United States. Many families have encountered different disparities as a result of the COVID-19. Although the pandemic has disproportionately affected individuals, schools were provided with emergency funds to provide free school meals to all students. The pandemic has highlighted the important role of school meals in the reduction of childhood food insecurity, as well as demonstrating the value of offering school meals at no charge to all students. The implementation of a free meal program can mitigate many issues related to food insecurity, allowing students and families to live healthier and more fulfilling lives. I urge you to support this very needed program for our kids, their families, and their success. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to try again to see if Olga Toledo is available, number 244. Okay, then we will go to the next speaker, which will be, my screen is jumping around a minute, 251, Marianne Lagasse. Marianne?
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, great.
Members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify on the governor's proposed budget, the Office of Early Childhood. My name is Marianne Lagasse, and I live in Storrs, Mansfield. I'm the director of the University of Child Development Labs. I'm the director of the University of Connecticut's Child Development Labs, and I'm here to testify that the proposed early childhood budget is not enough. Directors of child care centers need support in offering employees appropriate pay for the valuable work that they do. Teachers of young children provide care for our most vulnerable members of society. These teachers deserve to feel valued by society and to make a salary that will allow them to provide financially for their families. Early childhood teachers are leaving the field due to the low pay. As the director of a center that trains future teachers in the field of early childhood education for the child care workforce, I've seen a decrease in the number of graduates of our program who go on to work in early childhood child care classrooms. When early childhood education students discover the low pay waiting for them at the end of their 4 years of college, they transfer to other career paths which will provide for their financial stability necessary for paying off their student loans and getting started in an independent life. Our youngest children are losing out on the most prepared teachers because our field cannot afford to pay them what they are worth. The low pay, combined with the high stress of taking care of large groups of young children, is taking a toll on the field of early childhood. Child care center directors are struggling to staff classrooms in order to be able to provide care for working families. The pandemic took a toll on the workforce when many child care providers and early educators were concerned about their physical and emotional health and found employment with higher salaries that did not involve working so closely with young children prone to illnesses of childhood. The closing and reopening of classrooms due to COVID cases was inconsistent and challenging to staff. Now that we are returning to more normal practices, directors are challenged to find childcare workers willing to work in classrooms where they will be taking on the additional stress and personal illness for very low wages. The low wages exacerbates the stress on the childcare workforce, and the cycle continues. Recently, my center is struggling to find qualified teachers for positions that are open as people leave the field for more lucrative work such as real estate, teaching elementary and secondary, faculty positions at community college, and administrative roles. I'm asking that the committee strongly considers increasing financial support to early childhood through the budget for the Office of Early Childhood which can be used to increase base pay for early child care workforce so that we can continue to grow a strong support system for working families in the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, Joanne Kelleher.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on the governor's proposed budget for the Office of Early Childhood. My name is Joanne Kelleher. I'm the Executive Director of the Early Childhood Collaborative of Southington, a nonprofit that supports families and early child care educators in town. Our mission is to ensure that all children are healthy and ready to learn. We are one of 34 local early childhood collaboratives covering 59 towns across the state. 24 of these, including the Early Childhood Collaborative of Southington, have received funding from the federal preschool development grants via the OEC and the Connecticut Early Childhood Funders Collaborative, but that funding is running out. These local collaboratives, with help of their parent ambassadors, provide essential infrastructure, education programs, resources, and core staffing for coordination of services at the local level. You can learn more about them in the report issued by the Connecticut Children's Collective, and I've provided a link to that in my written testimony. The OEC funding for support of the local collaboratives was in their original budget options, but this was not included by the OPM in the governor's budget. I'm asking you to please add $1 million to the Office of Early Childhood budget to continue funding for the 24 local early childhood collaboratives in fiscal year 2024, and that be increased to $2 million in fiscal year 2025 to allow expanded coverage across the state through the creation of an additional 24 collaboratives. The OEC budget does include funding for the Parent Cabinet Program, which supports 2 parent cabinet members in each DCF region to try and increase parent voice in the OEC. But without the parent ambassadors at the local level, you're cutting off the connection to engage parents across the state. As a nonprofit that supports families with young children and the child care providers locally, we see firsthand how the early care and education system in our town and our state is in crisis and in need of more financial support. Staff shortages caused by low wages have led to empty classrooms in Southington's child care centers and long waiting lists for families. The number of family child care providers in town has decreased as these small businesses have closed. I get contacted every week by families looking for help finding childcare, and so the ECCS has been tracking openings on our website. Families have been unable to return to work for lack of childcare at any cost, and those who earn lower incomes have even fewer options. In addition to funding for local collaboratives, I am also asking you to increase funding for the Care for Kids program, wage supports for childcare providers, school readiness rates at state-funded early child care education programs, and birth to 3 supports. The entire child care systems need equitable support across all settings. We need to fix child care in Connecticut by making high-quality child care affordable and available to every family that needs it, while supporting the providers with fair wages, benefits, and other supports. Making an investment in the local early childhood collaborative infrastructure by adding this to the governor's budget over the next 2 years will make all of these other OEC investments more effective. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony tonight. Next up, we have number 255, Tara Volpe. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Tara Volpe. I'm speaking on 2 issues. First, I have had children in the Danbury Public School System since 2014. I am here today to express my concerns regarding funding for our Danbury charter. In Danbury, for the last 15 years or more, city leadership has had a hard focus on residential development, but has not provided any infrastructure to support the folks that are moving into the city. One of the many negative effects that this lack of planning has created are grossly and dangerously overcrowded schools. While Danbury leadership has had a hard focus on residential development, it has simultaneously been defunding education. As a result, Danbury schools are not only overcrowded, but they are deeply under-resourced. Providing funding for a charter not only does nothing to resolve the overcrowding issue, because only 6% of Danbury students will be able to attend such a school, but it diverts much needed funding that should be used to support all of the public school children in Danbury. For example, it is estimated that $600,000 will be needed just for busing students to a charter. That $600,000 could be used to hire 3 counselors for the middle school or high school, which is greatly needed because of the harmful social and emotional and academic impact Jamboree students experienced when they were unable to attend full-time school on site during the pandemic for nearly 18 months due to the overcrowding created by city leadership. Diverting funding for 6% of Jamboree school sends a negative message to the remaining 94%. That message being not only is your education not worth fully funding, but your education is a commodity for others. Until the state of Connecticut and Danbury does right by all of the students in the Danbury school system, funding a charter should be off the table. The charter school funding, additionally, the charter school funding formula needs to remain as it is now. Second issue, as a former early childhood educator, I have grown tired of the lip service paid to early childhood while teachers and centers experience poverty wages. Nobody working as a full-time I'm sorry, I heard something.
Yeah, she's been muted. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I have grown tired of lip service paid to early childhood while teachers and centers experience poverty wages. No one working as a full-time educator should have to have a second job or a working spouse to make ends meet. This does an enormous disservice to the teachers, and by direct extension to Connecticut's youngest nutmeggers. It is so bad that at this point, when a high school student tells me that they're going to study early childhood, I steer them away from the profession because someday they may not have enough money to feed their own families. I urge you to raise the payment levels to childcare programs through school readiness, CDCs, and Care for Kids so that childcare providers can be paid wages comparable to their counterparts in public schools. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you very much for finishing up on time. Yeah. Next, we will have number 256, Luis Luna.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Let me see, I'm going to get my testimony. Representative Kushner, thank you so much. And distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify on the governor's proposed budget for childcare and public education. So my name is Luis Luna. I live in New Haven. I'm the coalition manager for Husky for Immigrants, and we're fighting to expand city Medicaid program to all income eligible immigrants, regardless of immigration status. We also belong to the Recovery for All Coalition, a statewide coalition fighting for a better future for Connecticut. When I immigrated from Ecuador to the US, I was 13 years old. I was taken in by the Guilford public school system. In public school, I learned English, made new friends, and began to adjust to life in Connecticut. In particular, my ESL teacher, Mrs. True Wolf, went out of her way to make sure I had the resources and the resources I needed to thrive. I will never forget her. The extra mile that she took for me literally changed my life. Too few students in our public schools have a teacher or staff member like Mrs. Wolf to look out for them, especially the kids who grew up like I did, an immigrant learning English with a mom working double shifts at fast food jobs. But they should. Every student should have the resources they need in the public school system to thrive, to graduate, and to give back to our community in Connecticut. Connecticut has the money right now to make a long-lasting change for the life of residents who need it the most. Our young Black and brown kids, we need to invest in our public school system now, making Connecticut known as the state where all children are guaranteed a high-quality education. I'm writing to urge this committee to work to fund the ECS formula this year. Our public schools are facing a severe teacher shortage and staffing shortage. This has resulted in a lack of highly qualified teachers in classrooms and a reduction in special education for ELL services that are essential for student success. It is imperative that our students have the right to a highly qualified teacher in every classroom. This is not possible without the necessary funding to hire and retain qualified educators. The teacher shortage is particularly acute in rural and urban schools where the lack of resources and lower pay make it difficult to attract and retain qualified teachers. Furthermore, the right to special education and ELL services is critical for students who require additional support to succeed academically. Unfortunately, due to the lack of funding and staffing, many schools are unable to provide the necessary services, leaving these students at a disadvantage. Additionally, charter schools that receive public funding must be accountable to the children they teach and care for, and families and those communities. So in short, thank you. I urge you to keep the charter school funding formula the way it is to ensure that any changes include measures to hold charter schools accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have number 261, Julie Clark.
Hi. Distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify regarding the governor's proposed budget for the Office of Early Childhood. My name is Julie Clark. I live in Clinton, Connecticut, and own and operate a child care center in Woodbury. I have lived in the state of Connecticut since 1984 and have owned an early childhood education program since 1987, when I began a business in my living room as a single mother with 2 small children. My business has been successful, and today I serve approximately 200 families in Woodbury and surrounding towns. Let us be honest, however, with my definition of success. I have paid the bills, I have paid my employees wages that are far lower than what they deserve, and I have designed a program that fulfills my personal goals of cultivating in young children an appreciation for the environment and the arts and preparing them for their educational journeys. Wealth is never a goal for any early educator. In fact, our biggest goal has been to keep our heads above water and to stay in business. Childcare businesses bring in less money than it costs to run them. Because of that fact, sadly, many programs have closed their doors. Not because there are not hundreds, if not thousands, of families who need what we offer, but because early educators have left the field in droves, preferring to take jobs where they can actually make a living. I am aware that in Connecticut, we now have a budget surplus, and because of that, Governor Lamont would like to cut taxes. However, if we don't fix our broken systems, childcare, mental health, education, and housing, Connecticut will not be a state that is viable for young people, families, or older people. In fact, all of my children, 2 of whom graduated from Connecticut state universities, have left the state to pursue careers elsewhere. Families cannot afford the high cost of childcare, and as a provider, I cannot afford to raise my rates to the extent needed in order to continue to stay in business. Paying for childcare is akin to paying for a college education. Here are 3 reasons why early childhood education should be at the top of the governor's budget. 1, 80% of children's brains are developed by age 3. After that, neurons disappear and can no longer be accessed. Quality early childhood programs provide more than just care. They provide the building blocks for a life of long-term success. 2, a healthy economy demands that every adult who wishes to work is able to do so. 80% of families in Connecticut say they cannot afford to pay the high cost of childcare. Care for Kids does not have a high enough threshold to offer relief to the families in my area of the state. In many families, one parent has elected to stay home rather than go to work, and many businesses in Connecticut, including mine, have found it difficult to find viable employees. 3, Connecticut's economy depends on taxable wages. Without childcare, Connecticut residents cannot work. Without people working, the state's economy suffers. Connecticut ranks 39 of 50 in the list of top states for business. One reason for this is our defective early education system. The governor's vision is flawed. It ignores the very basic problems that our state is suffering from. Our budget surplus could be used to fix our childcare system, our mental health care, education, and housing in order to set us up for a future where we can boast that we are a state where families can raise children and prosper, a place to retire to, and an ideal place to live. Once our citizens' basic needs are met, then let us consider tax cuts. Thank you very much. Try to make it fast, shorter.
The testimony. Next we have number 264, Marissa Velasquez.
Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Walker, and the Appropriation Committee. My name is Marissa Velasquez. I live in East Haven, Connecticut. I am the Connecticut Family Resource Alliance President and an advocate of early childhood education. There are 57 family resource centers across the state of Connecticut serving students and families in their community. For your awareness, we have requested an $855,000 increase in annual state funding of the Appropriations Committee for the expansion of family resource centers, as well as providing cost of living adjustments to respond to the inflation and workforce constraints so that we can quickly reach out to the maximum number of children and families we serve. As an appreciation towards Senator Flexer, thank you for recognizing the value in what we do, as it's referenced in the support proposed bill number 256, an act of appropriating funds for family resource centers. The Connecticut FRC's concepts promote comprehensive, integrated, community-based systems of family support, child development services located in public school buildings. FRCs provide access within community to a broad continuum of education from birth to 6th grade. Family support services which foster optimum development of children and families. It is imperative that we partner together now for the health of our children, our families, and our state. FRCs have not received a notable increase since 1997. That's 26 years ago. It would be hard to imagine any other program in the state operating on virtually the same funding since 1997. Yet, that's what FRC sites do every single day. FRCs cannot meet the cost of living increases and retain skilled and dedicated professionals. FRCs have no additional funds to address the increase in prices of supplies, utilities, and to support increased staff wages. Current funding does not allow for sustaining existing services, let alone the expansion of much needed services, or attracting new and talented individuals. Our passion, our concern, and our priority is the ability to serve the children and families in our towns. The complex issues brought about by the pandemic have made it clear that the success and strength of our economy is dependent on investing in mutual beneficial school, family, community, and partnerships. We are asking you to invest in the families of Connecticut. The physical and mental health of our children and families rely heavily on what the family resources do each day. In many cases, families are often proud or embarrassed and will not access social services until the need is great, and sometimes it's beyond repair. FRCs help bridge that gap with education and preventive services. We're asking you to support to fully fund CT centers and increase funding as it's referenced in the bill.
Thank you.
Your FRC strong.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have number 274, Derek Eggerman.
Hi.
Hi,
you got me?
Go right ahead. Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Derek Eggerman, and I am a student in the Masters of Social Work program at the University of Connecticut. I'm a constituent of Senator Jeff Gordon in the 35th District, and I'm a resident of Rockville. I'm here today to speak on the budget for fiscal years 2024 and 25, specifically in the areas concerning elementary and secondary education. I respectfully request that funding for no-cost school meals for all is included in this budget. Kids that don't eat can't learn. My girlfriend has 3 children and their father abused them all. She rescued her kids from that dangerous situation and raised them on her own. She had a full-time job and even went back to school to earn a doctorate in physical therapy. It wasn't an easy path, and even with her good job and help from her school, the family struggled. She simply couldn't always afford to pay for school meals and didn't always have enough food at home to send lunches in with her kids, which meant that many times the kids didn't eat until they came home from school, but not all of them. She has 3 kids and the oldest is autistic. Because he's in a special program, he was fed every day. His brother and sister may have gone hungry, but not him. Does that seem fair? School meals for all means that all kids will get at least one nutritious meal a day, a meal that many of these kids wouldn't even get at home. A proper meal obviously helps kids with their physical health, but also helps them to be in the right state for learning. Who can pay attention when all you can think about is your grumbling tummy or how to steal a snack from a classmate? Knowing their kids are eating will also boost parents' confidence in their daily care and reduce stress on families. Studies show that when all students get school meals, there's less absenteeism, learning is easier, and there isn't any stigma based on who can or cannot afford to eat. We shouldn't be putting money into other areas of education or frankly, anything else while any of our children are going hungry. Nothing is as important as taking care of our children. They are our future. As we know, children are one of the most vulnerable groups affected by food insecurity. Hunger affects 1 in 8 children in Connecticut. That's more than 92,000 hungry kids. And although many students from low income families can benefit from current programs, those who don't qualify are left facing starvation on a regular school day. Basing whether a child can eat or not on how much money their parents make seems crazy. COVID-19 highlighted the food insecurity in the United States, and as a result, schools were provided with emergency funds to provide free school meals to all students. The pandemic actually showed the importance and the value of offering school meals at no charge to all students. Ultimately, the implementation of a permanent free lunch meal program will mitigate many issues related to food insecurity, allowing students and families to live healthier and more fulfilling lives. I urge you to support this necessary program for our kids, our family, and our future. And I want to just thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, sir. And we will move on to the next speaker, who is number 278. And that is, I'm going to not say your name correctly, but Hycliffe Williams. Did I get that right? Is Hycliffe? Oh,
yes, you did. Thank you. Thank you. Hycliffe is correct. I appreciate that. Good evening, everyone. My name is Hycliffe Williams. I am the union representative for Local 3429 that represent paraprofessionals in New Haven, Connecticut. And I'm also a family service worker. I also have 3 children that went through New Haven Public Schools and graduated from there. And today I'm testifying in support of House Bill 6659 regarding education funding for Connecticut. I am testifying because New Haven Public Schools have been underfunded and has been for many years. We're kind of reaching rock bottom at this time. I'm sorry, I didn't have my video on. I just realized that. I'm sorry. We are at a rock bottom with our staffing and unable to sustain the basic needs of students and staff. I'm sorry, I lost my chain of thought here. In my opinion, the school is responsible for giving students a good fundamental education and to build them to become valuable citizens in our community. Due to the underfunding and disparities we are experiencing, staff shortages has affected and inhibits teaching and learning to our vulnerable citizens. We need to continue to fund the schools so that our education does not continue to decline in New Haven. We need enough funding for teachers, paraprofessionals, and support staff, along with the resources to meet the needs and challenges we face in the teaching and learning of our unique school population. Although there's a shortage of paraprofessionals and teachers, paraprofessionals are filling as a substitute teachers on a day-to-day basis for long terms. In some cases, where they're paraprofessional and a teacher to a classroom, the paraprofessional is now filling in as the teacher with no support because there are no teachers, which means that the paraprofessional has to teach a class of 20 to 27 students with no help. They have to prepare lesson plans, do parent conferences, do the IEPs, and the whole shebang. Although we receive a stipend of $45 a day for subbing, our salary is less than half of what a teacher's salary, a new teacher's starting salary is. And we make at least half of what they're making. and some of them has no experience at all. We have to work multiple jobs to make ends meet, and that's a shame. We all know that a good education is fundamental for the development of our youngest citizens. Teaching staff cultivates and nurtures and that foundation, and deserve to have the resources to attract and retain qualified teachers and paraprofessionals. To attain that, let's not continue the inequities public school students face because of race, ethnicity, or zip code.
Thank you. Hi, can you, your 3 minutes are up.
Yes, thank you.
I'm
sorry.
That's okay. Thank you for testifying.
Oh, you're welcome. All right then.
We have number 287, Nelson Merchan.
We're only on 287.
Oh, Amy, can you mute yourself? Amy, you're unmuted. I don't know if the administrator can, Madam Administrator.
Chair, Amy Small, haven't you already testified?
Okay, I think you have.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now go ahead, Nelson.
Good evening, Senator Kushner and members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is Nelson Merchan and I live in Danbury. I'm here to speak on the governor's proposed budget for elementary and secondary education, HB 6659. I'm a resident and community member from Danbury, and I'm here today both to ask that the legislature increase funding for Danbury public schools and not support funding for the proposed charter school in Danbury. As a leader and as a resident of Danbury, I'm surprised when I hear that those behind the charter school in Danbury claim that they represent Hispanics in Danbury. I have talked to other Hispanic leaders in Danbury who represent the Ecuadorian and Dominican community, and we all agree that our community will not be better served by having a charter school in Danbury. We really prefer what other cities and towns in our area have done, and I'm mentioning Richfield, Bethel, Brookfield, Newtown. They have been strengthening the current public school system, and that's what we want for Danbury. In Danbury, we are also fortunate to be launching the Career Academy. This Career Academy will be a model for the rest of the country and will help Hispanics and non-Hispanics achieve their full potential. I'm very concerned about 5 different things about the charter school, and I will mention them. Number 1, it has to do with the diversion of resources. The charter school will divert resources from our public school system. Number 2, I'm concerned about accountability. Charter schools lack accountability because they are not subject to the same regulations and oversight as traditional public schools. And this can bring mismanagement and inadequate educational standards. Number 3, I'm concerned about equity. Charter schools exacerbate existing inequalities in the education system. Number 4, I'm concerned about admissions. Charter schools have been found to use admissions criteria that effectively screen out certain groups of students, such as those with disabilities or English language learners. And number 5, I'm concerned with all the pressure that the system will put on our students, because there will be a lot of concern about becoming better test takers, because charter school system is measured based on how well they do in test. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope that that we get the funding that we need to continue growing the public school systems in Danbury the way we have been doing it.
Thank you so much for your testimony tonight. Next up, we have number 288, Georgia Goldburn.
Good night, Senator Kushner, Representative Walker, Senator Austin, and members of the Appropriation Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony. My name is Georgia Goldburn. I live in Middletown, and I'm the director of Hope for New Haven, a faith-based nonprofit located in New Haven that manages the Hope Child Development Center. I'm also the co-founder of Circle, a network of childcare providers serving children and families of color. I'm testifying against Governor Lamont's proposed Office of Early Child Education budget and to once again voice my anger and deep disappointment that this budget does nothing to address the current financial crisis in the childcare industry. I'm also here to answer a question that has plagued Connecticut employers. Where are the workers? Esteemed members, they're at home calling childcare facilities looking for childcare spaces. They're sending desperate emails to my colleagues and me to find out where they are on the waiting list. They're spending hours at my facility as staff call every childcare provider in the area to inquire about openings. That's where the workers are. And now I have a question, and now that I've answered those questions, I have a question for you. What is it going to take to wake us up to this crisis? Is it going to take Electric Boat's announced departure because childcare scarcity continues to stifle their staffing efforts? Esteemed members, there are less than 50 individuals currently enrolled in the entire Connecticut State College system for early care and education. That is the total pipeline. That is not a sufficient pipeline to meet the needs of a facility for Electric Boat, much less the entire state of Connecticut. Governor Lamont's claimed that the most important education reform is a great teacher in the classroom. Ironically, the governor eliminated the wage subsidy designed to attract and maintain great teachers in early child education classroom. At Hope Child Development Center, our capacity is down 30% due to staffing shortage. Even more disconcerting, the governor's budget proposes to remove over 8,000 children from the Care for Kids program and set a target of 17,000 children each year while touting an annualized rate increase that keeps parents locked out of 50% of the childcare market. Governor Lamont's budget inexplicably reversed course on previous investments, declined to build upon innovations created during the pandemic, and positioned Connecticut behind other states in early care and education reforms. I'm asking the members of the Appropriations Committee to right this wrong, restore the $50 million in wage subsidy to the industry, increase access for families to the Care for Kids program, and make the critical investments this industry needs to keep Connecticut moving forward. Thank you for your time. Hi, Tony.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, I see, before I go to the next number, I did want to alert our administrator, Madam Administrator, I got a text that number 272 is in the waiting room to be elevated. Oh, you're muted.
So could you please give me the name?
Sure, it is Elizabeth Frazier.
Okay, so let me explain something. Because we split the hearings, Liz's number was no longer 27, she got a new number 272 because she was supposed to be in person. When she converted to remote, she went back to her old number. I can't do it any other way because there would now be two 272s. The fairest way to do it is to exhaust the list of people who were always remote and then go to the people who converted from in-person to remote.
Thank you so much for that explanation. I appreciate it because I wasn't aware of that myself. And now I can send a text to anybody who texts me during this.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And so we will get to Elizabeth Frazier, but she will have to wait a bit longer. And thank you, Georgia, for testifying tonight. And now we will go on to number 296, which is Stuart Abrams, I believe. Stuart Abrams.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you so much to the Appropriations Committee for this generous invitation. My name is Stu Abrams, and I'm a social studies teacher at Avon High School. I teach a human rights class, a social psychology class, and a course in genocide and human behavior. I began my teaching career, I think it was sometime around Lincoln's second inaugural. I was at the Capitol in 2018, along with three of my students to testify in support of the Holocaust and Genocide mandate. I feel an obligation to be here tonight and continue the work that my students began. Because of our position as educators and moral leaders of our communities, we must give voice to those who were silenced forever and devote our professional lives to fulfilling the promise of never again for all future victims of anti-Semitism, racism, and genocide. My students are messengers to a time I shall not see, and they must bring the message of love and compassion to future generations. I am unabashedly hopeful that they will accomplish this task. At times, the dimension of the Shoah and other genocides are almost too great to grasp. At times, we can feel paralyzed to do anything for fear that we simply cannot make any difference. Valiant educators must be the voices that argue against complacency and force the adults of tomorrow to remember these catastrophes so that we can effect change. So, what do students learn when exposed to Holocaust and genocide education? They learn what it means to be a mensch. They understand what truly matters and how to attempt to live a life of unbending principle. They learn to aspire to live a life of kindness, integrity, nobility, and courageous empathy. I tell my students that they are all heroes in waiting, simply waiting for the opportunity to demonstrate their courage. By studying rescuers, they realize that they are capable of surpassing limits of the human spirit that they did not think possible. Our students are mature enough to hold the love and the beauty and the joy alongside the grief and the fear and the pain. It is now time for you, the Appropriations Committee, to demonstrate your courageous impatience and pass this bill. It seems as if in today's society, to be undereducated in a trigger-happy world is to invite catastrophe. Help make Connecticut an exemplar to the rest of the United States relative to Holocaust and genocide education. Make Connecticut the vanguard by which all other states aspire to become. I implore you to act with courageous urgency and provide the essential lifeblood of support so desperately needed for us to achieve the spirit of our mandate. I'd like to close with a brief passage from a student's reaction paper to a visit by a very dear friend of mine, a Holocaust survivor who's passed away. She writes, "Hearing you moved me to tears. The honesty with which you presented your story was moving. I will admit that prior to hearing you, I was nervous. I am Jewish, and hearing stories of the Holocaust has often brought me grief. I was afraid that after hearing you speak, I would be left feeling a sense of disgust for the human race, knowing that we are capable of committing such horrible acts. However, the most prominent feeling that I left with that day was hope. I feel hopeful that humans are resilient and strong. I feel hopeful that more people are like you in your compassion, empathy, and kindness. I feel hopeful that people can unite like before to stand up for what is right and defend those that need defense. Thank you for sharing your hope with me."
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Abrams.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. It was really hard. I didn't want to interrupt somebody reading a quote, but thank you. Next, we have 289, Mayor Elicker.
Hey, Senator Kushner, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and so many other members of the committee. Appreciate you working so late. This is a tough time for everyone, so appreciate the work you're doing. I'm here. My name is Justin Elicker. I'm the mayor of New Haven, here to speak on HB 6659, Act concerning the state budget for the biennium ending June 30th, 2025. And particularly here to ask for your support to increase flexible education funding towards public school districts that support a high percentage of high needs students, such as New Haven's. I want to start by saying that we're really grateful for the work that you all do and the funding that comes from the state for districts like New Haven, not just the schools, but through pilot funding as well. You all took a pretty incredible step in recent years to increase the funding to the city, and we're grateful for it. I would emphasize that my strong feeling, and you've heard from other people as well, is that the governor's proposal on education funding is just not enough at this moment to cover the costs and resources our school district urgently needs to provide high quality education for our children. Large cities like New Haven take on the responsibility for much of the state for supporting kids with many needs than most of our suburban counterparts do. In New Haven, where we serve around 19,000 students, 70% of our students are low income, 18% are English learners. Many of our students may be homeless, face trauma in their personal lives. Sometimes they're not exposed to the extensive vocabulary in their early years. They may struggle with English and don't have the financial resources for after-school programs and extra support. any reasonable person would say that we need to spend more on those children who face these extreme challenges to allow them an equal educational opportunity similar to their peers who do not face such challenges. However, in our state, we actually do the opposite. School districts in wealthier towns, by and large, spend more than school districts in urban areas on a per child basis. New Haven, as an example, spends $17,500 per student, approximately, less than the state average of $19,000, much less than a place like, say, New Canaan, that spends nearly $23,000 per student. And while many larger districts are low income, like I said, New Haven is 70% of our student body low income, many of our suburban counterparts have a very small percentage of low income students. New Canaan, as an example, is 0% low income. It should be the opposite. We should be funding districts like New Haven much, much more. And meanwhile, our taxes in New Haven are much higher than our counterparts. Recent funding from the American Rescue Plan has been a huge support to hire curriculum facilitators, teachers, school counselors, school workers, and administrators. But reliable long-term funding is what is key here. The funding through our BESSER has an expiration date, and so we have not been able to invest long-term in long-term hires, and we really need your support to move the dial here and increase educational funding for public school districts. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony.
Good to see you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
May I take care of a few housekeeping issues?
Absolutely. Thank you.
So we have someone in the waiting room as Rina Palma, or Rina Palma. There is no such person on the list. However, she must have gotten a link. So I'm wondering if this is Rina Yanis, and if I may allow her to speak.
Yeah. Hello?
Yes.
Hi. I don't know how to put my camera.
No, that's okay. We're not calling on you right now, but I need your correct last name, please.
Yes, Yanis, Y-A-N-E-S.
Yeah, that solves the mystery. Thank you. I will appropriately number you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, now I got a couple more.
Okay, go ahead.
People to say to some people who are in the waiting room. Steffi Martinez, Maria Reyes, William Rice, they are not accepting the promotion to panelist. If you want to speak, this is your last time because this will be the last call. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We are now, I do see that there are two squares for Olga Toledo. And I know I called on you earlier, you're number 244. Olga, are you there and can you hear us? And do you want to put on your camera? There you are.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, committee members of the Appropriation Committee. And thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Olga Toledo, and I am the director of Paraíso Infantil and Catholic Charities Child Development Center. Catholic Charities is a family and children's human service agency with employees over 370 human service delivery professionals and provides services to over 18,000 individuals and families without regard to race, religion, or economic circumstances each year. As a multi-service agency, we serve adults and children with significant mental illness, substance use disorder, physical and intellectual disabilities, and victims of domestic or community violence. Our services include early childhood education, infant toddler care, elderly services, migration and refugee services, as well as family support and education, to name a few. We are among the 500 plus member agencies that belong to the Alliance. I am here today to specifically testify regarding the Office of Early Childhood budget and the need to increase childcare rates and support. Increases in childcare rates are extremely necessary in this challenging workforce and inflationary environment. We have seen our workers step up during the pandemic and be on the front lines day in, day out, and yet The rates of reimbursements have not kept up with the cost of this work. Constant teacher turnover is extremely costly for our agency, but more importantly, it disrupts the children's education, and they experience a sense of loss every time a teacher must take the difficult decision to leave the classroom in order to make an adequate salary. When children are unable to form strong positive relationships with teachers early on due to constant turnover, it can affect their sense of safety and security in school and ultimately their educational success. Investing in early childhood programs will provide children with the stable foundation they need to be successful in their academic career and beyond. We appreciate that the governor has included some added support to childcare, but it is inadequate after years of underfunding. As a result of inadequate funding, our organization has not been able to provide to our early education program staff a market competitive wage for over 10 years. This presents a significant struggle in maintaining a quality workforce, as on many occasions, our employees have moved on to state employment or similar jobs elsewhere for significantly higher wages and better benefits. Our employees and early childhood employees are some of the hardest working professionals across the state who have worked on the front lines during this pandemic. Our staff had to bear the burden of underfunding, going years without salary increases, while simultaneously watching benefit packages deteriorate. We can say that without additional support, we will continue to lose staff, close programs, and be less responsive to our children's need and to our families. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And I have resisted saying anything to anyone tonight because everybody's, there's so many speakers that I can't resist saying how sweet it is to see you rock that baby while you testify. That was very lovely.
This is my great-granddaughter and I'm babysitting, so my job doesn't stop.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you for your testimony. So I believe.
So Madam Chair, I think we're ready for Rena now. She's been renamed, and because she's having camera issues, I'll just ask her to unmute and she can go ahead and give her testimony.
Thank you so much. Rena, go right ahead.
Buenas noches. Yo voy a hablar en español. No sé si puedo solo hablar y alguien traduce.
Do we have a translator available at this hour? I'm not sure if we do. I don't see anyone on. Oh, Ava, you are here. Can you?
I am here.
Okay.
Buenas noches. Muchas gracias por recibir mi testimonio.
Good evening. Thank you so much for receiving my testimony.
Gracias a todos los miembros del comité asignado.
Thank you everyone in the committee that's assigned here, the distinguished individuals.
Mi nombre es Rina Llanes.
My name is Rina Llanes.
Soy residente de Stamford, Connecticut.
And I'm a resident of Stamford.
Madre de dos estudiantes en Stanford Charter of Excellence.
The mother of two students who are part of the Stanford Excellence Team.
Y estoy aquí para poder apelar y pedir.
I'm here to ask of all of you.
Poder pedir y apelar por nuestros estudiantes de las escuelas públicas.
To speak on behalf of all of the schools.
Para que puedan recibir fondos completos
to receive full funding.
Para garantizar y que tengan un éxito dentro y fuera de las escuelas.
So that children can have a successful endeavor in the schools.
Porque no es justo para nuestros estudiantes ni para nuestro estado Connecticut.
Because it's not fair for the kids here in the state of Connecticut.
Que nuestro financiamiento.
Because of the lack of financing.
Sea desigual.
And make sure that financing is equitable.
Todas las escuelas públicas.
All of the public schools.
necesitan la misma oportunidad porque todos los niños son iguales y necesitan la atención.
All of the public school should have equitable funding. All the kids are the same and should have the same amount of attention.
Y una buena educación para un mejor futuro.
And a good education for a better future.
Muchas gracias y espero que esta petición sea recibida.
Thank you so much, and I hope that my request is taken into consideration.
Gracias por estar aquí todavía y por el tiempo que nos regalan.
Thank you for the long nights and the time that you're giving us to this and giving attention to this.
Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you for translating, Ava. And I don't see any other numbers, but I do again see Amy Small and Madam Administrator. Is she on our list?
Just sorry to interrupt, Senator. There are two people in the waiting room where the clerk, Sue, mentioned that they haven't accepted their panelist view. I did call them. They don't have the button. I guess the button has to be requested once more or reissued, so that way Steffi can be promoted.
And what are their names, if you could?
Steffi Martinez and Maria Reyes didn't see a button. Maria jumped off to see if she can log back in and see that panelist view button. Steffi's still there and said that she didn't see the button, but she's there waiting.
So I think, Ava, I think the solution is going to be, because I keep clicking the promotion button. I think what we could do is what we just did with Rena, and that is allow them to testify without their camera. How about if we do that?
Okay,
And
let me text.
Small, and Madam Chair, Amy Small keeps coming back in. She has already spoken. I don't know why she's here.
Thank you, and I apologize. You said that to me about 15 minutes ago, but it went.
No, that's because, and she popped back in. She just keeps popping in, so.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can I mention to Rena and the lead people that they should secure their own translator? It is extremely awkward to be in an opposing organization to charter schools and translating for them.
Well,
can I tell Rena and her people to secure translation? Is that okay?
Well, I don't know if she heard you, if she's still on, but I understand the situation. And I do appreciate your willingness to translate even under those circumstances.
So Ava, if I may, again, who are the two folks? I know Steffi is one. Who's the other one?
The other name was right below Maria Reyes, and she jumped off to see if that would reissue a panelist view.
So, Madam Chair, if it's all right with you, I will allow Maria to speak so that she can testify.
Okay, that's great. And then I just got word. Do you still have some other people in the waiting room?
We do.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay.
So go right ahead.
So Steffi, I'm now gonna, there she goes. All right, she's ready.
Great. Steffi, you are now able to go ahead and testify.
Thank you very much. So good evening, Senator Kushner, representatives, and members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on the governor's proposed budget for the Office of Early Childhood. My name is Steffi Martinez, and today I'm testifying in opposition to the House Bill 6659. I'm a childcare organizer for CSCA SCIU Local 2001, a former home-based childcare provider, a Waterbury resident, and most importantly, a parent. Throughout my years of experience in the early childhood field and with my own experience as a parent, I have seen the magic and the power of early childhood education unravel in front of my own eyes. I want to share quickly with you this short passage found on the UNICEF website that states the following about children in their early years. Science shows that life is a story for which the beginning sets the tone. That makes the early childhood years the early years of childhood a time of great opportunity, but also great risk. Children's brains are built moment by moment as they interact with their environments. In the first few years of life, more than 1 million neural connections are formed each second, a pace never repeated again. The quality of a child's early experiences makes a critical difference as their brains develop, providing either strong or weak foundations for learning, health, and behavior throughout life. Learning about the proposed budget from the governor is very concerning. During the first 2 years of COVID-19, early childhood educators were the pillars of working families of the state of Connecticut. It was so noticeable that they were even recognized by the governor as first responders or essential workers. It is a discouragement for those in the childcare industry that not enough is being invested in childcare, leaving those that are affected the most, which are the children, at a greater risk to be in unsafe environments when their families have to go to work. The governor's proposal will increase the value of Care for Kids certificates to keep up with the inflation in childcare costs, which is very important, but this budget assumes that 2,600 fewer children will receive the subsidy at a time when tens of thousands of families are struggling with the cost of childcare. Parents cannot pay for the high cost of childcare. Childcare providers cannot sustain their businesses because of the great investment that they have to make. And if families cannot work, and sooner or later it will affect us all. The Care for Kids system is broken and families and early educators cannot pay the price. Care for Kids pays providers too little and serves a fraction of the families that struggle with childcare costs. I am here today to ask you to increase the funding for Care for Kids to keep it open and without a waiting list and any state-funded ECE programs. Thank you very much for listening.
Madam Chair, may we call on Maria Reyes now?
Yes, we may. Maria? Great. Maria, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm here.
Go right ahead.
Buenas noches, senadores y representantes y miembros del Comité de Apropiaciones. Mi
Good
nombre es...
evening. María, ¿quieres hablar como por lo menos 30 segundos y después te traduzco? Sigue adelante y después te traduzco. Es Eva, por si acaso.
Ok, empiezo de nuevo. Okay.
Sí, disculpa.
Ok. Buenas noches, senadores y representantes. Y
no puedes,
miembros de...
si puedes seguir adelante, dale como un minuto y después te traduzco en un cantazo. ¿Okay?
Ok. Muy buenas noches, senadores y representantes y miembros del Comité de Apropiaciones. Mi nombre es María Reyes. Soy proveedora de cuidado infantil y estoy en la ciudad de Waterbury.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee and distinguished representatives. My name is Maria Reyes, and I am a childcare provider in Waterbury, Connecticut.
Estoy aquí para hablar de la oposición del Bill 6659.
I'm here to talk about and give my testimony in opposition to the governor's budget bill 6659.
Para la incrementación de los fondos de Care for Kids.
Puedes seguir.
Tengo mi testimonio. Tengo una madre en mi daycare que tiene 5 niños y que el for Kids no se lo quiero aprobar porque la madre gana mucho dinero, porque ella tuvo que coger 2 trabajos para poder mantener sus hijos.
I want to testify in regards to one particular parent who's in my childcare. Currently, this particular parent has 5 kids in my childcare space and was denied by Care for Kids because she makes slightly too much money.
No le quieren dar el cuidado de Care for Kids. Y la madre tiene mucho problema porque ella nada más le quieren pagar 3 niños y ella tiene 5.
In reality, the approval came in for only 2 children out of the 5 children she has, and it creates many problems and difficulties with her day-to-day.
Necesitamos que el gobierno incremente los fondos para las madres para que puedan pagar el cuidado de sus hijos.
We need that the government intervene and give additional funding for these parents and for providers to cover all children on Care for Kids like this family?
Nosotras las proveedoras somos empleadas muy esenciales, porque de madrugada nos levantamos a coger los niños y a los padres para que los padres salgan a trabajar.
Providers are essential, extremely essential. Childcare providers wake up very early to care for these children, and that way the parents can go to work.
Lo de que es la educación de la primera infancia.
Childcare providers are providing the first line of assistance for these children, education for early educators, education for those early years in the child's life.
Y sin nosotros las proveedoras, los padres no pueden ir a trabajar.
And without us, those parents have no place, no way to go to work.
Hoy le doy las gracias a ustedes por escucharnos para que este incremento se nos haga realidad. Muchas gracias. Buenas noches.
Today, I give you my thanks for taking out this time to hear all this testimony, and once more implore you to give us the funding that we need. Thank you so much, and you have a great evening.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next I see I think we're going back to number 167, Maria Matos.
María Amado está ahí. No la quiero ni oír. Déjame ver qué va a decir María Amado.
Maria Reyes, if you will mute.
Yeah, this is Maria Matos.
I know, hold on a second. I just wanted Maria Reyes to understand that. Okay, I think she's clear now. She's muted. Go ahead, Maria.
Hello, my name is Maria Matos. And I'm testifying in support of the funds for the charter school in Danbury. No.
Go ahead, Maria. You're muted now. You have to unmute.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm driving. No, I just wanted to see because some of the people that are testifying in my group, they're not getting translation, so I connected because I already did my testimony in person.
Okay.
And I just want to be a volunteer to just translate for them.
Okay, if someone comes on and needs translation, we'll note that you're there and we'll call upon you. So we're going to go to our next speaker then.
Thank you. Okay.
Our next speaker will be Carolina Bortoletto, number 318. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, sorry, I had to mute myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Hi, my name is, good afternoon or evening, members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is Carolina Bortoletto. I have been a resident of Connecticut for 25 years. I'm here to speak on behalf of the governor's proposed budget for elementary and secondary education, HB 6659. I'm a graduate of Danbury Public Schools. I went to Danbury Public Schools from 4th grade to 12th grade. I care about the well-being and the future of Danbury. And because I'm familiar with Danbury schools, I am here to ask that the legislature increase funding for Danbury Public Schools and not support funding for the proposed charter school in Danbury. I want our public school system to receive the funding that it needs to educate all of our children. What I want you to know is that Danbury Public Schools, neither the city of Danbury nor the state have met their financial obligations to the public school system. And as a result, our system has been underfunded. Danbury needs solutions, and we already are working on those solutions. The Danbury district is working on providing choice to all high school students through the development of a second Danbury High School campus, the Career Academy. And I'm here to ask that the Connecticut State Legislature fund our Danbury schools. And I'm also here to ask to not fund a charter school in Danbury. A charter school in Danbury will contribute to the underlying funding problem in Danbury Public Schools by drawing more funds away from the public school system. And that is not what we need. We don't need easy solutions, we need real solutions. A charter school seems like it will solve Danbury's problems, but for the small benefit of serving a small minority of our students, it will take away much needed funds from our current schools and from most of the children in Danbury. The district will have to pay for transportation for the charter school. The estimate is $600,000 for 2 buses, which is the equivalent of hiring 3 to 4 additional school counselors. Danbury Public Schools will also lose state funding for any students who enroll in the charter school. But the number of students which is the charter school has space for is too small to have an impact on our overcrowding. So as a member of the Danbury community and a graduate of Danbury schools, I urge you to consider the damage it will cause our public school system and our students if financial support is provided to a facility that will compete with our public schools for funding. If you want to put more education dollars into Danbury, please do it by providing funding to the public schools as we face significant operating costs for much needed second high school campus. Again, we need real long-term solutions, not easy or short-term ones. Charter school seems like it will solve Danbury's problems, but the math does not add up. Please listen to Danbury. We need fully funded public education because a strong public education system is key to a thriving society. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony tonight. And next I will see first of all, I am going to be turning over the chairing now to Representative Felipe. And Representative Felipe, the next up is number 315, Wilson Hernandez.
All right. Wilson, the floor is yours. You're muted, sir. Mr. Hernandez, are you going to mute yourself? Madam Administrator, do you think we can help Mr. Hernandez out?
Nothing I can do on this end.
Okay.
Mr. Hernandez's end, unfortunately.
All right. Well, while he's figuring that out, can we go back really quickly to Maria Reyes? 130.
She has already testified.
Oh,
She already testified, yeah.
Okay, then we'll go ahead to 329, John O'Connor.
Good evening, Representative Felipe and all members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. I would like to say a few things about the governor's proposed budget for public education. My name is John O'Connor and I teach at Central Connecticut State University in New Britain. I'm the acting vice president of CSU AUP, a union that represents 3,000 members across the 4 state universities. CSU AUP is a member of the Recovery for All Coalition, and we strongly support Recovery for All's equity agenda. As everyone on the Appropriations Committee knows, we have a historic opportunity to fully fund our K through 12 public schools. Given the resources in our state, whether a child thrives or learns should not turn on a parent's street address. I have been teaching at CCSU for 20 years, and it's become increasingly clear to me that the educational path that all Connecticut students embark upon is complex and riddled with all sorts of challenges. What happens in their K through 12 classrooms is often connected to the struggles seen within their communities, and the impact and consequences of under-resourced and understaffed schools at the K through 12 level will be felt later in our community colleges and our state universities. The governor in this committee must safeguard that there will not be an accumulation of disadvantage, which destroys a student's hope and opportunity. As such, I would urge the Appropriations Committee to fully fund the education cost-sharing formula. Our public schools need to address our teacher and staffing shortages. And we do need additional funding for students whose parents are earning low wages, additional funding for English language learners, and additional funding for students with special needs. I would ask this committee to keep the charter school formula the way that it is, and any charter school funding must be accountable and transparent Schools that receive public dollars must be accountable to the children they teach and care for. We cannot ensure equity to our young students without accountability. With Connecticut's child care system teetering on the brink of collapse, the Care for Kids program needs to be expanded. Although the governor has added more funds, much more is necessary. Regardless of whether my K-12 teaching colleagues are in East Hartford, New Haven, or Bridgeport, the students that they are teaching today will be the students at our colleges and universities tomorrow. We all have a responsibility to make sure that they are successful. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. And I think Wilson Hernandez's microphone is back working, so we'll call on you next.
Thank you so much. Good evening, honorable members of the Education and Appropriation Committee. My name is Wilson Hernandez, and I have lived in Danbury for the last 23 years. I am here to speak on the governor's proposed budget for elementary and secondary education, HB 6659. I am a resident of Danbury. I am a member of the Ecuadorian Civic Center of Greater Danbury. I have been the president, the vice president, and the treasurer of this civic organization that for 20 years has been working for the common good of our community. I am here to advocate for our public school system to receive the funding it needs to educate all our children. I am here today both to ask that the legislature increase funding for the public schools and not supporting funding for the proposed charter school in Danbury. I am a grandfather of 4 grandchildren. 3 of them have been living in Florida, and they want to move to Danbury because they want to be closer to grandpa and grandma. But when their parents checked what was going on with the Danbury public schools, and they found that Danbury has been 169 out of 169 per pupil spending for the last 20 years, they started rethinking about their decision to move to Danbury. I respectfully ask you to do your part to correct this irresponsible approach to such transcendental aspect and the lives of my grandchildren regarding their right to come and live closer to their grandparents, but providing us with the right funding to our public schools. As an active member of the Ecuadorian Civic Center of Greater Danbury, I have heard multiple members of the community expressing their concerns about the low quality of our public schools and questioning the authorities why they support the funding of charter school in Danbury instead of rationally and responsibly providing our public education with increasing the funding to give all our children the best education that they can have. Let's not forget that equity starts with education and opportunities for all our students and not for 10% or 15% of them. Neither the city of Danbury nor the state have met their financial obligations to the public school system in Danbury. It have not had a fully funded municipal budget in the last 20 years. The state ECS formula has not been fully funded either, which has exacerbated the problem at the local level. This cumulative lack of funding has resulted in overcrowded schools, staffing issues, and budget cuts that have compounded over decades, funding another model that will serve only fraction 6% of our students does not make fiscal sense, and it harms most of the students that the school system serves. The district is working on providing choice to all high school students through the planning and development of a second Danbury High School campus, the Career Academy, and the implementation of career pathways that incorporate experiential learning opportunities for students in areas of interest that will offer them stronger opportunities for employment after high school and advanced preparation for higher education if they choose to pursue that. Diverting district money to support a charter school will not allow the district to adequately fund this project, a project that when completed will serve all students and families in this city who attend public schools. In addition, a charter school in Danbury will contribute to the underlying funding problem in Danbury public schools by drawing more funds away from the public schools, needed money away from our current schools and most of the children in Danbury in the following ways. Transportation costs at least $600,000 for 2 buses to transport an initial class of 110. To put this
Mr.
in
Hernandez,
perspective,
can you summarize?
yes, okay.
Thank you.
So as a member of the community and grandparent, I urge you to consider the damage it will cause our public school system if our students if financial support is provided to facility that will compete with it for funding. If you want to put more education dollars in Danbury, please do it by providing funding to the public schools as we face the significant operating costs for much needed second high school campus and programs expansion at the high school level to prepare our students for the future. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Next will be number 75, Jacqueline Ulloa.
My God.
Jacqueline, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, but it's not your turn, I don't think. It's Jacqueline Ulloa's turn. You are 415. We're gonna hold back on that. Well, since Jacqueline can't go yet, can we go to 325, Cynthia Ross Zweig? Are you there, Cynthia?
Jacqueline Ulloa.
Okay, Jacqueline Ulloa is here. And Maria, are you still here to translate?
I'm still here to translate, Eva.
Yes, I'm here. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jacqueline.
Eva is here to translate on behalf of Jacqueline. Jacqueline, por si acaso puedes hacer oraciones largas y voy a estar escribiendo y apuntando y así no te corto entre medio, ¿ok?
Ok. Buenas noches, mi nombre es Jacqueline Ulloa. Soy tesorera estatal de la Unión y estoy aquí con una preocupación que es con lo del plan médico. Nosotros como proveedoras estamos expuestas a todo tipo de virus e infecciones, ya que trabajamos con diferentes tipos de familias, ofreciendo un servicio de calidad de cuidado infantil con excelencia. Y estando el país paralizado con lo del COVID, abrimos nuestras puertas de nuestros hogares, exponiéndonos a un virus que ni siquiera conocíamos, pero estábamos como trabajadores esenciales. ¿Para qué? Para que el país pudiera seguir hacia adelante y para que los médicos, las enfermeras pudieran trabajar y estuvieran tranquilas con el cuidado de los niños. No obstante, en mi caso, me detectaron cáncer de mama y por no tener seguro, estoy todavía pagando todas ya yo no quiero ni abrir las cartas porque eso es diario que me llegan bill de las anestesia, cada consulta que voy, laboratorio, todo eso. Esto es como la deuda de nunca terminar. Entonces yo quiero que tomen en cuenta esa situación, ya que desempeñamos un papel muy importante en nuestra comunidad, en la área infantil, que lamentablemente, a pesar de que hemos tenido la enfermedad y que hemos tenido que pasar por ese proceso, también tenemos que estar con el estrés de que tenemos que pagar toda esa deuda. Y lo que más requiere para trabajar con niños es una persona saludable y que esté tranquila. Entonces yo quiero que tomen en cuenta en las divisiones de esos dineros, que por favor se siente, que piensen y que mediten la importancia que es de tener un plan médico. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Jacqueline Ulloa, the CSCA-SEIU Child Care Council Treasurer. I'm here talking about asking for all of you to add more funding to providers in order to help them have health insurance. In these COVID times, we opened our doors with open arms, and even though we didn't recognize the full weight of COVID-19, as essential workers, we were able to provide care for healthcare workers, other essential workers, to make sure that they were able to go to work. While this time was happening in the beginning of COVID, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. And as a provider with long days and much stress, I had to not only pay attention to the children that I'm lovingly giving care to, but also the stress of the debt to pay down to make sure I was getting treated for my cancer. While working for children and educating these children is such a pleasure, we need the support systems to make sure that we have the building blocks in our health to maintain a happy environment, a stress-free environment for these children. I ask all of you to please consider supporting child care provider funding and make sure that health insurance is part of the conversation. Jacqueline, ¿desea terminar otra oración más o lo paro con el, por favor, por favor?
Es lo que, o sea, quiero que tomen eso en cuenta y que haga énfasis en esas situaciones que estamos pasando, muchas de las proveedoras, de la importancia que tiene nuestro plan médico.
Please take a keen emphasis in health insurance when you're talking about an early education provider budget. Many of the providers need this health insurance once more to survive. Thank you again.
Thank you. And now we'll go to Cynthia Rossway, number 325.
Thank you, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Cynthia Rossway, and I'm a paraeducator in New Fairfield Schools. I'm also the president of the Para Council of CSEA, SEIU Local 2001, proudly representing thousands of paras across the state of Connecticut. I'm speaking today regarding the budget for elementary and secondary education. And like so many others before me, I started in a district because my children were enrolled, not wishing to return to a job that would require time away from home. I had the time and I wanted to give back to the community. And there's nothing more rewarding than feeling like you've made a difference, whether it's for a day or a moment. Paras throughout the state bridge gaps in supporting learning, challenge students by certified staff. As an example, a couple of years ago, I was assigned to a senior English class. It was the fourth semester and graduation was around the corner. Students would need a passing grade on an essay to graduate. The drafts were submitted and a small group of 5 did not meet the draft requirements. The final edit was due and there they were in a panic. The group came to me and asked me to help them. I asked if they talked to the teacher and they said it doesn't make sense and they were worried that they would not pass. They asked me to please help them. Could I please stay after school? As a parent of a child with severe ADHD, I knew how difficult that was and what a big step it was for them to actually ask for help. And I told them, let me see what I can do. I talked to the teacher and I talked to the administrators. Permission was given, and the next day we met after school at the library. Each understood this was support and guidance. They would need to do the work. We reviewed everything from intros and conclusions, theses, topic sentences, MLA formats, everything they needed. They resubmitted their papers and we waited for the grades, and the papers came back and they all passed with not one grade lower than a B. And they all graduated and each one thanked me. But from short staffing to low pay to bad benefits, paras are facing multiple challenges today in the school systems, and it makes it increasingly difficult to support students in all the ways they need. Think about the cost of a dozen eggs at $8 and milk, $6 for a half a gallon. Many paras barely make above minimum wage. Working in a school system then becomes increasingly difficult to make ends meet, to pay for insurance or medicine with high cost and deductibles. On behalf of thousands of people I am proud to represent, I urge you to make a significant investment in paraeducators. The work we do and the students we serve
The work my fellow paras and I do every day in schools throughout the state is critical to a successful educational experience. And while we are passionate about what we do, we need more than a pat on the back. We are asking for your support and commitment to make a meaningful appropriation directed at improving pay, healthcare, retirement benefits, and professional development opportunities for our state paras. Now is the time to make this the year of the para educator. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we'll go to Yarixa Acosta, followed by Joel Perna. And Maria, if you're still on, this would be a good time for you to translate. Yarixa?
Yes, I'm on.
Yarixa? Okay, well, we'll move on to Joel Perna and see if Yarixa can get her microphone issues worked out.
Hi.
You may proceed.
Okay. Hi. Thank you for this opportunity to share my disappointment in regard to Governor Lamont's proposed 2023 biennium budget. My name is Joelle Perna. I am the parent of 2 children currently attending Brass City Charter School in Waterbury. I have testified in front of your committee a few times over the past 3 years in support of equitable education funding for all public school children. I am here again today to advocate for my children and for all the students attending public schools in my community. I have advocated many times for this type of funding, and when it passed in 2021, I was overjoyed. When I first learned that Governor Lamont's proposed budget does not continue the phase-in of this student-centered funding for charter school students, I was stunned. Once I let it sink in, I was both saddened and frustrated. My children and their peers who have been underfunded and undervalued by the state for far too long deserve student-centered funding. I want to see the vision for equitable and impactful education funding for all public school students be fully implemented now so that my children and their classmates can benefit from it. Brass City Charter goes above and beyond to make sure that students are well cared for academically, physically, and emotionally. They are working so hard to support my kids, which is why I'm here supporting them. Public charter schools provide necessary options for families in my community, and the students who attend them are deserving of the same weighted funding as their peers in the traditional district schools. Please do not support this budget as it currently stands. Instead, I urge you to support students in all public schools, including public charters like the one my sons attend. Fully fund their education now. They shouldn't have to keep waiting. I also wanted to state too as well, I did mention in here that public charter schools, there's a lot of misunderstanding that a charter school is a private school. They are a public school. They need funding just like all of the other public schools. I am here to advocate for all public school children, not just certain ones, because they all matter. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll move on to Yarixa Acosta, followed by Jade Thomas.
Sí, buenas noches. Hola.
Hola.
¿Sí me escuchan?
Sí.
Ok, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Yarixa Acosta. De antemano me gustaría agradecer a los legisladores. Soy de la comunidad de Danbury. Estoy delante de ustedes para demostrar mi apoyo a la escuela charter de Danbury, pero también pidiendo a nuestros legisladores que apoyen igualmente más más opciones educativas como estas de la escuela charter. Nuestra comunidad necesita más escuelas, necesitamos más opciones educativas. ¿Qué tenemos que hacer los padres para que nuestros hijos puedan tener más opciones educativas? En nuestra comunidad hay muchos niños que no tienen oportunidad de estudiar porque las escuelas están muy abarrotadas. Ya no caben más niños, no hay puesto para que ellos puedan estudiar. Y sería una buena opción la escuela charter. Y me gustaría que lo pensaran muy bien y ayudaran a la escuela charter de Danbury. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Yarixa Acosta. I'm from Danbury, and I'm here to support that the Danbury Charter School get the funds to open. I have kids in the Danbury system, and I have seen how overcrowded the system is. It will be good. It will be a great time for our children to get a better education in a smaller environment. So I really ask you to
You muted, Maria. Okay. Gracias, Yarika. Thank you. Thank you for being. Next is Jay Thomas, followed by I see Elizabeth Frazier. Thank you.
Senator Austin.
Sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Senator Austin, Representative Walker, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jade Thomas, and I am the Connecticut Policy Associate at All Our Kin. Childcare fuels our workforce. It equips children with the skills they need to succeed in school and life, while enabling parents to work and creating jobs for the providers who care for them. A strong early childhood workforce is the foundation of a strong economy, which is why I am here today to urge you to support a $7,500 increase in compensation for every child care educator next year, and to build on this in fiscal year 2025, so child care educators can achieve compensation parity with public school teachers. This funding will not only stabilize the existing workforce, but put the state on a pathway to addressing a long broken system. Family childcare educators are doing their part. We're asking that the state join them. Research shows that during a child's first 3 years of life, they experience their most rapid growth and development. The foundation established in the early years can put children on the road to success later in life. Early educators offer an invaluable service to young children in their communities. However, this importance isn't reflected in their compensation. Throughout the pandemic, family childcare educators were correctly recognized as essential workers and lauded as heroes. While this sentiment remains, so does the stagnant funding for early care and education. The governor's budget doesn't do anything to improve providers' compensation, and this is limiting families' access to childcare. Data from the Office of Early Childhood in Yukon show that on average, family childcare educators who typically work 65 hours a week earn less than $9 an hour with no benefits. The Connecticut United Way estimated that the household survival budget for 2022 was more than $100,000 on average for a family of 4. We have unconsciously decided that the workforce educating our children should have to choose between the work of nurturing and educating children or feeding their own families. A state payment model that reimburses providers based on an artificially low market rate system rather than what it costs to provide care is a losing one. The governor's proposed 10% Care for Kids rate increase barely covers Connecticut's inflation rate, which ranged from 7 to 9% last year. In the end, families pay the price. In Connecticut, there continues to be an acute lack of high-quality, affordable childcare, especially for families that face the greatest barriers to accessing care. In fact, the Office of Early Childhood reported that there is a shortage of more than 25,000 infant and toddler slots in the state. If we don't address compensation, educators will continue to leave the field or retire entirely, which only exacerbates the current crisis. Small one-time payments and short-term fixes are a Band-Aid. Educators cannot continue to fill in the gaps where state investment should be. To build a stable workforce and fuel a strong economy, the state must make the necessary investment.
Thomas, please summarize.
Absolutely. Must make the necessary investment of $700 million in childcare to increase compensation for early educators. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Fraser, I'm sorry, but if you can hold off for 3 more minutes, we had Hina Henderson here before you. I want to make sure she gets in. Ms. Hussain, I'm sorry, Hina Hussain, are you here?
Good evening, everyone. I'm really grateful that you gave me the chance to speak today. As a mother of fourth grader at the Stanford Charter School of
Austin.
Maria, you're unmuted.
I'm sorry, I'm trying.
Okay, as a mother of fourth grader at the Stanford Charter School of Excellence, I stand before you today to discuss a topic that is close to my heart: the education of our children. As many of you may know, our school has performed exceptionally well in the state test, ranking high among all the schools in Connecticut. It is a moment of pride and joy for all of us, especially our students, who have put in tremendous effort to achieve this feat. Our children have not given enough resources to showcase their talents, be it in sports or other extracurricular activities. While we may have limited facilities for our sports, our students have shown their remarkable talent and potential by excelling in their education. I am proud to say that my daughter has been a student at this school since the age of 4. Over the years, she has grown and thrived this excellent educational environment. I am grateful for the opportunity and experiences that this school and the faculty has provided for her. As a parent, I strongly believe that every child deserves access to a quality education that will prepare them for success in their future. Whether it is attending a public school or a charter school, all children should have the same opportunity to receive an exceptional education that will help them achieve their goals and dreams. I believe that investing in early education is crucial for all our children's future and for the betterment of our society as a whole. Charter schools often face significant financial challenges that can limit their ability to provide the same level of education and resources as public schools. Therefore, I urge policymakers and school administrations to prioritize funding for charter schools and early childhood education, and to recognize the valuable contribution they make to our education system. Let's work together to ensure that every child, regardless of where they attend schools, has access to a quality education that will help them achieve their full potential and build a better future for themselves and our society. Let's give every child an equal opportunity to receive an exceptional education and to reach their full potential. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and extra points for delivering in under 3 minutes. Elizabeth Fraser, the floor is yours. Thank you for being patient.
Oh, no problem. Thank you very much, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Representative Felipe, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Liz Fraser. I'm the Policy Director for the Connecticut Association for Human Services, and I'm here to oppose the governor's proposed early childhood budget. It falls far short of what is needed to ensure that early childhood programs can survive and that parents have access to affordable care so that they can work. The early child care industry is in crisis, but not just in Connecticut, across the whole country. And Janet Yellen put it quite bluntly when she remarked, childcare is a textbook case of a broken market. And you have heard many of the reasons tonight. Last November, Cause conducted a survey of early childhood providers in Connecticut. The results represent responses of providers who serve 20% of center-based capacity and 8% of family care capacity. And the results show the extreme problem we are facing. 32% of private center-based providers and 40% of subsidized providers indicated they are not generating enough revenue to sustain their program. Survey responses reveal that there are well over 4,000 staff vacancies, leading to closed and underfilled classrooms and 22,000 empty licensed slots. Many programs have waiting lists, leaving parents to find other childcare options, or leaving employment as they wait for space to become available. 43% of family home providers indicated that the cost of doing business was their greatest challenge. 22% cited enrollment problems because families can't afford care and are now not enrolling their children. Meanwhile, a CBIA survey found that 90% of their businesses are struggling to fill positions, with childcare affordability and access as one of the driving reasons. The ability to access and afford early care and education is just not a provider or parent problem. It's an economic problem for the state. A February just released report from Ready Nation states that the nation's infant toddler childcare crisis now costs $122 billion in lost earnings, productivity, and revenue every year. The report estimates that Connecticut alone is losing $1.5 billion. This isn't including preschool. This is infant and toddler care. Thousands of children across the state are not in childcare right now because there are no teachers to fill classrooms. Even as we try to attract businesses and a younger workforce to Connecticut, we are not fully considering the value of early care and education as the underpinning of a strong society and economy. The answer is clear. Not enough public funding has been put into the system of early care and education to support the abilities of parents to work, raise their families, and contribute to the overall economy. If we want to keep our young adults in the state, attract a young and vibrant workforce to Connecticut, then we need to value early care and education as a public good and give parents the opportunity to be financially secure in our state. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. And we'll move on to Francesca Velasquez, followed by Karina Plaza.
Oops. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. So members of the Appropriation Committees, thank you for the opportunity to testify on the governor's proposed budget of the Office of Early Childhood. And I'm going to make it short because I thought I was going to be there really late. So my name is Francesca Velasquez. I live in Stamford. I am an owner-director of Child Care Centers. I employ 30 early educators. The last year has been challenging. I have lost teachers with tears in their eyes because they loved working with young children, but left the job that paid, that left for jobs that paid far more than I can. Wages for early educators are too low. Early educators are some of the lowest paid workers in the economy. The average wages for a childcare worker is $14.97 an hour. It makes me cringe as I say it out loud. I want them to be able to live the American dream. And we all know what the American dream is: a house with a white picket fence and a reliable car. My ultimate vision for my teachers is to be able to shift their mindset of society and prove that working in childcare is an important and vital profession. By recognizing the valuable role that early educators play in shaping the lives of young children, we can work towards ensuring that they are compensated fairly for their important work. And that's it. Thank you.
Next is Karina Plaza, followed by, I think, finally, Teresa Brivet. Karina, are you there?
Hola, buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Disculpe, estoy un poquito congestionada, con gripe. Buenas noches, me seca, mamá. Buenas noches, senadora Koshna, representantes y miembros del Comité de Apropiaciones. Mi nombre es Karina Plaza y soy proveedora de cuidado infantil de Bridgeport. Actualmente estoy sirviendo a 9 diferentes familias y estoy testificando en oposición de la ley de proyecto 6659. Actualmente tengo muchos casos retrasados de Care for Kids. Tengo padres desde el mes de octubre que todavía no han sido aprobados, que todavía están a la espera, mes de octubre, noviembre, que le faltan documentos y vuelven y lo ponen en la lista de espera. Y ya para esos padres están un poco intrigados, no saben qué va a pasar con ellos, porque ya para marzo, como ya no van a aceptar más solicitudes nuevas, están un poco intrigados por eso. Tengo una madre también que ella tuvo que salir del cuido, ya que el fee que le pusieron a pagar, solo tiene una niña, es madre soltera, y el fee que le pusieron a pagar es era bastante, no podía pagarlo. Entonces, ella tuvo que salir y decidió quedarse en la casa. Me imagino que recibiendo ayuda del Estado, porque no está trabajando actualmente. Y con mi seguro médico, por ejemplo, no tengo seguro médico. Cuando solicito un seguro médico me ponen a pagar mucho dinero y realmente no es algo que el trabajo de nosotras, hoy estamos arriba, hoy podemos tener muchos niños, pero después entonces de repente se nos van, de repente no tenemos niños. Por ejemplo, ahora para este año estamos un poco preocupados porque como no van a aceptar más solicitudes nuevas, a mí se me van algunos niños, la mayoría de los niños se me van ya para la escuela. Entonces, si se me van para la escuela y están ahora mismo bajo el programa de Care for Kids, eso significa que o sea, me voy a quedar casi vacía. El programa mío se va a quedar casi vacío, o sea, y tengo un poco de miedo de, de no poder obtener más niños, o sea, de no poder entrar más niños al programa porque el programa está cerrado ahora mismo. Bueno, en este caso yo lo que pido es que por favor aumenten o inviertan más en los fondos de Care for Kids, que eso es lo que estamos un poco más, lo que yo estoy un poco más preocupada ahora mismo. Muchísimas gracias. Buenas noches.
Good evening. My name is Karina Plaza. I'm here testifying in opposition to the governor's budget for Care for Kids. The reason why is that Care for Kids right now doesn't have enough funding, and this budget has to be significantly higher. As many providers who testified tonight, we have a roller coaster of up and down, kids coming in, kids coming out, and providers trying to figure out how they sustain their business. The waiting list right now that's coming and approaching on March 1st is going to exacerbate or include even more stress on us as providers who are trying to run a business. Right now, even before the waiting list has started, we have parents who are no longer qualifying for Care for Kids because the fees are too high or they're on the cliff, which means for us as providers, we have to really get really crafty on how we're going to keep our doors open. I have one particular parent who had to quit her job because she couldn't afford the Care for Kids fee, even though she qualified for the subsidy. Now she's collecting other state subsidies to survive. This is a problem that happens to a lot of parents out there on this program. I do hope and ask you to please add more funding to Care for Kids, specifically get rid of the waiting list and make sure that we can try to solve these problems. These problems also bleed into my personal life, costs for healthcare and other costs that I have that make it very, very hard for me to keep not only my doors open, but my livelihood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next we have Teresa Brivet, followed by Ernestine McGee. And finally, since you've been so great at translating for us, I think, Eva, you should get a chance to testify for yourself. So Teresa, are you there? Okay. I'm gonna move on to Ernestine and hopefully Teresa can get her microphone issues worked out. Ernestine, are you there?
Yes, I am. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Good evening. The floor is yours.
Oh, mine or whose? I'm sorry.
We're gonna. Oh, Teresa, you there?
Yes, I'm here. I finally got it unmuted.
We'll do Teresa, then Ernestine. Teresa, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Good evening to all the board members. My name is Teresa Brivet. I am known to Stanford Charter as EMA, the grandmother of all. I've been fighting battles with Stanford Excellence since 2015. I have 3 boy scholars enrolled at SCSE from pre-K to 7th grade. And most of you here have heard me testify before. Something really brief I just want to touch on is the disabilities. My oldest, who's in 7th grade, is severely ADHD. He was diagnosed in 3rd grade and was put on an IEP. And by 5th grade, he became on a 504. And the required state testing amount points was 240 45, 250 and 46, something like that. And he scored 2,700. And I owe this to the dedication of our educators. Our SCSE community is flabbergasted that you won't grant the funding for our school that is being given to every public school in Connecticut. Our scholars are integrated, bright, young scholars being prepped for high-level achievements. We're taking the term "no child left behind" to an unimaginable level. And our director, school principal, educators, parents, and scholars all feel slighted. Our school is ranked top in the state of Connecticut. Our educators are on call for our children, not 24/7, but 25/8. This is unfair to us all. You're deserving our children, and it's wrong. Our scholars deserve these funds just like every other public school. We've proved you guys wrong every time you doubted us since 2015. I have come down to the state capitol to fight for our school to be able to expand and replicate in Norwalk. Every year, there's a fight to fund our scholars and give them the education they deserve. And the fact that we must fight for their education is absurd. We need you to add in equal funding to all Connecticut public school students, regardless of their school choice. Lastly, I'll touch on this briefly. The late Mr. Q. Williams, who tirelessly fought for education equality, was one of the founders of the Norwalk Charter School, and this bill is throwing his hard work away. We were approved for funding the Norwalk Charter to start, and no sooner than a month after our beloved Q passed away, you've taken back all that he and we fought, prayed, and shed tears for. Sorry for the emotions. In reality, you broke your promise to a fellow statesman who, if he were still here with us, Norwalk Charter would be starting. You smiled in his and our community's face and showed reverence for his memory and actions while plotting to try to take away everything we worked for. He would be mad that these issues are still being heaped upon, excuse me. Black and brown scholars, which I have 3, especially after our scholars have exceeded every expectation ever set of them. I'm done with the long talking. You really need to fix all the wrongdoings towards our scholars that work so hard, so hard. Please consider all that I have said. Make the right decision for our members, our community, our scholars. And I want to thank every member of the committee for hearing me out and choosing to make the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ernestine McGee.
Good afternoon. Good evening. My name is Ernestine McGee. I am a daycare provider located in New Haven, Connecticut. I've been a daycare provider for 22 years. I'm on tonight to ask the governor to please reinstate the funds for providers, centers, and home-based daycares. We need money. I had to let go 2 parents because they couldn't afford the family fee. The family fee is more than what Care for Kid is paying. I have a kid that I get paid for $250, and the family fee is $345. The father cannot afford that, so I had to let the father go. And the parents need help. Please, Governor, let go and reinstate. Don't get rid of Care for Kid. Please, March 1st, keep Care for Kid going. Don't lay any kid or any parent off because they need it. And we can't afford to pay our bills if we doesn't have kids to take care. And please give us a medical that we can afford, affordable medical. And I just want to say that during the pandemic, I kept my daycare open and I lost my son to COVID. because I opened my daycare and let parents come in, and one parent was sick and did not tell me. And I'm just asking for help for the daycare providers and the parents, that the governor can give us more funding so we can run our daycare and so the parents can go to work and make a living for their family. I had one parent had to go back on the state welfare. She had to apply for food stamps because she couldn't work and stay home at the same time. She couldn't afford to pay me, so she had to quit her job and she had to go back on state to apply for food stamps to feed her kids. That hurted me so bad, but it was nothing I can do because I have a responsibility. I got to keep my lights on. I have to keep my house warm so the kids can have a safe environment to come through and come in. And I asked the governor to please give more grants money for us so we can so the parents could survive and we could survive. We cannot survive on what he gave us. It's like a slap on the wrist. And I just want to thank y'all for listening to my story. And good night.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Ava Bermuda Zimmerman, followed by Charmaine Davis Ford.
Distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee, my name is Ava Bermuda Zimmerman. Thank you so much for your time and your patience on this very long evening. As I mentioned, my name is Eva and I work for CSCA SEIU, the Child Care Union. We represent over 4,000 childcare providers in the state of Connecticut. I'm also the co-chair of CCFCT, Childcare for Connecticut's Future. On behalf of both organizations, I do implore you to echo the words of many providers who testified tonight and advocates on making sure that this budget is opposed and you reinforce more funding for OEC, the Office of Early Childhood, with a focus on early educators as well as parents and families. The CCFCT proposal that we have, and I will make sure that this is in the written testimony that I submit, is asking that all families in the state of Connecticut get at least 7%, a max of 7% of their annual income for childcare payments. Right now, most families in the state of Connecticut, according to OEC's own survey that they currently finished with UConn, highlights that most parents in the state of Connecticut pay between 8 to 21% of their annual income for childcare, and we would like to see that at 7%. When you're paying 21% of your income to childcare, that is reflected in thousands of dollars. For those who are unfamiliar with childcare costs, that means that an average parent for one child 1 year can be paying up to $23,000 for childcare, $23,000. The average cost of childcare is more than state tuition here in the state of Connecticut. That is absurd. When we're talking about workforce development, when we're talking about making sure that we respect the workers who are providing early education and growing the small minds, we are truly forgetting them when it comes to this budget. I'm imploring you, asking all of the legislators on this call to go beyond what you did last year. The Appropriations Committee, as well as many of you on this call, were phenomenal in advocates for early education by increasing the budget to $183 million more. We're asking you to go a little further. Our full request on behalf of CCFCT is $700 million. I know that those numbers sound really scary, but those numbers are enough money to get us started for real transformation when it comes to the cost of early education. As Ernestine McGee mentioned here with her story, and as Jacqueline Ulloa, Ernestine McGee, who lost her son because of COVID-19, as well as Jacqueline Ulloa, who was sick with breast cancer, these stories are highlighted and they're not alone. There's many other providers who have very heartfelt, very difficult moments in their life that were expanded on during COVID-19. And we can't gain that time back or those moments back with our family members who were impacted, but we could do right by them in the future by making sure that their livelihood is secured. So please support additional funding for early education by the Office of Early Childhood. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And I think we have our final speaker, Charmaine Davis Ford.
Don't get excited, Mr. Chair.
Are you sure? Charmaine, are you there?
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Good evening. I am here to support Stanford Charter School for Excellence. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I am here with my daughter. She is a student to the 8th grade. Please listen, she wanted to talk something about the school also.
Hi, my name is Daniela. I am a student at the Stanford Charter School for Excellence. And I just want to say to not take our funding from the school, and that we have worked extremely hard to become where we're at, specifically the #1 school in Connecticut at the moment. And we've all worked extremely hard to reach our limits and our expectations, and just please do not take our fundings. That at the end of the day, education is the most important part in all scholars' lives. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the education is for everyone, even public school, charter school. I think it's no good idea to come in and fight about give fund for this school, for the other school. Everyone needs to the educations. We are so proud about our students to Stanford Charter School. We are so proud of that have the #1 in the state of Connecticut. And thank you so much for taking this opportunity for the testimony. Please, please, we need fund for our school. We fight for our school, and we want to stay in the state of Connecticut and in Stanford Charter School for a long time, for the future, for the all kids coming from pre-K, first grade, second grade, and going to the 8th grade. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you. Madam Administrator, what are we missing?
So there are two people who have been in the waiting room for a considerable length of time, and I want to give them one more opportunity.
Okay.
There's Inga Ramirez. So I'm going to allow Inga to talk.
Huh.
Inga, are you with us?
Inga?
And the other person, Mr. Chair, is William Rice. So I'm going to allow him to speak. Mr. Rice?
They're here.
They're in the room, but I guess they don't like us. So I guess we're done, sir.
All right. Like the sound of that. Good night, everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
Hold on. Under the gun. William Rice?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
We were very excited.
Oh,
you have 3
wow.
minutes, sir. Floor is yours.
Oh, no problem. All right. Dear honorable members of the Education Appropriation Committee, my name is William Rice. I'm from Derby. I'm currently Assistant Executive Director of Operations at ACES. I'm also a 25-year veteran educator of color who came to education as a second career. I entered education the old-fashioned way by participating in a master's program at Sacred Heart University at night, until I had to quit my full-time job to student teach. Past 25 years have been gratifying, but August through December of 1997, with no full-time job was tough. For this reason, I am asking you to support and continue to increase the funding for alternative route programs, specifically the TRP program. One of the driving forces that led me to career change was the need for students who look like me to see someone who looks like them in the classroom, especially in mathematics and science. Supporting the funding of programs like TRP gives others the opportunity and access to become some students' favorite teacher and helps to diversify our teacher workforce. I've had the pleasure of seeing the program come full circle. As a principal in Bridgeport, I had a great family whose children attended my school. When I left and began another job at ACES, I ran into a father of that family in another position, in another role. And fall of 2021, I got to hire that father as he was a graduate of the TRP program at ACES. He's doing a phenomenal job at Wintergreen Interdistrict Magnet School. His name is Jason Allard, and he's a 4th teacher of color at Wintergreen and one of 2 male teachers of color at the school. He is doing an excellent job, and it was great to be able to hire a TRP graduate in our program. This program is making tremendous differences in the lives of TRP candidates and their families and in the lives of the students they serve. The differences that the programs like this make are priceless, but since we have to put a price on it, I urge this committee to ensure that the funding is maintained and increased so that other families and students can benefit from having a highly qualified teacher of color in their classrooms. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And finally, we have Inga Ramirez. Are you there?
Ya, buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Mi nombre es Lida Ramírez. Soy madre de la escuela Stanford Charter School for Excelente. Tengo un niño en la escuela y mi testimonio es que necesitamos hacer un llamado o un pedido al gobernador y todos los representantes estatales para que no nos dejen a un lado ni nos recorten los presupuestos para la escuela, que es muy importante para los estudiantes que tengan los mismos beneficios como en las escuelas públicas. Mi hijo está ya en 8º grado, es una oportunidad que va a tener la escuela de sacar su promoción de la middle school y necesitamos como padres que sigan continuando la escuela en su proceso y sin recortes de parte del gobernador y todos los representantes estatales para que continúen los estudiantes con las mejores enseñanzas, y es muy necesario la escuela de Stanford Charter School para que continúe para todos los estudiantes con una buena enseñanza. Ese es mi testimonio y mi pedido que hago para todos los representantes estatales. Muchísimas gracias y buenas noches.
Gracias. Maria, are you taking this or am I?
I lost, like I missed most of the testimony. I'm in the car, so I couldn't hear the whole thing. So let somebody else take it.
All right, I guess I have this one. Everybody, my name is Inga Ramirez. I am a parent of a young man at Stanford for Excellence. Inga wants everybody to know how much she really enjoys the school, how much that school performs in the city of Stanford and what they've done in terms of where they are in the state. They are ranked, I think, number 2. But a lot of us know that, you know, things have changed around, and they were formerly number 1, and I think they're actually now back to number 1 in the state. She hopes that the funding remains the same, and that we can increase funding through rejecting the governor's budget proposal and accepting House Bill 5003, among other things. So thank you guys and good night. I think that is the final one. Is it, Madam Administrator?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
There we go. All right. Well, hopefully for the final time, I wish everybody a good night, and anybody who's still up this way, safe travels home.
Yeah. Good job, everybody. Thank you so much. You did a great job. Thank you. And get some rest.
Thank you.
Good night,
Good
everyone.
evening.
Night.
Thank you all. Thank you.